with my dreams. I had a dream about you yesterday, so I hope it all is well. Take care of yourself if I don't hear from you. Okay, bye.
I beat her premonitions, torn down by ordinary words. She says I'm gonna get him. I said I'm gonna get you first. Her thing is demolition, tearing down all my barriers. She's got a new addition. I said the more the merrier. I wear my sunglasses at night because my eyes deceive me. I've been moving like a thief all in the night. I hope no one can see me, 'cause I've been moving like a raging madman. I've been moving like someone who's lost his mind. When it comes to the girls, I'm the bad man, and my love is forever lost in time. Someone please come quick, she done broke her heart again. And I didn't mean to go this far with her, 'cause she was just a friend. No, I'm not going back, not this time. I'm a whisper in the wind, so you can stay with him, waste his time. This is where my love ends. She feeds on superstitions. I am the truth that haunts her mind. I left no need for vengeance. Just tell that girl that she's not mine. My heart is cold and missing. She hates the fact I don't rewind. I'm gone, you should've listened. And I'm not coming back this time. I wear my sunglasses at night because my eyes deceive me. I've been moving like a thief all in the night. I hope no one can see me, 'cause I've been moving like a raging madman. I've been moving like someone who's lost his mind. When it comes to the girls, I'm the bad man, and my love is forever lost in time. Someone please come quick, she done broke her heart again. And I didn't mean to go this far with her, 'cause she was just a friend. No, I'm not going back, not this time. I'm a whisper in the wind, so you can stay with him, waste his time. This is where my love ends. I beat her superstition, torn down by ordinary words. She runs off demolition. I run off watching her world burn. I've been moving like a raging madman. I've been moving like someone who's lost his mind. When it comes to the girls, I'm the bad man, forever lost in time. Someone please come quick, she done broke her heart again. And I didn't mean to go this far with her, 'cause she was just a friend. No, I'm not going back, not this time. I'm a whisper in the wind, so you can stay with him, waste his time. 'Cause this is where my love ends.
Sammy.
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side manning shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering in cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? When tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, everybody, what's going on? Good morning. Good Sunday morning. For those of y'all, some of y'all, it's Sunday afternoon. Good morning to y'all. We here once again on Let's Talk to Better Black Life, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Let me see if I got some. These buttons are working. No, wait a minute. That's the one I wanted. That's the one I want some applause. Yeah, man. Thank y'all for tuning in today. We got a very special guest. We got our brother Terrell Andretti returning, man, back again to wrap up this female narcissist series, man. And we got to get as much information out of him as we can. He's a very busy young man. You see that he has his music is out there, and it's out there on Spotify and other platforms. But he'll talk about all that stuff when he comes up here. But anyway, man, let's take care of business so we can get him up here. That's his brother Eric. We appreciate brother Eric. Better known 16 to Life, better known as Chill. Go over there and check him out, man. You know, a lot of funny stories, man, about the prison life. A lot of funny stories about street narcotics. And, you know, go check the brother out, man. Good dude, man. Very talented young man, just like Terrell, man. Very talented young brother, man. So go check the brother out. Support the brother if you can. All right, that's brother Eric, man. I'll put him down. Let me pull Patrice up first, and then we're going to check everybody in. Patrice, what's going on with you?
Hey, brother, how are you? Happy Sunday.
Good. I'm doing well. I'm doing happy Sunday.
Yes, happy Sunday, everybody. Salute to the chat. We are ready for another, part two with Terrell. Terrell on our Narcs series. I'm excited. I've been excited about this Narcs series and having these conversations. We've had some awesome guests on here. And as we finalize and going into our final week, on narcissism, we're going to have some exploding conversation. Definitely. But that song and that video, that song by Terrell, man, it speaks volumes. It's called Superstition, and we're going to talk about it with him. When the brother get up here, we're going to talk about what inspired him to write that, and what inspired him to put his ex-narc voice on that song as well, which I thought was a dope idea. So we're gonna have that conversation. So
plus I got a curve, Patrice. I got a curveball for Terrell. I got a curveball for him.
Oh, you got a curveball. You got throw him a curve.
I got a video that I want him to talk about. We got a curveball for him.
Okay, well, I'm sure he's gonna be ready for it.
Terrell is always ready. So but I got a curveball for him. So we're gonna do that, but we'll do it however you want to do it. But first, let's check everybody in, then we bring Terrell up. Okay, first of all,
sounds good.
OG Patrice is in the building. Said greetings and salutations, family. Shout out to OG Patrice, the executive producer of this whole Narc series. So shout out to her, man. Anything you like about this series, man, let her know. You know what I'm saying? Because she's the one that did all the work and put this together. Shout out to OG Patrice. Who else in the building? Diamond Axe is in the building. Shout out to Diamond Axe. Good to have you in the building, my brother, as always. Diamond Axe, there are some female narcissists out there. You think, brother? You think? Yeah, definitely some female narcissists out there, man. But I would think, just being honest, I would think there's more male narcissists out there. When I say more male, I mean more men that are more willing to manipulate, I think, a lot more aggressively than the women. I'm not saying that there aren't no females, but I think the men are just a little bit more aggressive. Who else in the building? Shout out to Von Bryant. Von Bryant's in the building. Greetings, peace, joy, grace, and abundance. Shout out to Von Bryant. That's how you in the room. Shout out to the brother, man. Another soldier for the Lord. The Lord. Who else in the building? Vagoda said, our Jewish brother from Tel Aviv, Israel. Vagoda said, yesterday was my birthday. Happy birthday, brother. Good to have you in the building. I got your email too, Vagoda. I looked at one of the videos. And already I have some concerns, man. so we're gonna hash that out, man. Me and you will have a conversation about that. We will hash that out, man. Who else in the building? Sister Annie's in the building. Excuse me. Y'all got Terrell up there? I'm coming up there. Excuse me. Right? Shout out, Sister Annie. Glad to have you in the building, sis. All right. I think that's everybody that wants to be checked in. Everybody is I guess, yes, Patrice, Terrell is here. You should see him back there. But anyway, we got him ready, you know what I'm saying, to go. I just wanted to check everybody in before we get started. Okay, we're going to bring Terrell up. We're going to bring our special guest up in the building. Here he is, Operation Narc. What is it? Operation Narc Nemesis?
Narc Nemesis. Yes.
Okay, Operation Narc Nemesis. Shout out to brother Terrell Andretti.
What's going on, people?
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on, big brother?
We're doing good. How you doing? Happy Sunday to you.
Happy Sunday.
You know what, man? A lot of times, Terrell, man, people say, yeah, I got music and, I do music and this and that. And then when you listen to them, you're like, Right. But that was
wasn't
some
me,
fire, man. That was some fire you were spitting out there, man. So shout out to you, man. That was some
Appreciate
fire.
it.
I was like, oh, okay, yeah, man. You got that beat, and then on top of that, man, you got a nice little voice to you, man.
I
You know what I'm saying?
appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Shout out to you, man. Yeah, because
I
people.
absolutely enjoyed it. I absolutely love the song because, as a singer myself and a songwriter, lyrics is everything for me. So I listen to the lyrics of the song first.
Cool.
And I want to talk about the song because the song Superstitious is definitely about your relationship or being in a relationship with a narcissistic person. And this is your perspective from your personal experience of being in a relationship with a female narc, and even putting her voicemail message on the song where she was trying to pull you back in with the hoovering, right? So let's
Sure.
have that conversation. First, introduce yourself, tell the audience a little bit about yourself, and then we'll go into what inspired you to write the song.
Okay. Well, how y'all doing? My name is Terrell Andretti. I am a motivational speaker, a life coach, a musician, um, and I'm just, out here slaying narcs, doing what I do.
Right on.
So Terrell, go into the story of even if it segue into a little bit about your relationship with your narc and ending that relationship, and what inspired you to write the song Superstitious and actually putting her voicemail message on that song, trying to hover you back in.
Got you. It's funny because I got that voicemail probably over a year ago, and I just put the song out in March of this year, I believe. I actually had the voicemail on another song that was about the same thing. It just was a different song. But once I put the song together, I felt like it'll go better on this one. I think I was in Vegas at the time, and walking down the strip, nighttime, had the Vegas nightlife going on around me and stuff. And I think the weekend Blinding Lights came on, and I think he actually shot the video for that song in Vegas. And I was like, man, I really want to do something similar to that. So I was riding through Vegas and going through beats and everything, and then that beat came on, and then they had the strip in the background and the lights, and it just created that whole atmosphere. And I thought of the hook first, and then just started saying stuff over and over again, because I didn't write any of this down. Just started saying stuff over and over again, going back over it. And then I got back to Houston probably 2 weeks after that, and I was like, man, I'm finna record this song. And I recorded the song without the voicemail at first, and then I went back and listened to the original song that I had the voicemail on, and I was like, nah, this is gonna go over here. And then I put it out, and it kind of went crazy. Still
Okay.
going crazy.
Yeah, again, as a songwriter myself, like I said, I pay attention to the lyrics. So even at the beginning of the song with her voicemail, which is a hoovering tactic that narcs do, I listened to it, and she was trying to pull you back in, talking about dreams or something, and she had a and about her dreams, and she had a
Yeah,
dream of you, and she's calling to see if you good, and reaching
exactly.
out to you, and oh, if I don't hear back from you and all that. I was like, that's the game. That's the hoovering game, right? Like just trying to throw that little bone out there to see if you're going to bite, right? So see if you're going
Exactly.
to smell it and then lick it and then bite on it, right? And chew it, right? So
Exactly.
I thought that was very clever. But even listening to the content, the rest of the content of the song, the music hit me immediately because I remember that beat from the song. That I wear my sunglasses at night, and then you said that in the verse, and that whole how it came together, how you talk about how you was done with her and how she was trying to pull you back in. I thought that was very, very interesting. So um when you wrote that song,
Hmm.
Were you already out of the relationship with her?
Yeah, this was like I've been gone. Halloween will be 2 years. So
Okay.
this was probably a year and some change. Like I said, I wrote the song, I think in late February. So I was already gone. And that's the original beat, but it was inspired also by, like you said, I think the guy's name is Corey Hart. He made a song called
I wear my sunglasses at night. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember, I think it was from the 80s or early 90s or something like that. Yeah. And I remember the video, watching the video on, VH, either MTV or one of them. And he had the sunglasses and the way you put it together and incorporated it into that song, just made it so dope. And then listening to the lyrics of how a narcissist move and how they pull you in, and now she's gone on to her next supply. And you like bye-bye, because I'm done. You can't come back no more. Like, it's over. I'm done being your supply. You can't pull me in, not even with this hovering that you tried to do with the voicemail. So I thought that was so clever. And I told you, I said, I actually wrote a song about my narcissistic experience, and I still had a recording of a video that he sent me, of things he was trying to say to me to hoover me back in. I was like, that might be dope. I might need to do that too.
Yeah.
So you definitely inspired me.
Thank you. Yeah, because I used it just to, I guess you could say, what they call receipts. Because a lot of people think, okay, well, he just, capitalizing on some content to make on YouTube. So it was more so not trying to embarrass her, but more so to let people know this is a real thing that I went through. These are the things that they'll actually try to do. Like I say, that's not a recording of a random woman that I said, hey, call my phone and say this, that, and the third. No, that's her actual voice. That's the actual person. And that was after several attempts, several pop-ups, and that was kind of like her last resort. And I can tell she ain't never dated an artist before, because you don't leave them voicemails because you're going on something.
Exactly. And they don't understand that artists absolutely write songs based off of their experiences in the relationships, as well as other people experiences in relationships. That's how some of the greatest songs was ever written, off of people's experiences in being in relationships with people, talking about love and breakups and things of that nature. Some of the greatest songs ever was written based off of, artists' experience or people they know experiences. So yeah, definitely have the opportunity to capitalize off your own experience. And I think, especially for men, I will say, if you was ever in a relationship with a female narcissist, a lot of times men are not believed. Exactly. They are just not believed. Just like, men that have been physically abused by women. Like, I think a lot of people think that men cannot be the victim of domestic violence when they absolutely can. And when you have a female narc that is have violent tendencies, she may be sociopathic or psychopathic and have violent tendencies, these type of women wreak havoc on men. So absolutely.
Exactly, because my thing too, like, by writing music about it, like I said, a lot of people look at it from the standpoint that I'm trying to embarrass her. No, it's not even about that. It's about men having a voice to express what's going on with them. Because as men, we're taught to, you got to be strong, you got to hold this in, hold your emotions in, and this, that, and the third. And although I agree to a certain extent, I feel like it's unfair for us to go through things and not be able to express it because we have a stigma on, our gender and our masculine energy and everything like that. And I've even had some dudes come up to me, the most street cats you'll ever see in your life, and they'll tell me, man, you're saying a lot of stuff that I wish I can say, but I don't have the words to say, or if I said it, I'll get made fun of or be crucified for it. But I'm glad you don't care and you're able to, put that out there. So that was one of my main goals for writing this kind of music and putting it into perspective.
Yeah, well, thank you for writing it, because I definitely, just like I know some male narcissists, I absolutely know female narcissists. I had two female narcissist friends. One I'm no longer friends with. That's how
Yeah,
bad and toxic that friendship was, that I had to actually let her go. And the other one is distance. And thank God. I think that's the thing that kind of, separates you from these type of having, close relations with these type of people. One is a covert and the other one was an overt.
yeah,
Like I see the signs of it, and they're not only toxic in relationships with the opposite sex, or even a same sex. It could be a same sex. It could be friendships. It could be family ships, kinships. Their trait has wreaked havoc in all of those forms of any form of relationship that you can have with a person.
for sure, definitely.
Yeah. So let's talk about a little bit more about what you're doing with your music now. You're out there in Houston, Texas, and you out there doing your thing. And what is it with your music that you want to relay out there as far as message wise, as a singer songwriter? Let's talk about a little bit more of your history in the entertainment industry right quick.
Mainly, I guess music to me is a form of expression because it could be something that I have a hard time telling somebody, but it's so easy for me to write a song about it because
Right.
it may sound, I guess, simple. Well, why don't you just tell me? Sometimes it's harder for me to, express those emotions. So I know I can write a song about it. I always tell people, if you want to know what's going on in my life, listen to my music. I'll tell you everything you need to know pretty much. Um, so just really letting, especially men, know that it's okay to be yourself. It's okay to feel. It's okay to go through stuff. It's okay to process emotions. Because I had one time I went into a tattoo shop and we were talking about heartbreak, and every dude in there tried to act like, "Oh, well, I ain't never had my heart broken." It's that I say now
That's that
everybody,
ego and pride, right?
yeah, and it was a bunch of dudes in there or whatever, and I told them, okay, since y'all said that, if you're sitting here telling me you ain't never had your heart broken, I don't trust any of y'all.
Mhm.
If you lie to yourself first, you'll lie to me second.
Yeah,
Good
So
point.
if
good
y'all
point.
sitting here telling me you ain't never had your heart, I don't trust none of y'all because everybody done had their heart broken. The thing is, we conforming to what society is saying what a man is supposed to be as far as having their heart broken and you being soft and all this or whatever
Right.
it is. So,
Men don't cry,
yeah,
men
exactly.
don't cry. You just keep it moving and keep working. And as an artist, I definitely agree with you, because there's this saying that art imitates life. And I think for artists, as an artist myself, I think our life is imitated by our art, because I've come to realize that I'm kind of like a mood writer. If I'm in a sad mood, I might write a sad song. If I'm feeling melancholy, I'll write a melancholy song. If I'm feeling happy, I'll write a happy song. I noticed that about myself, but I also notice, and let me know if you agree with this,
Mm-hmm.
is writing songs has been also therapy for you,
For,
therapeutic?
for sure, because we can look at the closure aspect of narcissism. A lot of us never got any closure. And there was a lot of things that I wanted to say to her that I
Hmm.
knew would go in one ear and out the other. So by me writing songs, I can say what I need to say without the disappointment of not hearing what I want to hear back. So it's very therapeutic because I can get that off of my chest without it being projected back to me, without it being without me being
Without you being gaslit. Yeah,
exact.
exactly.
It helps out a lot because I can get all that stuff off of my chest without the backlash from her or her not understanding, quote unquote. So it's definitely been therapeutic.
Okay. I agree with that. I definitely think that artists that have creative juices is the way, you know, your mind flow, the way the thought process is, because that's where it starts first, with a thought process. And you may hear a melody or whatever, you may hum it, however you know how you do your thing when you're writing. Like you said, you heard your hook first. I've been in that situation where I've heard the hook first and ain't got not damn verse. You know, you just hear a hook, and it just and I hum the hook. I put it in my phone and record it so I won't forget it, and then I write around the hook. And then there's been times when I have wrote the verses and ain't got the hook yet. So it's different forms and different ways as an artist that you can definitely be creative in writing songs.
For sure, definitely.
Bro Clarence, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just letting you guys get started, because you know how I do. I'll just Terrell. I would just pepper Terrell with questions. So I was trying to let you guys get it in. All right, Terrell, listening to your song. Now, Patrice, I don't know what's wrong with Patrice. Patrice got ears. She can hear everything, right? I'm going to listen to the song in the beginning, and I could hear the lady's voice, but I don't know what she's actually saying. Gotcha. Could you tell us what was actually being said and how it relates to the entire song?
She basically said, "Hey, how you doing?" She told on herself in the beginning, "I know you probably don't want to hear from me. You damn right."
Exactly.
Because I've been ignoring it for only 6 months, so you know, hey, did know. I know you don't want to hear from me, but she said she had a dream about me or something like that, which is one of their favorite hoovering tactics as well.
Okay, we're gonna come back there. Put a pin in that, y'all. We're gonna come back to the dream. Sure. Okay, go ahead, Terrell.
And she said that because she was trying to connect that with a previous memory. So remember that part too. She said dream because we had several conversations about her having dreams. So she was
right.
And that was in the love bombing stage.
Okay.
So she was trying to connect my thought process with the version of her in the beginning. Okay. So that was supposed to ignite my interest and make me think was an awesome person in the beginning. I remember when she had the dreams the first time.
Right.
And she said something else, I think, about, you know, if I don't hear from you, which she knows she's not, take care of yourself and all of that. So that's that farewell. I call it farewell guilt. Like, people say stuff like that, take care, goodbye, so long, and all that good stuff to connect, trying to put in the words correctly, to connect, you might not ever hear from them again. You know, right. So that'll put you in a panic, like, well, damn, they said goodbye or they said farewell. What if they don't call again? What if they don't? So it's meant to put me in a panic.
Okay.
But it didn't, because I'd already been doing the research, been studying narcissism. I don't think I was too deep into my channel at the time. Because like I said, I got the voicemail over a year ago.
Okay.
I wrote the song this year. So it kind of connected together. So basically just trying to trigger a response out of me.
I was getting ready to ask you that, Terrell. Did you get triggered at all?
I did.
I'm so glad you admitted that, because after all my time and almost a year, getting that phone call triggered me for sure. So I think that that's definitely something that we need to be real about, right? When you experience being in a relationship with a narcissist, I'm glad that you actually was really honest about that, because you said it had only been maybe like 6 months or something had went by.
Yeah. At the time I got that message, it was probably about 6 months.
Okay.
And I think I was in Wyoming at the time. I had stopped through a way station. I had to get out to go show them my paperwork and things of that nature. And I left my phone in the truck. I get back to the truck and I got a missed call from her. Because at this time I had blocked her on social media, but I hadn't blocked the number. I wasn't ready to. And she left a voicemail, of course, and I listened to it. And because I'm glad it happened that way, because how I was feeling at that time, if I would have been in the truck when she called, I think I would have answered at that time. So I'm glad I wasn't in the truck, because I would have answered. And I listened to the voicemail, and I was laughing at first, but the laughter quickly turned into tears.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. And, you know, I processed it, and I held on to it, because I was like, you made me cry, so I got something for you. I ain't know what I was going to put it on. I said, I got something for you. That wasn't the only voicemail she sent me. She left me others. They just weren't as long. And I have other songs that have voicemails in them, but they're not as long. I have a song called Razors as well. It's a alternative rock song, and it has a very short voicemail at the beginning and the end, and it's of her saying she's sorry. If you listen very closely, you can hear it. And then I have another song called The Boogeyman, where she leaves a short message too. I forgot what it says at the moment, but it's on there too. So if you listen very carefully throughout these songs, you can hear little snippets of her voicemails. But Superstition just has the longest, most distinct voicemail.
Right. And I did notice that you right. She said when she's talking about she had a dream about you, she also said, and you know how I am about my dreams. They have a way of, and again, you are absolutely right. She was trying to take you back to the memory in the beginning of when it was good, so you can think that when everything was good between you all, maybe you will fall back into that and let her come back in, only to do the same thing to you over and over again. So there's a moment in time with narcissists that they think, because that love bombing phase was not who they truly are. That was to reel you in. So she wanted to bring you back to the love bombing phase, so you can attach those feelings for her back to that, so you can let her back in, and then she can pull you back in again, and then repeat the same cycle. It's wash, rinse, repeat. Wash, rinse, repeat. That's what it is with narcissistic people.
And then I know she wanted revenge too, because remember, I left. So I'm number one on her hit list. Like, I got to get him back. So I know that was a big thing for her too. Like, I'm not letting him get away with what he did to me, quote unquote. So I knew better than to go back. You know, even if I would have answered the phone or whatever, I knew not to engage in that situation as far as, you know, trying to meet up or trying to reconcile or nothing like that, because I know that they're headstrong as far as revenge is, and I'm like, nah, I got you, so I'm gonna stay with you got. So, you know, I'm not get your lick back. So
there's definitely that is absolutely the truth about narcissistic people. They'll hover and stalk and try to reel you back in, just so that they can get revenge off of you, because they cannot stand rejection, or the fact that if you are the one that quit them, that bothers them, that does something to their very core being. And if you let them go, they'll literally try to get back, just so, like he said, they can get their lick back and say, now I got you back, now I'm out. Exactly. To do something to you over again, you know, hurt you over again, just to be able to say, now I want to be the one to be in control, because it's all about control with narcissists. Sure. It's all about control. They want to control all the narratives in the relationship, and they want to control reeling you back in, so they can control letting you down.
Exactly.
All right, y'all. Let's let me get back to Leon. I mean, keep saying Leon. I mean Terrell. Let me get back to Terrell, because Leon don't sing, right? Terrell's the only one that's singing around here, right?
Yeah, Terrell's the singer. He's the artist.
Real music. And by the way, we got to give out all of Terrell's places where you can get Terrell's music, man. If you guys get a chance, get out there and go out there and pick up Terrell's music, man, and check him out, man. He's a real deal, just like your brother Eric. But Terrell, I wanted to ask you, Okay, so we were talking about the dreams, and I agree with Patrice. I think that it's a ploy to get you take you back to the beginning when everything was good, to the honeymoon phase, right? Of the beginning of the initial contact, right? So, but I wanted to talk about, from your perspective, why do you think that the dreams are so like she went to, okay, I'm gonna go to the dream? Because in my opinion, there's a reason why she didn't just say I was thinking this. She said this is a dream. To me, there's a very specific reason why she did that. But I want your opinion of why she did that. She went to the dream instead of saying, "Hey, I've been thinking about you, Terrell, and this is what instead of saying, "Hey, I had a dream about you."
Yeah.
Now, in your opinion, man, why did she do that instead of just saying, "I was thinking about you"?
I mean, she probably wanted to associate it with, I guess, you saying you're thinking about somebody. You can be walking down the street and randomly think of an ex or a family member or something. By seeing an object, smelling something, whatever can ignite your memory. But they know if you say dream, it seems more obsessive and personal.
Okay.
So you'll take it more sincerely if somebody, man, I've been dreaming about you. It's more of a cerebral thing versus just randomly saying, oh, I thought about you the other day. Because you go on your day-to-day life and randomly think of somebody. But if you go to sleep and you dream of somebody, that means they've been occupying either your subconscious or your consciousness. So it was more to, I guess, put an exclamation point on how much she wanted me to think the sincerity of her thinking about me was. So I think she was trying to, dress it up a little bit more than, okay, well, I really need to reel him in because the basics ain't working on him. I really need to put a little sauce on whatever I'm telling you.
Right.
Not going for it. So I think that was just her desperation attempt of trying to add some severity to, oh, I miss you, I really miss you, or whatever. So I think that's more so what it was.
Agreed. Also, to add to that, I just think that people, when they mention dreams, they typically are, like you said, it's more cerebral, but typically it's the unconscious. It's the unconscious mind being involved with it, meaning that they're not making decisions at this point, because in the unconscious mind, you don't really make decisions. Your desires will run free in your your unconscious mind, your subconscious rather. Your desires run free. They don't get checked. They don't get checked until they hit the conscious mind. You say, wait a minute, I can't do that, right?
Yeah.
I can't go back to this girl. This girl waiting to drop that. She got the anvil like Wile E. Coyote waiting to drop it on me, man. No, I can't go back. She said she's talking nice and everything. She's just like a Wile E. Coyote. Got the bird seed right there, right? But he got the anvil right over, waiting to drop it on the Roadrunner, right? So I can't go back to that situation, right? But in her mind, she trying to plant the seed in your mind that she's such at a loss by not having you that now it's subconsciously she's having to deal with the subconscious ramifications of that. And if you would come back, she may get a healing. So why don't you just come back? In my opinion, that's what it's. These are subtle things. Now she obviously not saying this stuff to you, right? Oh, please come back, Terrell. I just
because
I
they
just miss
get
you so
pride
much.
too.
Oh yeah, exactly right.
Begging.
The pride.
Yeah, they got pride too, so they got to beg without begging. So
there you go. Now explain that, Terrell. Explain that.
Because a lot of them, like, they have big pride and big egos, so
agreed.
They'll orchestrate a sentence to where I'm begging you, but not to the naked.
I'm not saying please, baby, please.
Yeah, I'm not saying please, but please come back. So that was a good point you made. That's basically what it is. I gotta let him know I'm suffering without letting him know I need him to come back, but I don't want to, you know, put a dent in my ego, so to speak.
And I think female narcissists, the difference with them, and let me know if you agree with this, Terrell. We tend, females tend to use their sexuality. They tend to use their sex appeal. They tend to use, their bodies. They tend to use what they know you like about them. You think is sexy or sensuous or romantic or passionate about them. They would use that totally against a male to their advantage to stalk and hover you and to try to draw you back in. And I could just tell as a woman, just from that voicemail, that she actually absolutely was using that, to try to reel you back in. I can tell, Terrell, as a woman, that she's had that conversation or sounded that way with you as a woman to reel you back in with the sex appeal, with her voice and the way she said it. And you know how I am about my dreams. And I listen, that's that feet. Listen, I'm a female. I caught it. I caught it right off the bat. She was definitely working that feminism, sex appeal on you in that voicemail. And that's the first thing that I dissected in your song. So yeah, absolutely.
And I was like, I'm glad you made it sound like that so the song can sound sexy. But I'm like, I appreciate you dressing it up for me, but I'm like, that ain't you. Because now it's trying to sound like little Mariah Carey and all that. I say, last time I talked to you, you sounded like 50 Cent, Tupac. So that ain't you, lady.
Right. I 100% agree, because I got a saying that I got a hot voicemail from my ex-narc, and then I got that cold, calculating, cunning, conniving, manipulative, vulgar a voicemail. I got 2 voicemails actually from him. And that is the night and the day. That's the difference. The Dr. Jekyll and the Mr. Hyde, that they totally turn into somebody else. So I agree with you 100%.
Exactly.
All right, y'all. Can we take a break? I want to continue to talk about Terrell's music and how his experience with the narcissist affected his music. I definitely want to finish up with that, but I want to take a little break, y'all, because I want to get Terrell's opinion on these 7 most common narcissistic traits and see if he had experienced any of this stuff.
Say female, because make sure you being specific. It's female narcissist.
Female narcissist. Look at Terrell. Yes. Terrell ain't gonna deal with nobody but no female. So
I'm just saying. But the title says the 7 most common female narcissistic traits.
Yeah.
Thank you, Patrice. And that's why you got to have a good woman around, man. Keep you straight. All right.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Terrell.
No, I was just saying, I think I've ran into another one too, but I let that come up.
Recently? Okay, we got to talk about
it. Yeah, you open up a can of worms for yourself,
Terrell,
brother.
I just want to say one thing. In the end, I hope you ran. I don't hope you walked away. I hope you ran away.
See, I don't know yet. I don't know if it's my paranoia, but I don't like it, so I kind of distance myself. So
okay.
Wow. Okay, we're gonna look at the 7 most common. Doesn't mean these ain't the only traits, but these are the most common female narcissistic traits, according to this person here. All right, so let's take a look at this and let's get Terrell's version on 7 common traits of a female narcissist. Here we go.
Common female narcissistic traits. And I think this is a really important video to discuss so we can get into it, explore it, because most people, when they hear narcissism or narcissistic traits, they attribute it to males. But there are specific aspects of females that exhibit narcissistic traits, but often we're surprised by it. So maybe you'll be surprised by some of the stuff I'm going to talk about in this video. So let's talk about female narcissists. Now, you may wonder if you're a female narcissist or if you're living with one. Now, let me help you out. And I'm going to provide some information for you to help you understand how to figure this out. Now, of course, this is not a clinical disorder. Female narcissist is not a clinical disorder. So we don't want to diagnose someone else or even ourselves. Now we're going to talk about narcissism, narcissistic personality disorder, and traits associated with it. But the point of this video is not for you to diagnose yourself, okay? But it's for you to build insight. Diagnosis should only be derived from a mental health professional. All right, now that we got that out of the way, narcissism is a personality disorder that has been the subject of many studies, discussions, breakups, estranged families, and so on. Movies, all kinds of stuff. Impact of female narcissism on relationships. Now, these traits can lead to a host of problems in relationships, including infidelity, financial abuse, and manipulation. So we're going to explore the impact of female narcissism on relationships, and I'm going to provide insights into how to identify and cope with such behavior when you see this stuff. So grab a cup of coffee and join me as we dive right into the world of female narcissism and its impact on relationships. Now, there might be periods throughout this video where you're like, wait, that's the same as men. That's true. But the illustration and the presentation that we see in females that have narcissism or narcissistic personality disorder is different. And that's what we're focusing on. So let's break down those 7 narcissistic traits. First, we're going to talk about appearance. Now, most females tend to be obsessed with their appearance, sometimes resulting in numerous plastic surgeries. Now, a female narcissist is good at marketing herself, being the most charming person in the room, right? And you can't take that away from her because she craves attention. If you try to get in between her need for attention and recognition of that appearance, that's where you could cause a narcissistic wound. That's where she could push back. That's where she become aggressive. That's where.
All right. Okay, Terrell. Did you experience that ever? Did you ever see that going on when you were dealing with the narcissist you were dealing with?
Not
alleged narcissist.
Not just at first. Of course, you know, she got all did up and all that stuff, but it didn't get extreme until I guess you could say that mask started slipping. Because at first it was like, oh, well, is this too revealing and this, that, and the third? And I'm like, okay, well, she got some sense. You know, she conscious about, you know, being too revealing or whatever. But as we got further into the relationship, she started dressing like shit. We going to the BET Awards. I'm like, okay, what happened to all that? Is this, you know, too revealing? But I noticed too, that's when they're looking for more attention. So I was peeping it, but I didn't say too much. I just took my mental notes. But that is definitely a thing that they do. She just hid it better in the beginning.
I would agree. My girlfriend, she was obsessed with her looks. She had what is it, gastric bypass, because she was heavier. So she lost all the weight. And then she had a bunch of other alternative surgeries to, you know, put her shape together. And then she had this regimen that she would do because she was a lighter tone and she actually wanted to be darker skinned. So she would put this oil on her skin and she every day, and she would go, this was a regimen, and she would go and sit out in the sun to get her skin to get her skin dark and her tone darkened. She was so obsessed with how she looked and how the appearance of other people looked. And the thing that I agree with, this guy she spent tens of thousands of dollars on all these different types of surgeries that she had because she was so vain about how she looked. So they absolutely can become very obsessed with how they look, how they dress, and all of that. And by her being wealthy, my girlfriend, she was wealthy. I told y'all she had a famous mother. Her mother was a famous singer. So if I told you who her mother was, you know who she is. So I can't reveal that. But she was, and this is the one that she was a covert, but she was so obsessed with her look and her weight, and she spent probably hundreds of thousands of dollars on just changing her whole appearance. And she always was so obsessed in the mirror, cared about how people thought about her, looked at her, and she would get so jealous if we were together and somebody else gave me a compliment and didn't give her one. Oh my God, I don't understand how saying you look good and I look just as good today, like that type of stuff. And I just used to peep her and I'm like, oh man, like she's truly, they're very vain about their looks. So I would definitely agree. That's definitely a telltale sign, a trait
For sure.
there.
Definitely.
All right, y'all. Let's get back to the good doctor. He's telling us. So first trait we saw is they into their appearance, right? Mm-hmm. So why are they into their appearance so much? Why? Well, one reason could be is because they know it's just like all right, we're gonna get a little. You guys got kids in the room. Maybe one way to slide the kids out the room for a minute, right?
Oh yeah, we didn't put up the trigger warnings. If this is triggering to anybody, we ask that you please use discretion. And
Yes.
I will also say we will put up the disclaimer that I know me and brother Clarence, we are not medical advisors. We are not psychologists, psychiatrists, psychotherapists, therapists, counselors, none of that. So this is for educational purposes only.
Terrell is the one with the degrees.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I got a license.
He got a license and a degree. The School of Hard Knocks. All right. So now, so it reminds me of a lot of times where men are the same way. A lot of times where they really don't have nothing going on except their sexual prowess, right? So so that's what they make sure that they maintain a certain level of sexual prowess, so that if they have an issue, they can attack it by raising the level of sexual prowess that they are putting on the woman, right? Well, I think females do the same thing. Narcissists, they do it as raising sexual tension as well. But I think they have another advantage by being able to have their attractiveness bring them the attention that they're looking for, and when they see that they're getting closer. Because I think Leon, we had another brother that came over here that deals with narcissists, that he was himself a narcissist to other people, but he was saying that the narcissists, they know that the end is coming, so they prepare for it, and they start preparing for, okay, well, now I need to start getting attention from other people because I know sooner or later the bottom's going to drop out on this situation. And so they will use their appearance to start trying to get attention.
Appeal to the new supply.
Yeah, because they know eventually Terrell is going to say, man, this don't make no sense. Wait a minute. You said you care about me, but you a half hour late with no logical explanation. What's going on? Right? They know eventually going to start adding everything up, connecting all the dots, and you're going to say, no, this ain't for me. Right? So that's one opinion of why they're so into their looks as far as being a narcissist. They know they can hold on to you, especially if they know you like something about their looks, right? You like how they paint their fingernail, you like how they
give them a compliment,
like how they have their hair, right? They know that you like that, they can keep that hook in your mouth.
Yeah, especially if you give them a compliment. They're very vain. They're very vain, but they're very insecure too about their looks. So I'll just throw that out there as well.
Miss She said, please, even ugly chicks. Oh man, Miss She said, we don't use the word ugly. We see you. We use not getting as much attention. How about that, Miss She said?
Who taught these women
said, please,
that they
even ugly chicks want all attention? Damn. Shout out to Miss She said. Shout out to Miss She said. All right, y'all, we're gonna continue. Everybody good?
We good.
We're gonna continue with the good doctor. All right, here we go.
Where she could start making fun of you in front of other people, perhaps people she just met. Remember that the disorder part of narcissism, that narcissistic personality disorder, is when you don't get along with folks, when it's disruptive to relationships. So if you have your narcissistic female and she's in a group of folks, right? She's impressing them with her new outfit and how she looks, and they're all like, wow, she really has it together. And you show up and you're just, coming along, seeing everybody's chit-chatting about things like that. And as you come up, you are dressed in, let's say, an even nicer suit, or you get the same attention that the female narcissist just did, right? And you have this nice pantsuit on, or you got this nice suit on, or you got this nice jacket, dress, shirt, blouse, I don't know, whatever it is. right? And then the group turns and says, oh, that's nice, that's nice. You're taking away her spotlight. And you have to pay for that, because that could become the narcissistic wound. That could be that problematic component. And that's why appearance is so central to the female narcissist, that they need to be recognized. And that the plastic surgeries, you don't see that in men as much. You don't see as many plastic surgeries in males with narcissistic personality disorder as you do in females. I'm not saying it doesn't happen for males, but it's different for females. And there's also this tendency of jealousy, this intense jealousy that you'll see in narcissistic females that are often associated or highly connected to their appearance. So we see that they certainly.
Okay.
Yeah, I just said
Miss,
that. I literally just said
that. We get you, Miss. She said. Miss, she said, "No, okay, now watch." Miss, she said, "Now we got to watch the Hair Tribe, because the Hair Tribe's going to do a thing on ugly women, right?" Oh, Miss, she said. Miss, she said, "God, you guys, man, if you haven't already subscribed to the Harris Tribe, get on over and subscribe to the Harris Tribe, man. They do good work over there." All right, let's see. Terrell. Is the jealousy off the hook, man? You got to tell us, man, because we know male narcs, they are very jealous, but female narcs, do they get very jealous?
Man, this lady was out of control.
I knew he was gonna say that.
Like I said, she's gorgeous. All that, I can't take that away from her. But like, I think of myself as a strapping, handsome young man myself.
Right on.
Work out, take care of myself. I dress nice, all that stuff. And we would go places, like out to dinner, whatever the case is. And I'm really observant, very observant. And I'm looking at her, looking at other people that are looking at me. And just, and I know that sounds crazy, but
it does, man.
No, to me it doesn't.
Yeah,
if you're a very observant person, it doesn't.
Exactly. Like, you'll sit there and think I'm not having a good time. I'm really just reading the room while I'm in there. I've always been like that. That's probably something I'll never grow out of. And that's how I've survived all these 32 years, being observant. So I'm looking at other women that I know are looking at me, or even guys, because if you got some nice stuff on, if you a real dude, that's some bad pair of shoes he got on, or some bad boots or whatever. I wonder where he got them from, or whatever the case. And I dress a little different anyway. You know what I'm saying? If y'all ever seen me dress up, I wear the hats, the vests, and the boots, the Rick James, whatever you want to call it, leather jackets and all that. So I'm automatically command attention when I walk through the room. Plus, I'm 6'4", about 310.
Wow.
So I'm gonna get attention when I walk in the room.
Definitely.
And I'm just noticing her looking at people that are looking at me, and you can tell like her mood changes. And she'll say something as along the lines of, "Oh, well, I think you need to cut your beard. It's a little too long." Where did that even come from? And I'm laughing it off, because stuff like that don't really bother me. Or she'll say something like, "Well, you're the only one dressed like that in here. So, I think you need to dress down a little bit next time. You act like we're going to the award shows," or something like that. Just something stupid to kind of make me feel bad for dressing the way that I dress. And that's really because I can tell she's used to being the eye candy in her relationship.
Yeah, good point. And that's why I'm going. Okay.
It's not saying that you're not gonna get some looks, but it's some more eye candy in here. It's about 300 plus pounds of eye candy standing next to you. You have to share a little bit of the room.
Terrell. I keep saying Leah. Terrell. Mm-hmm. Terrell. Okay, so I got a question for you, because Black Man Unfiltered. Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered, by the way. Go over there and subscribe to Black Man Unfiltered. But he asked a question: a woman who looks like a 2 wants the attention of a woman who looks like a 10, right? Mm-hmm. So my question to you is, would she be just as upset as you for getting female attention? For example, from like the type of woman, like maybe a 5 or a 6. See, I don't really use these number scales, but I'm trying to do it in a way where like a lot of people do that, where women that consider themselves at a higher level of beauty appearance, she's mad at you because you're getting their attention, as opposed to maybe she wouldn't care as much if it was a lower level of a beauty appearance person giving you attention. Do you think that made a difference, or just it was the attention period?
It was really the attention period. Like,
okay.
From anybody. It could be from a waitress. It could be somebody looks as good as her.
Right.
But it really just ego being involved. If it was another 10, I can tell that it bothered her worse, because subconsciously that'll tell her, okay, well, if I think she looks better than me and she likes him, what does that say about me? You know what I'm saying? So there was a difference, but then anybody who looked at me, she had an issue with. Like I
was gonna say that. And Terrell, would you agree? Don't let another female give you a compliment. Oh my God. Or don't let you give another female a compliment. Say like, "Oh, that's a nice dress" or something in front of her. Like she's gonna flip it. Like, yeah. Talk about that.
If a woman gave me a compliment, I'm already ready to go home. I know she's finna milk that, and she's finna drag it, and she gonna swear I know this lady from somewhere. We done been together. That's one of my exes or something like that. So I used to pray nobody complimented me. Like, please don't.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Nothing about my jacket. Don't say nothing. Matter of fact, I'm taking the jacket out. Now I'm gonna keep it back on because I went to the gym.
Wow.
It was like that. Like any kind of attention, she had to basically, I guess she called it putting it in check. Like, nah, you're not gonna be getting no compliments around here. And just out of respect, if I'm out with a young lady, whether we're serious dating or whatever, I'm not gonna compliment another woman in front of her. Unless I'm just petty and you did something and I want to, other than that, I don't do that. That's just me.
Right, but like in a way, say if it was a relatives, I've seen that happen even with a narc. Like they would get mad if you would compliment a relative or your daughter or your mother or something in front of them. They would actually have a problem with that. So that's why I flipped it the other way and said, don't let no female compliment you in front of her, because you're gonna be fighting all night on the way home, in the car, in the bed, and get up the next morning. You still have to.
Heck, if I get a compliment, I want my food to go. Let's go.
Wow, man. So you're gonna actually pay for somebody thinking that you took the time to make sure you were going to look nice, so that you represented yourself and the person you with in a decent way, in a nice way, and because you took the time to do that, and somebody else complimented you on it, you're gonna pay for it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's flip this around, Terrell. So let's flip this around.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be upset if your lady got all dressed up and she went out, you went out somewhere, and the waiter said, "My God, miss, that is a beautiful dress you have on. I just wanted to share that with you." Are you going to be like, "Hey, fool," you're going to go to the Mr. T automatically, right? "Hey, fool, you never say nothing about my mama's dress." Right?
I'm not that kind of guy. As long as it was done in a respectful manner.
Agreed.
There's a way to do things, and how you do one thing is how you do everything. So if he was respectful, like, man, no disrespect, but she looks really nice tonight, or y'all look great together. No
right. Terrell, let me ask you, because by you being an artist, did she have an issue? Because I know you had to have admirers that were female, that liked your music, that maybe after a show wanted to meet you, get an autograph, take a picture. Did she have an issue with that, being a female narc? Like, be real. Let's talk about it.
Yes, he did, because I'll get off stage and, people want to tell you about your performance and how well you did or whatever. And majority of my fan base is women. So of course they want to take pictures, they want me to sign stuff, they want to talk, they just want to be social. And the places she did attend with me, where we were with, and she'll see like female attention or whatever, and you can tell like she wasn't aggressive, but she was more passive. I could see her energy change, and I could see like the facial expression, and I'd be like, okay, I gotta wrap this up because here she go. The mood change. Argue with her and nothing like that. So that'll kind of that did play a factor in like her response.
Yeah, and that's the sad part to me, that being in a relationship with a narcissistic person, you literally have to change who you are
Mhm.
to for them in,
Yeah.
in certain aspects, because they are jealous and insecure people, and a lot of times the things that they are accusing you of are actually the things that they're doing or going to do. They will flip it back on you. So their insecurities and their jealousy of other people is a reflection of who they really are. So they want you to numb yourself down for them. That's another control tactic that narcissistic people do. Would you agree with that, Terrell?
Most definitely. That's another reason like I try to stay single, because, and I'm not saying every woman is going to do that. It just causes less confusion and less um drama for the type of environment that I'm in and the career that I'm choosing to go after, because it's a lot of that goes on with that. So,
But Terrell, you do know as an artist, and you do know that being in a healthy relationship with a woman or a man, it could be the opposite way. But since I'm talking to you, you do know that being in a healthy relationship with someone does not mean you have to change who you are and narrow and numb yourself down to fit the narrative that they want to fit you. Because if you ever meet another beautiful sister, right?
mhm.
She's going to have to understand that you are an artist. There are going to be times in your life where you're going to have to socialize with your fans, right? These are people that are buying your music, watching your videos, supporting you. You cannot be, you're going to be in that light. So you need to be with a woman that's going to understand it and be secure within who she is, be secure within the relationship, to say, hey, at the end of the day, this is my man or my husband or whatever, and I know he's going on with me. I understand that he has these groupies or these fans or whatever you want to call them, and they may have something in the back of their head or whatever, but as long as they're not disrespecting you, and you're not disrespecting her, because you're doing this, if she's in presence where this is happening, you're doing this in front of her. So it's not like you're trying to hide anything, and you're being very respectful of her and the relationship. So artists have to be in relationships with people that understands that game and is very secure within themselves and in that relationship, not jealous people, because we all got a little streak of jealousy in us. But I mean, when
Sure.
it comes to the part where you so insecure that you get to point you can't even, like, you can't go to no shows with me no more. Like, I don't even want you
Yeah.
there. I don't want you for none of my performances, because it's always gonna be a big thing. You always clown, you always embarrass me. I gotta argue with you in public. Like, that is not the relationship for you. That is not the relationship that especially an artist need to be in. Would you agree with that?
Nah, most definitely. I do agree. It's just been easier not to not to deal with nobody. I know it's healthy relationships out there. It's just because like when I get in a relationship, I don't just instantly tell them that I'm an artist. I let them find out, and then when they bring it to me, then I'll dive into it, because I don't want that to come off as I'm selling myself to that woman. So I'd rather her go do her research, which I know women do. When they get your number, they going to look you up. That's all
Oh
the
yeah.
time. And I'm cool with that. And then when they bring that back to me, I let them know, yeah, I do this, that, and the third. And, you know, I give them the option to deal with it or not. But what I found out is everybody's cool with it until they have to deal with it. Like,
exactly.
Oh, that and this, that, and the third. I know you might. All right, hold my beer and we're going to see how this goes.
They can actually admire it and like, oh my God, you're an artist and you do this type of music and I love that. And okay, of course I want to come to your show and support you. I want to be there and support you like I love what you do. Oh my God, I love music. You an artist, you write, you sing. And then they get to that show.
And they, this for real.
Those panties come flying on the stage. They go, wait a minute, Terrell. Hold on. I think you should just, hey, get off of Spotify, get off of all of that stuff, get off on it. Yeah. You need to just go dig ditches. Yeah. I mean, Terrell, go dig ditches. You don't want to be out here we're getting all this attention, right?
Why she gotta look at you that way? And why she always don't let her be competition for your ex. Like she look nice, she dressed sexy, because that's your ex, you know what I'm saying? And women are insecure, especially narcissistic women. They are already insecure about themselves anyway. And if it's another beautiful woman that's coming up to your man and, hey, may I take a picture with you? I bought your CD or whatever, and I love your music. Do you mind autographing it? And she looking good too. Oh yeah, then she gonna have a problem with that. Absolutely.
That's why I wear sunshades. But nothing.
Let's get to the other traits. Let's get to the other traits.
Well, I got one other question for Terrell.
Sure.
All right, Terrell. So like we were talking about this when we start noticing this insecurity, because I think that is one of the big drivers of narcissistic people is the what do you call that? The man, with the insecurity. That's one of the things that's driving them. Now, the problem for the other person is it's difficult to see that the insecurity up front, because either the love bombing or they playing it cool or whatever. So my question to you, Terrell, is what can be done to try to see, or how do you keep your eyes open enough to see some of this insecurity coming out?
Man, you got to operate outside of your emotions, especially as a man, like, because we'll get in the mindset of, oh, is she going crazy over me? That's cute, or that's sexy, or whatever. And that's cool to a certain extent. But when it becomes to where it's like damaging your purpose and damaging your self-esteem, see, when you operate inside of your emotions, and I'm not saying don't be emotional, but you have to use logic when logic is due.
Right.
You have to just realize, okay, well, it's cute or whatever. It might be a little turn on that show that she's interested or whatever, but is it to the point where I can't breathe? Is it to the point where I can't be myself? Is it to the point where I'm paranoid or anxious to go do what I normally do?
Right.
Not doing anything wrong. So you have to just, I guess, operate outside of how you feel about that person, because how you feel about somebody will keep you from disciplining, and you know what I'm saying, when it needs to be done.
Good point. Okay, one last thing is I don't know if the audience is going to want to ask you some questions, Terrell. So if is that okay if we save a little time so they can ask you some questions? Okay, so let's get back to the good doctor, and let's see what else we got on the table here.
They want to be recognized for their appearance, right? They want that attention to what they're wearing and their makeup and their hair and all this other stuff. And when they don't get it, then they get jealous. Remember, you just walked up to that group of other females, right, who noticed what you're wearing. And now she's jealous of you. And that could be part of what incurred the narcissistic wound. So now she has to make you pay for it. And she can embarrass you in front of others or make you cry or point out something that might be awkward about you. Even if it's not, she may still point it out to shame you, make you feel small. So appearance. So let's go on to our next one. Seduction. Now, your female narcissists use their bodies to allure a mate. Now, this can sometimes be seen in provocative clothing, but it's different from histrionic personality disorder. Your histrionic personality disorder individuals, they're continually wearing inappropriate, revealing clothing, whereas a narcissist does it selectively for a specific person or to accomplish a goal. So it's almost like they're trying to hit this target, right? They're trying to identify this individual. And narcissists, whether male or female, usually will identify others, object of high value. That could be monetary. It could be attractiveness. It could be access to particular resources or clubs or bars or cars or whatever it is, some status level. And they'll use that seduction on that identified object of high value as they want to attach to that object of high value. So you see that where histrionic personality disorder individual typically doesn't do that. What that individual does is they will draw attention to themselves in a very dramatic way, in a very over-the-top way, whether it's using a lot of swear words, curse words, using very revealing clothing, or being very seductive, being flirtatious and coquettish and, that kind of thing, right? Touching your arm, right? When you say a funny joke, right? Like that. You get what I'm saying. You get it. And so that seduction component. Now, female narcissists, they tend to lack this ability to process shame. They have difficulty apologizing even when they're overtly found guilty.
All right. Well, hold on.
Particularly if it is in front of or anywhere in eyesight or earshot of that identified high status object.
All right, y'all. What do you think, Terrell? What do you think? Have you noticed this stuff in the narcissist that you were dealing with, the alleged narcissist that you were dealing with? Did you notice that they had an issue with seduction, where they were trying to use the seduction? Well, you said in the video that in the what do you call that, the voicemail, that may have been a part of the voicemail, right, with the seduction piece. But do they have difficulty apologizing when they found guilty? Hands red as hell, right?
Yeah. They will only apologize if it's beneficial to their agenda.
Agreed.
It's not sincere either. Like, because that was one thing that kind of, I guess, gravitated me towards her in the beginning, was her ability to apologize for certain situations. But as I got deeper into the transaction, I figured out that the reason she was apologizing was she wasn't done getting supply out of me. So she needed, okay, well, I know if I want to keep dealing with him, I got to apologize to him. Or a half apology or whatever. Like, she'll try to, oh, well, I'm sorry you feel that way. Notice, I'm sorry you feel that way. Not, I'm sorry for making you feel that way. I'm sorry that you feel
good point,
that I disrespected you, or, that, whatever the case was, or certain ways that they word their apologies, you could tell it's not sincere. But if they apologize, there's always an ulterior motive behind it. It's never sincere. It's never for what they've done. It's really, I'm sorry you caught me. That's basically what apologizing for. But yeah,
I agree too, Terrell. And also, like you said, though, if it benefits them, and the way they pay attention to the way people apologize to you, because if they truly mean it, they're just going to say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you, or I'm sorry, I hurt you. They're not going to say if they put if I made you feel that way, then I'm sorry. I just told you made me feel that way. So it's not an if.
Exactly.
So you pay attention to the way people apologize to you, like he said. Well, if I made you feel that way, or if I did this, or if this did that, or made you think that, I didn't. It's just apology is, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, because you apology.
I hurt you, and I'm sorry.
Yeah,
not the ifs, ands, or buts in there.
Exactly. Apology. You want to make sure they're owning up to the behavior and also changing it.
Good point.
Hey, said I hurt
Change
you.
behavior.
I'm sorry that I hurt you. Not I'm sorry if I hurt. No,
If I hurt you, right.
That you hurt me. I'm sorry that I hurt you. There's the ownership. If they're not taking ownership of the offense that they've done against you, you got to kind of keep your eye on that person and then the change behavior. Me personally, I don't like apologies. Apologies actually make me angry. Maybe that's something I need to work on, but I hate apologies. Make me so mad.
Why, Terrell? Why?
Yeah, tell me. Yeah, I want to know why it make you mad too.
Because, I know why, but I want him to say it.
But I agree with now I don't mind an apology, but I do look for the change behavior behind the apology. So you tell me why. Just is it just the apology with no change behavior, or apology in general?
It's really the apology with no. I'll say it like this. Normally, when I get apologies, they're not accompanied by change behavior. So maybe that's created a resentment for apologies, period. And I'm aware.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the reason why I hate apologies. So I won't say, oh, well, if you apologize to me, I'm going to try to choke you. It's the action that has always been associated with the apologies I've been given. So let me rephrase that. That's why I don't like apologies, because 9 and they're associated with not changing their behavior. So I'll say
right. And new growth, Blackhearted with new growth also just said he's never got an apology out of a woman. The thing about it definitely is the change behavior, because apologizing is just a part of it. And that's the difference and let me know if you agree with this too, Terrell. That's the difference between a narcissistic person that has cheated over and over again, and a person that you've been in a relationship with or married to that may have cheated, and they're genuinely sorry. They genuinely apologize. They genuinely have changed their behavior, and they never do it again. And you can forgive that person in time, right? And that person is allowing you the space and the time to grieve, to be angry, whatever, feeling an emotion. And they are giving you that space and time and respect to do that, because they genuinely see that they caused you hurt. They genuinely know that they hurt you. They genuinely know that it's going to take them to do the work to build, to earn the trust back up, and they allow that, and they work on that, and they put in the work. That's the action behind the apology. That is the difference between a non-narc and a narcissistic person that just say, hey, I'm sorry if I hurt you, but they continue to hurt you over and over again by doing the same behavior. Would you agree with that?
Yes, 100%.
100%. And so let me add this to it, and you can tell me what you think about this too, Terrell. All right, so when a lot of times what they do is they use an apology as a band-aid, right?
Yeah.
Instead of saying they see you hurt, and so they say, I'm gonna throw him a bone. I'm gonna throw Terrell a bone and just tell him I'm sorry. He'll be mad at me for a day or so, but then we'll be back doing the same stuff, right? Well, I mean, this is how they think in their head, right? Clarence will be mad at me for a minute, but he'll be back on, he'll be back on my heels in a minute. So, you know what I'm saying? Let me wear the dresses that he likes. Let me just, take him out to eat or whatever. And then, we will, there you go, Patrice. We will reel you back in. And then, so they don't realize, I think, because they so self-absorbed, that they don't realize that this is a pattern that we're watching, and we can see this pattern. So we see, if you apologize the same way, the same all the time, then we know what's coming after that, right?
Yeah.
We know the hatch is going to drop, and we know we're going to go, boom, down like Scooby-Doo when they walk into the haunted house, bam, right? So we already know, and so that's what they don't see. Unfortunately, they don't see. And a lot of times it costs them a good relationship, right? Costs us a good man like yourself, Terrell, but it costs us, in my opinion, I don't think they see the pattern that they set up, that they've set up this pattern. So we know it's like a lot of times when, for example, we had a guest that was supposed to come on last Sunday, right? The guests never showed up. The guests never gave us any correspondence that they wasn't going to show up. Nothing like that, right? But now that guest would say, if I ever run into them in the street and I said, "You a liar," that guest would be mad at me for calling them a liar. Right? But like, that guest is the one that showed me that they are a liar. They showed me that their word is no good, right?
Sure.
And so I think that's what narcissists don't get that. It's like they want you to believe them like it's a whole new. This is a whole new time. Yeah, but you did it 50 other times, just like this, right? So what do you think about that, Terrell? I mean, as far as your experience, do you think that what's going on with why they can't see that the pattern that they're setting up is the reason why people are just trying to protect themselves by not accepting their apology or taking a little longer to evaluate the apology, like you said, looking for the changed behaviors, so on and so forth?
It all comes down to accountability.
Okay.
Because narcissists are so used to erasing their mistakes in their head, you're doing the same thing. So it's like they doing all this stuff and they're running from it. They're forgetting, selective amnesia and all of that stuff. You're not doing that. You're actually taking note of everything they did, regardless if, this is the final time or the 7th time. You have a mental note, or some people have an actual notebook of everything that they've done. And it's like dealing with federal agents. I'm building a case against you.
Right.
I might not hit you on your first offense, but I know what you're doing. I might not hit you on the 2nd offense. I know what you're doing. Might not be the 3rd, 4th, or 5th. Anybody who has any experience with federal agents will know. They been know what you were doing.
Man, by the time they talk to you, they already got you right. They got you sold up.
Yeah, they know what you're doing. They know where you go. They know who you're doing it with. They're just they want a solid case. That way, when you're brought up to trial, it ain't y'all don't even need to take it to trial. He did. Y'all want to see some DVDs, some Blu-rays, some VHSs. We got them on everything.
You better go on and just take this plea. Exactly. Shout out to Polite.
Exactly. So it's the same thing. We're building a case against them, but because of how their mind works, they think everybody is like them. Oh, well.
Agreed.
He forgot. No, I didn't forget. I'm sorry. I didn't forget. I still understand. It's just I'm sorting out the emotions, and then the love aspect doesn't kick in with them. When you love somebody, you'll go through, go to war with them.
Right.
And that'll keep you from bringing them up on judgment. They don't understand that that's the only reason you haven't been tried yet.
Right.
Because of the feeling that I'm able to process that you aren't. That's what's saving you from getting tried.
That's a great point, man.
That. So they're used to erasing this, forgetful thinking, magical thinking, selective amnesia. They're used to doing that. So they think you operate in that manner. Nah, I'm building a case on you, and this might be something you've done a year ago. That I'm
and Terrell also, because they are good at gaslighting you and don't let you be a little forgetful. They'll use that against you, right? But when you bring up everything they've done, oh my God, it's World War II.
Yeah.
Because they want to gaslight you on things about you or try to make your reality not a reality. But when you actually tell them for real what they done to you, that whole word again, accountability, they don't want to take accountability. They act like they don't know what that word is.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that plays a major role. They're used to forgetting or selecting what they want to remember.
Agreed,
you're doing it as well. No, I remember everything. I just have a control over what I want to address, when I want to address it, and how I want to address it. And the only thing that might be stopping me is my emotions at that time. But as the case builds, the emotions dwindle. So They have to understand the more you add to this case, the less personal it gets.
Right.
So now, once I'm ready to bring you up on trial, it's business as usual. Those emotions that were keeping you free, they're now gone.
Right.
So now you finna get the full effect of me disappearing, or me calling you out on your stuff, or you never seeing me again, because you manipulated and abused the one thing that kept you in my good graces, my emotions. Now they're gone.
Yeah, probation over, right? We come to pick you back up. We're gonna take you back to the court.
Or the life sentence, that's it. Probation off the table.
All right. Terrell, we got to. Lotus Pearl had a question for you, brother. So I want to give you an opportunity to answer that. Said, hello, everyone. Can you please talk about spiritual side of narcissism, because this takes the upper hand, with all due respect. Terrell spoke about it a little bit on the other day. Thank you. All right, Terrell. So I don't know if you remember what she was talking about. I particularly don't, but I'm sure if you remember it, you can bring us back up to speed to it. She wants to talk about the spiritual side of narcissism. Do you have a opinion on that?
Yeah, really. Just I think that was around the time I think we had the other crazy caller that was, came in with his foolishness.
Oh, Simon, yeah.
Yeah. We were saying narcissism is a fight against God's chosen ones and the devil's chosen ones. It's a spiritual battle, to me at least, spiritual battle of good and evil. Because if you just think about some of the things that the narcissist has done to you and the feelings that they made you feel, these were some of the worst feelings that you ever felt in your life.
Agreed.
And, dark energies, and you could talk about the devil and hell and all that. When you think of hell, you think of torture. At least I do. Eternal torture. That's the feeling that I felt when I was with that individual. And I know there's no force of light that would ever make me feel like that. So there's nothing.
I agree.
Exactly. There's nothing
it's something evil. It's a different dark. It's a different feeling. I guess you have to have experienced it. It is an evil and it's a demonic spirit that I don't ever want. It's a different kind of hurt. And don't get me wrong, I've been in relationship where God done something I didn't like and it hurt me or pissed me off or I was disappointed. But this constant narcissistic abuse is different, y'all. I'm telling y'all, it's different.
Yeah, this is traumatizing.
It very much so. And whether it was short-lived or people that's been in for years, it changes you. It gives you a whole different perspective. It's a different experience of hurt. It's a different experience of trauma. But I want to talk about this part of what narcissistic people do. If narcissistic people, whether they are religious themselves or they in a relationship with someone that's religious or spiritual, they will absolutely use that against you. They will abuse your own religion, spiritual beliefs, whether you believe in, the zodiac signs or whatever it is that you into with your spiritual or religious walk. They would use that against you as a form of spiritual abuse, because they'll say things to you like, well, God don't like divorce. So, God say, you're supposed to forgive 7 times 70. They will literally use your spiritual beliefs against you to continue to abuse you and continue to keep a hold on you by using said religious belief or spiritual walk with God to try to hold on to you. And then when they hovering you and stalking you, they sending you spiritual little things from the Bible, little spiritual quotes and listen scripture and all, like they will stop at nothing. Mm-hmm. And the ones that even claim to be so religious and spiritual themselves, they have that stuff all over their social media. If it wasn't for God, and I'm so grateful to God, and they are some of the most
Lord, Patrice, the Lord.
I'm telling Yes, like my ex-narc, he's all about that. Oh, if it wasn't for God, and I wouldn't be to walk in, and and sending me little scriptures every morning, and all this beauty, and literally using that against the person that he's abusing. So that is a form of spiritual and religious abuse as well. Would you agree with that, Terrell?
Most definitely, because I told y'all my ex-narc was Muslim. So
yeah, that's right. You did say that.
She definitely used that to her advantage, because I'm not quote unquote religious. I believe in God. No disrespect to anybody's religion. That's just my personal, preference. It's me and God. So she used to try to make me feel less than because I didn't have a quote unquote religion that I belong to, or she'll try to tell me things about her religion, which I'm always open-minded. I never shut anything out, but she definitely used that as a way, they like withholding sex and doing all that stuff and affection, and she tried to put that on her religion. Now, me being respectful, I'm not finna press against that. I'm not finna pressure you or make you do anything you don't want to do. So that was easy for her to do that because she knew she can throw that religion wrench in there, and I'm not finna go against that because I'm not that type of guy. I'm gonna respect you at all times. So they will definitely use that, and she convinced me that I'm going straight to hell because I ain't belong to nobody's religion. So
they definitely try to guilt you with that one.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I believe in God. I didn't say I didn't believe in anything. So she used that as a weapon for sure. So you definitely got to watch out for that because, like you said, with the whole divorce thing, they will try to use God and the Bible and all of that stuff to keep you in a marriage that, of course, in the Bible it says
absolutely
against divorce and honor husband and wife and all that. But I tell people, you also have to look back at the fact that who said God gave you permission to marry them in the first place? He probably didn't. That was you. You was like, oh, I see the red flags and this, that, and that. I'll marry him anyway. God been telling you, hey, you need to go and get up out of there. I didn't ordain this, but
right. And you're not equally yoked with this person. Hello.
Exactly.
I didn't put my stamp of approval on it.
Exactly. But I gave you free will, so I'm not going to stop you. I'm going to give you the signs, but this is your orchestration. I didn't ordain this marriage. You did. So why would I tell you not to get out of it? I didn't tell you to get into it in the first place. A lot of people don't take that step and that step back and look like, hey, God didn't send me this person anyway. So you kind of create a trap for yourself by making the illusion that God sent this person to you and God is trying to keep you with this person. No, you're taking yourself into that. So then the whole oh well, you shouldn't get a divorce or whatever, that becomes a scapegoat for not wanting to leave that person or whatever. So you'll try.
Agree. And somebody that is of the faith and religious like that, whether they Christian, Muslim, Buddhism, whatever, when they use it against you, it does make that person feel guilty. Like, well, I gotta do this according to the Bible. I gotta do this according to my religion or my faith. But God also don't want you to be abused. He don't. Because it also says in the Bible that God divorced Israel. When Israel was doing all that nefariousness and acting a fool, God divorced. So are you telling me that God want me to stay in an abusive relationship, especially if it's not just verbal but physical? So you telling me that the God I serve want me to continue to stay in a physically, and mentally, emotionally, and verbally, and even sometimes sexually abusive relationship? Is that what you really trying to use my faith and religion to tell me that the God I serve and love want me to continue to stay with you, continue doing this to me? Make it make sense.
And then if it's brought in confusion, he didn't send it anyway. That's something you orchestrated. He didn't send you into confusion. You put yourself into that confusion because 9 times out of 10, He been giving you the signs. Hey, bro, she ain't this or he ain't that or whatever. But like I said, emotions and logic. Your emotions put you in an illogical situation.
Oh,
So
yeah,
now,
and the word said,
absolutely.
God is not the author of confusion.
exactly.
Absolutely.
So now you're trying to think of a logical way to get out of your
But they
emotions.
will do it. And you know who I notice are really good at that when they are in marriages and relationships. I would say a marriage
Mm-hmm.
that I have noticed, narcissistic pastors. Oh
For
my
sure.
God.
For sure.
Oh my
They got 'em.
God.
They got them, and they will try to keep you in that web. That's why I tell
They will
people,
keep
like,
that first lady in there. They will use every word, whatever pertains to the Bible, to say, well, you the first lady, and and you're gonna be looked at in this eye, and what God's word says about this or that, and these women take so much abuse from these pastors in the church until they find something have to explosively happen in the church in order for them to finally let go, whether it be he get caught with multiple women or multiple men, something go down like really drastic, because we see it happening, especially in the black church, in the
sure,
faith, in the religion. All of these pastors are being exposed or have been exposed for having multiple relationships and things of that nature, but they have kept the women in their lives, in that marriage, locked in for so long, using the very said religion and word against them. And that is spiritual and religious abuse.
for sure.
So pay attention.
I
All right.
agree.
I got a question for Terrell.
Yes, sir.
You brought up the see, you just keep opening all these cans, man. Okay, so you brought up about the narcissist, in particular the female narcissist, about the magical thinking, right?
Yeah.
So I want to know, I want you to explain a little bit more about how they magically can, create things in their head to be able, and I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, but I'm gonna
Yeah.
let you explain it, brother. What is meant by the magical thinking process that you talked about earlier?
Magical thinking is basically a defense mechanism
Okay.
because narcissists don't live in reality. They live in their own reality.
Agreed.
That
Agreed.
reality is created to support their false image and their false self.
Uh,
So, what I mean by magical thinking, like they can do something to you that's horrible, and you're telling them that it's horrible. But because that'll go against that false image that they created in their head, they have to, oh, well, that never happened. Oh, oh, well, you're just imagining things.
right.
They're so confident with it, you'll actually believe, well, damn, maybe I am tripping,
Yeah,
or
I'm tripping.
maybe
I'm
that
tripping.
happened. What's today? What month is it? What year? Like you'll start questioning your reality. The magical thinking is just their defense mechanism for their reality. Everything that they do or every person that they encounter has to benefit their reality that they've created about themselves.
Agreed.
Otherwise, they cannot function properly. And actually, if they're forced to live in reality for too long, they can fall into depression and lose their mind because a lot of realization and a lot of accountability comes with reality. That's why they don't live in reality. And they have to
Wow.
convince you to live in their alternate world as well so they can function.
And that's a good point. That is a good point because a lot of times, a lot of us don't recognize that that's what's happening until we're already there, right? We're already in the Wizard of Oz. We're already,
Yeah,
what I'm saying, following the yellow brick road, right? And we don't even realize that we already ran into the scarecrow and the Tin Man, right?
exactly.
And so that is a good point. Now, as far as now, I want to ask you, since you brought that up,
Mm.
why is it so important that they get us to participate with them in this dream world that they got going on in their head? Why is it so important for them to get us on that page?
Because if you live in their reality, you'll follow their rules. And their rules don't benefit you. And that's why I tell people you got to know who you are and you got to stay true to yourself and you have to stick to your boundaries. Because if you stick to your boundaries and somebody try, like I say, if you know, hold on.
Oh man, that's the Narcs calling on you, man. They trying to say, hey, Terrell,
Hey,
stop telling on us, man.
basically getting out. But I was saying, you gotta know who you are, because it's like, okay, we all know 2 + 2 is 4.
Correct.
Like, it's never gonna change. But if somebody else can convince you that it's not, you'll start questioning everything else. And by human nature, if you're questioning something, you want the answers to it. And if there's no answers available, you'll take the first option that gives you any kind of answers.
Okay.
So if somebody presents the answers to you and there are none, you'll take whatever, because you want answers.
Okay.
And I guarantee you the answers that they offer you are only going to benefit them.
Okay.
So if they can get you to participate in their dream world, in their dream reality,
yeah,
that means you have to play by their rules in order to exist in that reality. That's why they deprive you of validation and attention and everything else. So you'll start figuring, okay, well, validation from them doesn't exist in my reality. Attention from them doesn't exist in my reality. A loving, healthy relationship doesn't exist in my reality, but maybe it does in their reality.
Wow.
So let me abandon my reality where I'm not getting my needs met and go play by their rules.
Wow.
Now, your reality is questioned, it's compromised.
Right.
So you're not going by the rules of your own reality anymore, which once made sense to you. And they were the right choice all along. But because emotion and logic then got blurred, you're going over there to their reality where your emotions are now going to be compromised and your logic. So you don't exist in your reality anymore because you're not getting your needs met over there.
Wow.
You want to go see what's going on in this alternate world. But in order to go over there, you have to play by their rules. Their rules are never going to benefit you. But by the time you get that, you done already abandoned your reality.
Right.
Now you're stuck in their alternate world and you're trying to make sense. Okay, well, how do I get out of here? And if I get out of here, is it even the right move to get out of here? Because I already questioned one reality and was wrong. What if I question this reality and I'm wrong too?
Wow.
So now you don't know what reality to live in. And that's what causes the tension back and forth. You don't know if it's safe to leave their reality because that first reality, which was the true one, it let you down already. So there's a sense of abandonment and disappointment related back to your actual reality. Now you're scared to go back to reality.
Right.
You know what I'm
saying? And also I wanted to say this and ask you if I asked Leon this and he kind of agreed with it, but I want to see what your opinion on this is. A lot of times they will, like you said, and you broke it down even deeper, but what they do is they will get you onto their reality, their truth, their reality, what works for them. So you're chasing, because we all chasing validation and approval, and so we're not getting it in our reality from this person. So that person invites us into their reality, so that we can try and get it in there. And so they always got the carrot on the stick. In my opinion, they always got the carrot on the stick. They say, hey, I'm just right there. I'm just about to turn the corner. And they're good at making you think they're just about to turn that corner. And you're going to get everything you asked for, Terrell. Everything. It's going to just fly right into your basket, right?
Yeah.
And it never goes into your basket. And like you said, by the time you figure that out, you have invested so much time. I'm invested so much time into this situation.
Yeah.
It's got to work.
So that's so kicks in. I can't lose.
I can't.
I can't let the next person capitalize on all this work.
There you go, man. That's a great point. That is a great point. That is a great point.
Now you like, hell no, I'm not walk away. Nah, you walk away. I'm locked in. I need my return on investment.
Right.
But you're not realizing now you're operating out of ego.
Crazy, right?
They're thinking logically. So now you're trying to make 2 + 2 6. It's 4, but nah, it's gonna be 6 today. We named some up. It's finna be 6 because I put in the work for it to be 6.
Right.
He going into this alternate reality promised me it was gonna be 6. Right. So I'm not going back to whatever says it's 4. So now you're operating off of ego.
Terrell, you know how much I done put into this? I done taught this girl how to do this. I done taught her how to do that. I bought her a bike. I bought her a car. I bought her, I put too much into this.
Everything.
I let it go.
I was talking that same cash money. Break up. Who?
We ain't breaking up.
Yeah. all this stuff I done told you.
Oh my gosh,
man. We create a reality together. We finna fix it.
Hey, listen, y'all. Hey, y'all got the kids. Roll the kids out again, because I got. So I'm gonna tell y'all a quick story. So I had a friend,
and we got to get back to the questions that we got.
That's right. We're gonna get back to that. I'm sorry, man. This brother's such a pleasure to talk to. And by the way, Terrell, if you could put in the back chat, hey man, let us know. Give us about 15 minutes before you got to go, man, so we can let the people ask questions, man, if they want to ask questions to you, brother, directly. Okay, but right now, so let me tell y'all this quick story. So I had a friend, and he was always complaining about his girl, man. He was always complaining about how she was such a, well, at that time, back in the 80s, we didn't use the term narcissist and all that stuff. We just said, man, this girl's tripping, man. She just owned it like that. So anyway, he tried to break up with her several times. And I said, and he said, I can't break up with her. I said, what you mean you can't break up with her? How you just tell somebody this ain't working no more? He said, I tried. He said, you know what she told me?
Nope.
She said, I have swallowed too many children in this relationship to let you go out of here. I said, what? She said, I swallowed too many of your children to let you walk out of this relationship. You ain't going nowhere. Now, sit down so I can get you something to eat.
Oh my God.
I would have sat down too.
I don't know what it is.
I said, well, man, you got a decision to make. You got a big decision to make here. Good luck.
Sat down and told kind of bread.
She said swallowed.
Swallowed. Uh-oh, one of y'all in trouble now. One of y'all did something. Not me. I was good, Sister Annie. It wasn't me. I was good. And maybe it was Terrell, and maybe it was Patrice. I was good. I've been good, Sister Annie. I'm good.
Pull her up. You're not reading the back chat. She said, don't pull her up. She just wants to stay in the back.
All right, I'll put her back down. I'll put her back down. Hey, everybody go.
We got to get through the questions.
The administration building was on fire right for a second, man. Whew. Wow. But anyway, y'all, yeah, can you believe that? Can you believe it? Okay, so so let's get back to and the reason why I brought that up is because there's a lot of differences. Like the way you talking about it, Terrell, is good, man, because you really put a lot of the nuances into it from the side of the person that has been the victim of the narcissist. Whereas when we had Brother Leon, shout out to Leon, he brings it into the vision from the person that's actually the narcissist. So you guys kind of bring balance to the situation, man. You bring in balance to the situation, man. So I appreciate you, and I appreciate the way you break it down, man. You break it down very spiritually, and at the same time, very day to day, where the average person can pick it up. It's not all complicated. It's very simple that most of us can, and that's what we about here, man. We're trying to help people, man, live better lives, man, and the simpler the better, Right. Okay. So let's get back because the executive producer said we got to get back to the list. So let's get back to the list here. Let's see. Okay. Here's the doc, and the doc's going to talk about another one of the 7 most common traits of female narcissism.
Now, you may be surprised to hear that. Confidence. What? Well, let me tell you. Females that are along the narcissistic spectrum, they gain their poise, that confidence, from comparing their superiority over others. Now, they feel good about themselves when others are beneath their own standards of excellence. They can point out what a failure they are. They can point out, just in that example, with all the women are impressed with their clothing and the other girl comes up. And when she shames her, she feels more confident about herself because she's feeding her narcissist. Her narcissist becomes this central component, right? It becomes that nucleus of her sense of self. And she's feeding that nucleus. So it is growing, becoming stronger. And you see that she doesn't really pay attention to what else is going on because she's got this flush. Maybe it's a dopamine hit for her, right? She's got this flush of confidence over that other person that she just belittled. So it's this false sense of confidence. It's this maladaptive sense of confidence. Because in an adaptive sense of confidence, it's that you can appreciate what that person who just walked up, who's getting the attention, what they're wearing, or what is special or pretty or unique about them. But the narcissist doesn't. Because at their core, those central components of narcissism is self-doubt, fear, guilt, inferiority, and shame. And it's those things that drive that narcissism. And you.
Okay. All right, y'all. Do we agree with that? Let me back up. Let me back up. Hold on. Let me back up.
Yeah, I agree with that. And we kind of covered that part anyway.
Because at their core, those central components of narcissism is self-doubt, fear, guilt, inferiority, and shame.
All right. Is this accurate? I'm asking you both of you guys.
We actually covered that part. Yeah, we talked about that part with the whole appearance and they insecurities and how they feel.
Did we talk about
they
guilt?
Doubt they self-feel. Well, no, but I mean, I'm just saying overall, like all of these words kind of goes into how they feel, how they really are insecure about themselves. So when they packing on the makeup, the wig, the lashes, the sexy dressing, and like he's saying, and then when somebody else gets a compliment and they don't, or they're not the center of attention, that's when all of that comes into play because they're so insecure. So all those other words come into play with how they truly feel about themselves, because all it is a reflection of how they feel about themselves, and they'll try to throw that out and portray that out to somebody else. But it's really how they feel about themselves. Would you agree with that, Terrell?
Most definitely.
Okay, so we can move on because I think we only on about like 1 or 2, and it's 7.
No. We on
and this guy is long-winded. That guy,
we on number 4.
So let's kind of go through them.
All right, we on number 4. So let's get moving. I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I'm just gonna give us the things that he's talking about here. Where's the doc? Oh, here we go.
Spectrum, males and females. And many of them have talked about how money equals status and power. So money is points. So the more points that I have, the more power and control I have, and the more I can manipulate or control other people's lives. And that gives them that sense of power. That feeds that narcissism. Remember, becomes this perpetual cycle of maladaptivity that keeps feeding itself. And money can be a huge part of that. And females that are along the narcissistic spectrum, they just love excessively spending money, particularly on things that are very flashy. And even though there's no shame or remorse in how much they're spending or ruining their bank account, things like that, most narcissists don't have a lot of money.
All right. What y'all think about the money aspect? The dollar bill, y'all. What y'all think?
That's definitely true, because my ex narcissist, she had a little paper. She was well off, and she always bought stuff I didn't feel like she needed, but it's not my money. You do what you want to. And
Right.
she used to like buy her friends. Like people used to ask her to borrow like crazy amounts of money, like not $5, $10. I mean like 2,000, 3,000. I think even one of her sisters asked her to borrow like $10,000 or something like that, and she gave it to her.
Wow.
And it took me a while to kind of address it because it's your money, you do what you want to. But I also know too when somebody is taking financial advantage of somebody. Um, and I used to mention that to her, and she'll get kind of like mad. And I was like, people that really want to be around you, you don't have to buy them. But
Yeah.
she didn't want to hear that. She, that was her way of, keeping people in or whatever. And I told her, like, I don't ask you for anything. As far as money and all that stuff is, and that went in one ear and out the other. But I know money to them is a weapon and it's also an attraction.
Wow.
So yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think, Patrice?
No, I'm just gonna say I agree with that totally. I told y'all my girlfriend was wealthy, so she had it to burn, and she did. I mean, she spent, like I said, tens of thousands on her body, her looks. She changed, like I said, she wanted to be a darker complexion. She would get this special oil, order it, sit out in the sun, to get sunburnt to turn her skin darker. Like she did this on a regular basis. She excessive spending, had to have the name brand, everything. She was very materialistic. Yeah, absolutely. And again, like I said, they very insecure because she was all about labels, and I'm not about labels. Like I love my little African earrings. I go to the little store and pay $5-10 for these. But somebody could tell me that I look good, how I look, and because she got name tags on, she would have a problem if she didn't get the compliment because she got the name tags on. That's just how insecure they are. And then they want to turn it and flip it and try to make that person, she would try to make me feel like less than or guilty because I'm not materialistic and into name brands. They'll flip it back on you, but it's an insecurity that they have about themselves. And I said, I mean, I do have some name brand stuff, but like I'm not crazy like that. And I definitely didn't have her money. So there was no comparison. And honestly, Terrell, let me know if this sounds about right to you. They can have more than you monetarily, material thing, and still be jealous of you. Because I had to realize that like it was a jealousy there. And she had more money than me, better car, multiple home, like all of that, designer, everything. But it's an insecurity within her. She was jealous. She was absolutely jealous of me, and she had more than I had financially and all those materialistically.
Yeah, that I tell people, like, even with non-narcissistic people, like, money just amplifies who you really are. It doesn't, like, you can have money and still be empty. Like, if you're empty and you get money, you just gonna be rich and empty.
Mm-hmm.
If you're and you get money, you're just gonna be insecure with a lot of money. You just whatever's wrong with you, you're just gonna be able to handle it at a more expensive level. Like because I know a lot of guys that they have more money than me or whatever, and they might still have trouble with women. That's because you're not fixing the actual problem. You're just dressing it up.
Exactly.
So people can be jealous of you just because of your ability to handle stress, and they can't. In any situation that puts your back against the wall, you can handle it. And when they get hit with adversity, they crumble. People can be jealous of you for that. People can be jealous of you because you turned a negative situation into a positive situation. People can be jealous of you just because you're smiling, and they can't. So it's not always about money, because money doesn't actually fix the issue. That's why you see when people are like, oh, when I get rich, all my problems gonna go away. No, you're just able
they
to.
just gonna amplify.
Exactly. So now instead of regular therapy, you can go buy expensive therapy. That's all it changes. Just the context in which you're able to handle your problems. It doesn't actually fix the problem. It actually kind of makes it worse, because now you have more resources to not solve the problem, if that makes sense. Now you can pay for better distractions. You can pay for better people to be around you that ain't supposed to be around you. Now you just made your problems expensive. That's it. Instead of actually handling the problem.
And narcissistic women that, seduce men, for money and power, they definitely are attractive to men with money and power. They go after the CEOs, the owners of banks, the owners of, real estate tycoons or whatever. They target them specifically, and they make sure that they put themselves in spaces where these men are to make themselves available to them.
And absolutely. That's all that provocative clothing. That's when they get to pulling out the big guns, the cleavage,
exactly,
and all that. So
exactly, I agree.
Stuff comes from, yeah.
All right, y'all. So what we saying, I guess, basically is that money is not the answer for everything, right? Money is not going to answer everything, and it's definitely not the yellow brick road to happiness. Not all the time. I think
we definitely have to realize that money is a tool. And most people don't use it as a tool. Money is a tool, to fix certain things, but it doesn't fix all things. And you got to know the difference between what money can fix and what it can't. And a lot of times people throw their money at a lot of things because they know that a lot of people sell out and they can be bought. So they use it in that aspect, and that's a good point. And that's a way, that unfortunately, we are using the money not effectively as a tool, but we just using it as something to buy and sell, and it's unfortunate people can get bought and sell. We see that every day. People are bought and sold every day.
Yeah, and so what I'm trying to, I think what we all are trying to get across is that just because you got a bunch of money don't mean you're gonna be happy, right? That doesn't mean instantly you're gonna be have happiness. There's going to be some issues no matter if you're rich or if you're poor, right? Mm-hmm. Bible said it rains on the just and the unjust, right? So
Biggie said it best. Biggie said it best. More money, more problems.
Right. So it's like I agree with what Terrell saying. It's just like money is just like you, and like you said, Patrice, it's a tool, and you can use it. You can either use it good, or you can use it in a bad way. You can use it in a way to complicate your life, or you can use it in a way to help your life be less complicated as possible. Definitely. So we just gotta, and what you said was very important, Patrice. You got to know the difference between when to use money and to deal with problems, and when not to. When there's certain problems that money is not gonna fix, right? Money can't fix a broken heart. Money can't fix a tired spirit. Money can't. There's certain things that we gonna have to do ourselves, right, Terrell? We got to do the work ourselves, right?
Listen, and money could drive you to, if you already narcissistic, money could drive you, because one of the most narcissistic persons, he actually was a sociopath too, but one of the most narcissistic person that had money and power was Bernie Madoff, you guys. It was absolutely Bernie Madoff. But look what he did. Look at the lives and the money that he destroyed of other people because of his own greed. But he was absolutely a narcissistic sociopath. He absolutely was. He wasn't violent, but you look at the history of way he raised his children. He wasn't violent with them, but he absolutely was a sociopath, and he was absolutely a narcissistic person.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. So, and I want you to define something real quick, Terrell. Because you had said you made a good point about money being can let you it's gonna bring them whatever's in you. If you have this, if you are what's the word, if you have an inferiority complex, you're just gonna have more opportunities to try to do something crazy to deal with that, or you got more opportunities to try to deal with the deficiencies of character that you probably have, right?
Yeah.
So what I wanted you to define is something that you said, man. You said a word that I'm trying to get you to define. Oh, you said money can be used as a weapon. Now, can you define what you was talking about when you said money can be as a weapon, used as a weapon?
I mean, it could be several different ways, because like we could say, okay, let's say you're a person who gets bullied a lot or something like that, and you broke, and you come into some money. You can't fight, but you got some money. You go pay a hitman to get rid of your bullies. You could go pay somebody to go beat up your enemies or whatever the case is. Or let's say somebody's trying to start a business and y'all got differences, and they need to buy the plot or the foundation or whatever for that business. You got the money to go come up to the guy who's selling, hey man, I don't want them to, buy this, and I'll give you such and such. Like it can lead you to another level of control.
There you go.
If you're blinded and your intentions are already not pure, now you just have more free range to exercise that right. Even like, let's say you have a drug addiction, and your excuse to why you're addicted to drugs is because you don't have any money. Somebody comes and gives you some money and you have a drug addiction, that's not going to fix your drug addiction. Now just buy more drugs.
Right.
Now you have a more expensive habit. You didn't fix the actual thing that's wrong with you. You just fueled it. And that's what if you have an addiction to women, now you can buy more women or buy expensive women. It just amplifies who you already are.
Yeah, there's a female narcissist. I don't know if y'all heard this story. I'll just tell it right quick before we move on to the next question. She made it real big on social media by fixing people credits. Black female.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, she became very wealthy, became a millionaire overnight. She started out with good intentions, helping people repair their credit and everything. She married this guy, and everything was going great. She started having an affair with another guy. A guy she hired was an IT guy. She hired him to upgrade her marketing, her platforms and things of that nature. And she's already a millionaire. She started from the bottom. She was once homeless, a single mother, and all of that. Started fixing people credit, started advertising on Instagram, became a millionaire. She marries this guy, and then she started having an affair with this IT guy. Now she want to be with the IT guy. This is a prime example of a covert narcissist. Now, because she didn't have a prenup when she married her husband, but she wants to leave the husband and don't want him to get anything, because she having an affair with the other guy that she want to be with, she hires people to off her husband. She hires people to do that. And she happened to hire an undercover cop. Right. So now she's sitting her butt in jail. Hello. Wow. Now you tell me if that's not a female narc, if I ever, like, she became this person that became obsessed with money. And because she didn't want to give her husband any money, didn't want to pay him any alimony or anything of that nature, she actually thought she can get away with hiring somebody to off her husband so she can be with the new supply, which was an IT guy. Right. And she got caught. And I just tell you, she's sitting in jail now, waiting trial. But that's a true story.
Holy smokes. Holy smokes. All right, we gotta get moving here, because we don't know when Terrell's gonna have to leave. So we gotta get moving, y'all. All right, so let's get back to our list. Now we on number 5 now of 7 most common female narcissistic traits. Let's go back. Here's the good doctor. Female narcissistic fidelity.
Now, females along narcissistic spectrum, they act more like black widow spiders, and they're idealizing their mate to attract them and emasculate them. And for the spouse or partner, the more they give, the more the narcissist wants. And it becomes insatiable. It becomes, you're always doing more. You're always trying to achieve more. Because you're also held accountable for that individual's health, welfare, beliefs, happiness. But because the narcissistic individual is so external in their beliefs and in their view that that external validation, that it all falls on you, that they put it on you, that they're like, well, I'm not happy because you did this, and you're a horrible person because I feel this way because you did this. And the things you did could be very routine that most of us do, right? It could be something that, that you mess up, something that everybody makes mistakes. But your narcissist sees it as you being a failure. So being in this relationship, you then try to feed that relationship, make that person happier, but you can't. And in these cases, what happens is you see that they start to disengage and they can neglect, abandon, or punish their partner for these things. And that's where the fidelity comes in, because then they see a higher status object than you. So they go out and they find somebody else to be with. But all that is, it just takes them up one more step, because eventually, they might leave you, right? And then they go to the next step. And that next step, eventually, that maladaptive narcissism rears its head again, and it becomes destructive again. And it becomes to eat away at the relationship. And it'll fit that pattern, or the partner will get fed up with it and it'll cut it off and be like, you're gone, forget it. Because what you're also dealing with under that component of fidelity is these unpredictable moods. And it can be due to pride, this excessive pride, or even other traits or other issues that might be going on, because narcissists, they don't open up about what they really want because there's great fear.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Ay, yeah. All right, Terrell. Is the good doctor making any sense here?
Nah, most definitely. Most definitely. No, I'm just, like I say, when he's going over certain stuff, I'm just reminiscing.
You flashback like kung fu, man. You kung fu flashbacks, man.
Yeah, most definitely. We'll be giving so much to these individuals.
Yeah, man.
And it just falls on deaf ears. Like, you really putting your best foot forward, and because they don't have the capacity to be at capacity, that it's just going down the bottom. It's just leaking out of the bottom. And by you putting your best forward and it not being acknowledged, now you're really questioning, okay, well, is my best even good enough? Because if I did that and I thought it was so great and it didn't get acknowledged, it can't be that great. So now I need to do more. Then that doesn't get acknowledged. Now I need to do more. Now I need to do more. And then now you start questioning, can you even do good at all? And that'll take away from, now you're trying to chase their validation, and really you done forgot who you are, because who you are hasn't been validated. So you're questioning, okay, well, damn, I thought I was romantic, but it didn't get noticed. So maybe I'm not romantic,
right.
Charming. Maybe I'm not that charming. I thought I was a good artist. Maybe I'm not a good artist. So now your identity has been wiped clean. And like I said, by the answers being taken away, now you're looking for answers. And going into a panic, human nature, you want to survive. So now any answer is it'll suffice. And 9 times out of 10, the answer that they offer you only benefits them. So now they start reconstructing your identity and who you are. And that's when you start accepting that alternate reality as well. Because like I said, your reality has failed you, quote unquote, or they've given you the illusion that your reality has failed you. So now in panic mode, you're trying to go wherever you're accepted. And 9 times out of 10, they'll sell you this illusion that, hey, if you do what I want you to do, I'm going to accept you. But by the time you get over there and find out, no, now you're stuck in an alternate reality and you're living below who you actually are.
Wow, man, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's deep. Again, you question your own reality about everything, and then at that point, you losing who you are. You losing yourself.
Yeah.
And never lose who you are in yourself in someone else, or become someone else fantasy or their reality of what they want you to be. And that's the control that a narcissistic person will do to you if you allow them.
And that's what we was talking about earlier when we was saying about how when you feel like you invested so much in the situation, man, it's just like I can't turn back at this point. Maybe they're gonna turn the corner. Maybe Terrell, maybe she's gonna turn the corner. Maybe, you know, she keeps saying, well, yeah, I kind of see it your way. Look at Patrice. Maybe you're gonna turn the corner, Patrice. Maybe she gonna turn the corner, and then eventually I'll get some recognition for all the work that I did. You realize all the work I did, Patrice? All the work I did. Bought this girl a car. I took care of her kids. I babysit her kids. They're calling me half daddy. Half daddy. They call me whole daddy, right? Because their daddy's still around. But they call me half daddy. Half daddy. I need this, the half daddy. They don't even call it real daddy. They call me half daddy.
Yeah.
And you there, man, and you done created all this. And it's really, I think, like Terrell was saying, they get us so caught up in their world, we create a sub-world in their world about ourselves.
Yeah. You gotta create a mentality where you're able to survive under them conditions.
Agreed, man. Very good point. Very good point. All right, we got a question for you, Brother Terrell. Our Israeli Jewish brother Vagoda, all the way from Tel Aviv. Shout out from Tel Aviv. He says, I have a question for the new guest. I saw he had earrings with an Egyptian symbol. One of his parents is, I saw he had earrings with an Egyptian symbols. One of his parents Egyptian, or is he himself Egyptian?
Okay. No, not at all. I believe the symbol means eternal life, which is something that I believe in. I don't believe that this experience is it for us. I believe after we leave this experience, whether we're under the same consciousness or not, we have another place that we have to go and go through another experience as well.
Okay.
So
all right.
That's why I wear the earrings, because I believe in eternal life. It might not be in physical form, but in the spiritual form, energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred. So our spirit has to go somewhere.
Agreed. Okay. All right. Okay. I hope that was good enough for Pagoda said,
hope that answered your question. Right. Yes. Listen, bro, Clarence, when you was up here saying that, I was like, all of that is word salad to a narcissist. Like, they ain't having it. I'm going to do the whole Vogue dance. It ain't going on. Cut it. You need to cut it.
And you know what the hard part about it is, y'all? It's like we can see everybody else but us, right? We can see this other person going through it, and we're like, man, what you doing? Terrell, what you doing? You see this girl crazy, man. What's wrong with you? Yeah. And then Terrell said to me, well, Clarence, since you can see it so good with me, maybe you might want to take a look at old girl that you hanging out with. I'm like, what you talking about? We straight. It's all good.
Because I tell people the hardest thing that anybody will ever do is look in the mirror and address themselves. Right. So it's easier to see. It's kind of like projection too, because we'll see somebody else's significant other them wrong. That's because we identify with that behavior. We've seen that before, but it's hard to acknowledge, okay, well, I know she's treating him wrong because I've either been treated wrong or I'm getting treated wrong. But it's easier to address somebody else's problem than, look in the mirror and say, okay, well, this person that I'm with is treating me the same way and I need to correct it.
Right.
So that's why it's kind of easier to identify other people's problems. Is really because we're projecting how we would feel if somebody was doing that to us, because we know how it feels. So we're, it's kind of like us sharing empathy towards that other person, really, for a way we've also been treated. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. I mean, You can't argue with Terrell, man. He's on point all the time, all the time. I want to introduce you, Terrell, to one of our brothers, man. We ain't got nobody like crazy like Simon coming up here now, man. We got solid people, man. I'm only letting the solid people up. So we got Brother John, we got Coach John, man. This dude, man, he has a story to tell. If we want to get into narcissism, he got a story to tell. He got a couple stories he could tell. But shout out to have him on the panel, man. Glad to have you on the panel, Coach. What's going on with you, man?
Brother.
Good to see y'all. Good to see all of y'all. Nice to see y'all. Y'all looking good.
Same to you, brother.
Y'all give me
some, Brother John. How you doing?
Good.
There's another brother with an electric smile. See, Patrice, I've got you with that electric smile, and then I got these two brothers on that side with electric smile. Man, the chat is gonna fill up, man. We gotta put a chat limit out there, man. Only 2,000 or 3,000 can come in, man, because everybody with the nice, big, pretty smiles, man. We're gonna light this place up, man.
Appreciate it. It's good to see y'all. Good to see y'all.
Good to see you, brother. Okay, we got this brother Terrell Andretti, man. I don't know if you've ever heard of the brother, but the brother is a musician, a public speaker, very talented young brother, man. Very talented young brother. And he came over here to tell us his story, excuse me, about his dealing with a female narcissist, because Patrice executive produced this series on narcissists. So this is one of the other talented brothers that we have coming in talking about female narcissist, narcissist period, but he's telling his particular story. But not only that, brother's got a lot of good insight on just how to deal with people in general. And so, but Brother John, did you have anything you want to add to what he was saying? Because of
course, I have a story.
Yes, sir.
Where are you originally from, brother? Where are you from?
I'm from Houston.
Houston, H-Town. Okay, yeah, I went to school in Dallas. So I'm in Dallas right now. Yeah.
Okay, I've been out there.
Yeah, cool. I never knew anything about narcissism or anything like that until about 5 or 6 years ago. But it really, that thing is real. I just thought that some people were playing around or joking, but some narcissism is scary. It's really scary to me. With the quick backstory, what you guys was talking about, he may not know, but Deion Sanders was a good friend of mine, and he has a lot of narcissist ways. He's a narcissist. And I was a good friend of his when I played with the Yankees organization. I met him through Gary Sheffield. After his son roundhouse elbowed me and fractured my neck, and I was rushed to the hospital. Wow. Long story short, Deion flipped on me, and he was begging me to get the cell phone and all of that stuff, and then he started buying the videos. He stole the videos from the school to cover up all the evidence and all of that stuff. So and he would do anything to get his way. And I've seen that firsthand. I heard it from different people, but I never saw it until I saw a real person, and that was Deion Sanders. And of course, I'm not here to tear him down or knock him down, but I'm just telling the truth of what I see and what I saw and what type of person he is. He's done some good things for Black colleges, and he helps out the community sometimes. But a narcissist is a narcissist, and Deion Sanders is one of those.
And brother, the song that I wrote for our, the song that I wrote, it fits that narrative, and it fits the narrative of my experience with my own narcissist ex that I was in a relationship. Because I'm telling you, it's so ironic that you up here saying that, because that's exactly what I thought. And I wrote the song based off of the story that you told, and it fits that narrative to a T. Wait till you hear the song.
Bro. Oh, I can't wait.
So the song that we're doing is for his
documentary.
His documentary that we're working on about the situation that happened with Deion Sanders. And I'm telling you, bro, it fits it to a T.
But hold on. Now, John, you got another story about it. Another situation that I may be because I always like to bounce stuff off of Terrell, right? Because he is the one that's actually bold enough to come out here. Because like he said in the beginning, he went to a place a lot of guys like, oh no, ain't never happened to me. I ain't never got a broke heart. Yeah. My heart broken. And so we as black, especially black men, we're not supposed to take an L, never, right? So what I want to do is, Coach, if you willing, you don't have to tell the particulars, but if you willing to tell the story about the last sister and how that situation got to that point where,
yeah, she was,
you come in the house and everything's gone, right?
Right. No problem. I can talk about that.
Okay. But before we get there, Coach, let Sister Annie wants to ask a question real quick of Terrell. Sister Annie.
Hey, y'all.
What's going on?
Excuse me. I'm going to ask Terrell a question right now.
Hey, Terrell.
Hey,
welcome back. You are home now, right?
That's right. That's right.
So I have a question, but I want to ask it kind of like in the form of a role play, okay? And I want you to answer it, but then Terrell, and then I want Brother Clarence, OG Patrice, and Dominican Ralph for y'all to answer it also. It's okay. So pretend like I'm your sister, okay? You care about me, and I come to you and I say, hey, Terrell, when you talked about that relationship you were in and some of the things that you experienced, I feel like I'm experiencing that in a relationship right now. Mm-hmm. And I don't really know what to do. I know that I care about this person, but I know that it's not something that I can deal with for a long period of time. And I don't know how to start my way out of maybe exiting or discontinuing the relationship. Like, what should I do? Like, how would you talk to me as your sister?
Good question.
First I would tell you, have you talked to God about it? Because there might be some things that I say that you may or may not resonate with, and everybody has a personal relationship with God, and I'm like, if you ask him first, you can kind of get your emotions centered and get some kind of direct, more of an internal validation on Jesus Christ. That's a big spider. I'm sorry. You could get more of an inner clarification on what you need to do. And then second off, I would tell you what's more important, your feelings for this person or how you're feeling mentally. Like, how is that making you feel mentally? Like, where's your head at? Are you being abused mentally? Has this person put his hands on you? And just try to drive home the importance of how you're feeling about yourself other than how you're feeling about this other person. Because a lot of times what keeps us in these situations, we totally forget that we're being abused, but we're worried about, if we leave them, they won't have nowhere to stay. If we leave them, they won't have nowhere to go. They, they'll be alone. They got abandonment issues, and we'll put all these issues in front of our own well-being. So I would try to get you to understand that you're just as important as, he is in your mind. And I would try to get you to think more logically instead of emotionally, which that's going to be hard as heck. Just coming from a woman's standpoint, because y'all are more emotional creatures by DNA. That's just how y'all operate. So I would just try to get you to see more of the logical standpoint than, your feelings. And I would start there. Hopefully he ain't put his hands on you or nothing like that, because then I got to come cut up. If you I'm out of retirement.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Brother Clarence and OG Patrice?
Yeah, that I'm gonna make mine short and sweet. That was actually a really good analogy, Terrell. And because of me knowing you as a sister, Sister Annie, and knowing you are very, very, religious, I would have said the same thing to you first. Have you prayed about it? That's what I would have said to you first. And then after you gave me your answer to that, knowing you, I would say to you as your sister, do you love yourself more than you love that person abusing you? That would be, another question I would ask. And then I would tell you, if I've noticed a certain change in you, disposition, you're a little down, you're a little stressed, you're a little whatever, then I would also suggest therapy to you. So those would be my some things that I would say, if that makes sense.
Definitely. Let me go next.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay. Now, I would probably ask you, what are you really getting out of this situation? And once we can get that down, say, well, you tell me what you're getting out of it, and I'll say, well, is that what you want? Is that what you want out of this? And then I will try to focus you on the bigger picture. What's the bigger picture? What's going to happen here? Do you really want this man raising your children? You really want this man, paying the bills in your house? Do you really want this man? Is he really showing you that he appreciates you? Because basically, most cases, it's not going to get any better than the high point of where it is in the beginning, right? In most cases. Now, some cases, some people have the ability to relearn, redo. Something happens and they able to open up their mind and figure it out. But in most cases, and then of course I'll be like Terrell, and if it's not, I'll say, oh, Sister Annie, why don't you invite him over? Invite him over. Let's have dinner. Let's talk to the brother. We talk to the brother, and we'll send you up the street to the store. And while you at the store, we say, look, dude, this ain't the one. This ain't the one you want. No. When you get back, where'd Clarence go? He had to go. He had a sudden appointment, and he said he's going to the Philippines for 6 months. He said, don't call him. Right? But always protect yourself, like Patrice was saying. Always protect yourself and make sure if you're in a situation. Now, guys, let me say this before I turn it over to John. Okay, if you're going to escape, right? You're in a situation, you realize it's toxic, right? You realize it may become physical, it may become physically abusive. If you're in that situation, this is for everybody, men and women. Yeah. Don't be like the bad guys on Scooby-Doo. Don't tell the whole story. Oh, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go get a protective order, and then I'm going to move in with my sister, and then I'm still going to go to work, and then don't tell the whole plan. You just move. You just move out how you got to move, and you got to keep them on their toes. I just watched a situation. I just watched a situation where the sister, there was a young sister, I think she was like 18 or 19. She was dealing with this dude, 24 years old. 24 years old. And she figured out that she didn't want to be with this dude no more because he was going upside her head. And it kept getting worse and worse and worse. And her friend was telling her, hey, man, what are you doing dealing with this dude? Because she was keeping it from her, but then she was coming around with black eyes and stuff. She couldn't keep it a secret no more. So then she said, okay, I'm on. So she told the dude. So no, the dude told her, hey, meet me so we can talk about me coming back by getting my stuff. Right? I'm gonna come back over your house and get my stuff. She told her friend, hey, go with me. Just in case something jump off, I have somebody there, a witness there, right? Yeah. The friend goes with her. And the guy not only shot the girl, he unalived the girl, and then he shot the friend as well, female friend as well, right? Damn. Oh, it gets worse. Dang. It gets worse. Yeah. After the female friend comes out to the hospital, she's talking to the news media saying that this was crazy because the guy unalived himself. He shot them two and then unalived himself at the same time on the scene right there, right? 3 weeks later, the brother of the guy that unalived himself unalived the girl that survived the situation, got her information from the news media, and went and found her, and went and found her and unalived her.
That's sad.
And they asked him, why did you unalive this girl? This girl didn't even do nothing. She just survived the situation. He said, she survived. She shouldn't have survived. And my brother's gone, so somebody had to pay. See what I'm saying? So we gotta be thinking that, hey, we gotta keep these people on their toes. If you're trying to escape the situation, don't ever tell your adversary what you get ready to do. I'm getting ready to go to court and get a PPO on you right now. Don't say nothing. Go get it. Let them get served. Then when they come looking for you at the apartment, they can't find you. You ain't there. You move somewhere else. So you got to be one step ahead of these crazy people. And that's my opinion. Sorry to go on and on, y'all. Let me push it over to the coach, because everybody has some good comments, but I just wanted to talk about that because I just saw that yesterday. All right, Coach, what do you say, Coach?
Yeah, that was an awesome comment, man. That's deep. I have learned in the last 2 years, and I don't know everything, but I have chosen, and I'm speaking for myself, and hopefully that helps you out, sister. But I'm a person that just goes completely at peace now. I just go completely at peace. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're my mama, my cousin, auntie. I don't care who you are. I go straight to peace. So I will grab my kids and we will just go and hey, that's what I did. I live in another country. I live in the Dominican Republic, and yeah, I miss some of my family members, and I'm not telling you to do that. I'm just letting you know from my perspective, because like everybody said on the panel, it's awesome, but I'm just telling you what I did as a man. I decided, because I'm such a giver, I have a soft heart, and people were taking advantage of me for so long, I just decided to just go ahead and just take care of myself. And I feel so much better taking care of myself, because when people say, you always hear people say life is short, life is short, life is short. No, it is really short. Life is really short. That's what people need to say. And every time we put up with foolishness, and I'm dating a girl now. We plan on getting married next year, and I think everything is going to be fine. Thank you. But I think everything is going to be fine. But if I cannot talk to you and you play dumb, and if you play like a fool, like you don't know what I'm talking about, or you just disagree with the simple things, it's just not working. It's just time for us to move on. It's not for me to hate you. It's just time for to move on. And it is what it is. I love you. I have canceled some of my best friends and my cousin in the last 2 years because I had a family member, and this is on the subject, but it's off the subject. Every year he would put a gun to his head and call me on video and say, man, I feel like blowing my brains out. And I was like, man.
Oh my God.
So I was taking that in, and he never did it. And thank God he's getting some help right now. But every year he would pull the trigger and like he's going to blow his brains out. And he only did that with me. And because he know I'm a caring person, and I tried to talk to him, I'm crying, hey, put the gun down, blah, blah. But I realized it was affecting me.
Yeah.
It was, and so that goes back to your relationship. It was affecting me because my energy and my mind, we have gates. We have gates. We have an ear gate. We have an eye gate. We have a mouth gate. We have, and our brain is a gate. And you have to understand, keep people and things away if you want to keep peace in your life. So I'm sorry, I kind of rambled on, but that's my opinion.
No, that's good.
Yeah, but bro, John, when we met you, you was going through that situation and dealing with a female narcissist.
That's right.
I know when you look back in retrospect now, all the little traits, all the little control, all the little jealousy, all the little things that she was doing to manipulate you in a relationship, were narcissistic traits.
Oh,
so
wow.
You're talking from somebody from experience.
if y'all want me to tell that story right now, I can tell it real quick in a short version.
Okay. Do you have time, Terrell? Do you have time for him to tell a little story real quick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, let me just say thank all of y'all for answering that question. I appreciate it. And I think that like it's good that because we talk about this and sometimes people need kind of like some steps, you know, so that they can actually say, okay, I can do this and I can do this and I can do this. And then what kind of support they would need in the process of them doing it. So I thank all of y'all.
Yeah, thank you for asking that question, Sister Annie, because I just saw that play out yesterday where the girl told the whole thing. I'm going to go get a PPO and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And the dude was 10 steps ahead of her every time until he caught her. And then finally just, you know, and then, like I said, the survivor, his brother went and got the survivor. It was just an ugly situation. But I want John to tell that story. And I want, because the one thing that John and Terrell have in common is when they got that call, they did not go back. So I want to find out from you guys, what was it about the situation? I mean, Terrell touched on it a little bit, but I want to see from you guys, what is it about this your particular situation where you said, not gonna catch me up in that again. So John, if you could break it down real quick, man, of that situation.
So I was living in the Dominican Republic. That was my second girl I started dating in the Dominican Republic. Everything was fine, and about 4 or 5 months later, I started sensing something. She moved in with me. I'm in the Dominican Republic. She's Dominican, and then I started sensing like jealousy. Like, where you going? I want to go with you. If I can't go with you, you can't go. And and who you going with? And you know, things like I would go to the beach with some of my friends or something, or go hang out. And I have a YouTube channel, so I take people on tours sometimes. So people come in from the United States, and I take people on tours. And then like one incident, I said, hey, I'm taking one of my subscribers. I'm taking him and his wife to the beach. And I told her what beach we was going. She said, okay, be careful. She said, I wish I can go with you. I said, oh, it's fine. So they didn't want to go to that beach. They changed their mind. They wanted to go to a different beach. And then I called her and I said, hey, yeah, you know, we doing good. We at another beach. She's like, what? She said, you told me that you was gonna be at this beach right here, at this beach. What is going on? I'm like, and I'm not a, you know, back in the day, I used to be a little player but I don't cheat. I don't do none of that. I don't have no time for no drama like that. And I never cheated on her. My phone is wide open. I started seeing signs of like jealousy and controlling and being a narcissist. And she would tell me certain things and then lie about it and say, no, I didn't say it like that. I didn't do that. And then we had the language barrier. So it even made it worse because, you know, and then I had to start like recording stuff and screenshotting stuff. And I would start saying, I was like, something ain't right with this. This is not the right way I want a relationship.
Right.
You know, and it was just going south. So now I decided, then I found out, we have a credit across the street. So in the Dominican Republic, you don't want to have a whole bunch of cash because they do little petty crimes and stuff. So I have a credit. I'm American. I have a credit. So every month, my girl would go across the street and pay the credit. If the credit was $300 or we owe $400 or whatever we paid for going get some food, potato chips, eggs, whatever we got. It was like grocery store. So come to find out, after 2 months, she hadn't paid. She was only paying 70% of the bill and putting the other 30% in her pocket.
Nice. Nice.
So I went. So one day I just decided to go to the owner across the street, and he was like, "This is your balance." I say, "What? That's my balance." It was like $650. I was like, "My balance." And he was like, "Yeah." He said, every month you only pay 60-70%. And I was like, "No, I give her the amount that you." He's like, "Well, she's not giving me the exact."
We gotta go find her.
Yeah. So I confronted her about it, and I said, "Well, you I give you all the money and you not, what's the problem? No, it's not like that. He lying and blah, blah, blah. I was like, what is he lying about? I was like, well, let me tell you what I have learned. A liar hates for you to meet those two people up.
Right. Definitely.
So
Definitely.
and then so she started being controlling. She's like, and this is the narcissist part. She was like, who you gonna believe? We don't need to go over there. Who you gonna believe? You gonna believe me or you gonna believe him? The owner across the street, you gonna believe I was like, you know what? It's over. It's done. So I decided, and just like you was talking about, Brother Clarence, maybe I shouldn't have said it was over, it's done. Because look at Brother Terrell.
Terrell said, no, man. Don't tell him.
And I'm easygoing. So she called the police. The police come and everything. She had been living with me for 4 or 5 months. And Dominican police said, y'all, the house was in my name. She said, the Dominican police said, I have to get out.
Oh my God.
I said, why? I said, let me show you my lease. He said, I don't want to see your lease and that like that. That's it. Right, bro. So and she had 2 kids. So the kids, she said, you cannot. I said, I'm not kicking her out. I said, but I get a hotel, I get a room. She's like, no, I don't want a hotel. I don't want none of that. I'm gonna stay right here. So I had to get out. Long story short, that morning, I got a hotel. That morning at 6 o'clock in the morning, I came back to my house. Everything was gone.
I remember that.
Remember that?
I remember that story.
Now we got to shout out to Rico. We got to shout out to Rico because I think Rico caught this one from across the street, man. Rico was calling this from from the street. Man. We got to shout Rico. Shout out to Rico. Happy birthday to you, brother. But Rico caught that one from across the street, I think. So
yeah, and he throw it in my face all the time. He said, I told you.
All right, now here's the question.
But this is the thing. Let me say this, bro, Clarence. Okay. Bro, Clarence, let me say this right quick because I see Black Man Unfiltered's comments in the chat. He say, you chose that woman, bro. Absolutely. Yeah. When we first meet people, we choose each other, right? But the thing, the differences between a narcissist is that the love bombing, they actually are portraying themselves to be something that they're not.
That's right.
And when you're first meeting that person, you don't know that person are showing you a representative of a false person. That is not who they truly are. And you have no way of knowing that half of the time until you in the relationship. And then it's a whole nother person because now they reveal who they truly are to you. So I just want to reiterate because of what Black Man Unfiltered said.
No, that's a great point. I read that comment, but like I said, after 4 months, she started changing, and then I started seeing different things. So yeah, I chose her. I chose everything. I chose the woman that I'm with right now, and I'm super happy.
Exactly. And that's the first part that.
Oh man! Look, the little queen. They were salute the little queen that came into the room. Shout out to the little queen.
Beautiful.
Shout out to it. All right,
shout out to the angel. Hey, beautiful angel.
So this is what I want to. I want you to answer, John, and then we're gonna throw it back over to Terrell, because he did the same thing you did. For whatever reason, he didn't go for the okie doke. Now, why didn't you, when you start getting, oh, John, I'm sorry. You don't understand. Everything was just hitting me so hard. And, and I was dealing with my monthly cycle. And then I was in school. And then I was dealing with the kids. And then the kids' daddy. And it was just so much going on at the same time. But if you give me a chance, John.
I got that.
I will come. I'm telling you, you thought I made good food last time. Watch the food I make for you this time. I'm going to make some American food for you, John. Watch.
And she could cook. She has some good Dominican food.
So why didn't you go for the okie doke, brother? Why didn't you?
I knew that if somebody can do that so easy and so quick and put a plan together that quick, I mean, maybe I would have fell for that back when I was 18, 19, 20 years old.
Okay.
But I think I'm just I don't have no time for it. I didn't, and and she took my George Foreman grill. I had
that. Yeah, I guess you're right, man. Ain't no coming back from that, man. When you take the George Foreman grill, ain't no coming back from that.
That was my favorite little piece. But she probably took about $5,000 worth of my stuff, TV and sofa and stuff like that. But I said, hey, I will give you another seat, TV, and a George Foreman grill if you make sure you stay out of my life. So I don't mind, man. So it doesn't bother me. I've lost money before. I've been through a divorce. I lost a lot of money when I had to split everything in my divorce when I played with the New York Yankees. So that $5,000 was nothing, and you want peace. So I decided to have peace. And if you can do that so quick and put a master plan together, even if we would have separated, we could have split everything or say, hey, and guess what? We could have even talked about it, and maybe we would have got back together. But you went,
Look at Terrell like, nope.
No. And the reason
like, nope.
And the reason I say that because you can never say never. That's all I'm saying. But
okay. Not with a narcissist.
And let me say this.
John,
no. You're right.
John, not with a narcissist. No.
But let me say this. I was a person. I've never been a narcissist, but I was a person that had to change because I was
Me too, brother. Me too. I was
I was
a piece of work too. Yeah,
and I was with women all the time and being part of the swingers clubs and doing all kinds of sleeping with a whole bunch of women. And I changed. So say, So I changed, and that don't mean other people can change also. But like you said, I don't think narcissists. Is there such thing? And I'm finished talking. But is there such thing as a narcissist changing or getting help? Is that?
Yeah, we have one. We got one up here right now. No. Actually, Terrell, the other brother that we brought up here, he was a narcissist. He was actually a narcissist, and he not because of some other external reason. Internally, he decided that, hey, I want to live a better life. I want to change my life. So he went, and at first he was forced to get the help, but after getting the help for a while, internally he decided, you know what, this is good for me. I'm realizing a lot of stuff about myself, and and so he has now. Has he all the way turned the corner? We don't know, but I mean, he is definitely pursuing that.
Terrell, I think you're on mute.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Yes.
Okay, so I got the same question.
It has to be continuous help. It can't be sporadic. It has to be continuous help for them to show any kind of change. So it has to be continued. Honestly, it has to be for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
That part. That's what I was going to say, Terrell. Thank you so much.
Terrell, now I got the same question
therapy,
for you.
Brother John. It's with therapy, consistent therapy. That's the only way, because it's a personality disorder. Right. It's a personality disorder. So they have to get extensive therapy, like he said, most likely for the rest of their lives. The guy, Brother Leon, that comes up here, he suffers with NPD, narcissistic personality disorder. Okay. He's 58 years old, and he said he will be in therapy for the rest of his life.
See, I missed it. Wow, that's all. And the only person that I see on TV all the time, and I'm not getting into politics, but and I just shake my head. I was like, man, you are really sick. It's Donald Trump. I watched Donald Trump. He's so sick. I'm talking about, like, he'll lie, and and then he'll change it up and make you and be like, no, I didn't mean it like that. I meant it like this. I said it like this. And I'm like, man, you are sick. You need some help. But hey.
It's a lot. Unfortunately, it's a lot of celebrities that are narcissists. I would even say a lot of, like, these guys that are rappers. When you see them continuously be habitual cheaters and liars on like Cardi B's, like Offset, like it's society, it's reality TV, it's genetics, it's your environment, it's trauma, it's a multitude of things that creates the narcissistic personality disorder, Brother John, just so you know.
Gotcha.
All right, y'all. I gotta ask Terrell this question, and then we're gonna get to this last point that the doc was putting up there. But Terrell, why didn't you go back? Terrell, I'm gonna be different. You'll see. I'm gonna be the best girl you ever had. I'm gonna make the best sandwiches you ever had in your life, man. Everything's gonna be great. It's gonna be sunny skies and blue skies and sunny days.
Hell,
go for the okey-doke, brother.
Man, because first off, when I talked to God about it, he told me I can't go back.
Okay.
So that was, once I heard that from him, everything else was non-negotiable because I asked.
Okay.
And I never wanted to feel that way again.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, ever. Never wanted to feel that way again.
Yep.
And once I did, because by that time I did research for like 6 months, and I told y'all I was looking for one video that said she can change, and I never found it. And it kept reinforcing the notion that they don't change. And once I found that to be concrete, and once I found that to be logical, no way that I was feeling even mattered as far as the influence to go back. So basically, it wasn't no option for me to go back. Did I want to go back sometimes? Yeah. Did I miss her?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Every day.
Right.
But I missed who I used to be before I got involved with her even more.
Right.
So that was a very high influence on me not going back. And I tell people, you can miss somebody, but that don't mean you have to go back to them. You can just miss the era of when you were that person and, had those experiences, because we get caught up in memories, and memories are exactly what they are, memories and experiences.
Right.
You don't have to relive them, to be at ease. You go out there and create more memories. You be appreciative of what you've already been through, and then you build on that. But I just knew I never wanted to go back. And I knew if I did go back, it'll be against God's will, and everything was going to be bad from then.
It's going to be all bad after that.
So,
good
all right,
answer.
man. Good answer. Yeah. All right, so y'all, let's watch the last there was 7 things female narcissists do, common things that they do. Let's watch the last thing they do, and then also, if you guys out there, you have a question for Terrell, want to ask him something directly, gonna put the link out. You can come up here and ask him a question. Right? You can ask Terrell a question, ask him, as long as you're respectful. We're gonna, what I'm saying, don't remember Simon, man. We don't want to be like Simon. As long as Simon's still on probation, right? So as long as you're respectful, you can come up here and we'll keep you up here. All right. So let's move on, y'all. Let's get back to the good doctor. All right, the good doctor. We're gonna bring the good doctor back up. Let's put everybody down at the bottom. All right, so the good doctor's here, and let's see the final thing, that 7 common things that female narcissists do.
Certainly not immune to that issue. And competition, so nothing proves supremacy quite like the competition for a narcissistic individual. They love an opportunity to excel over others, whether it's at work or at home, wherever it may be. And this can be brother to brother and parent-child relationships. Females battle with other females for dominance. And that dominance is that sense of competition. Just like it goes exactly to that point of, again, when I talked about earlier in the video, it's that women are commenting the female narcissist on her way she looks and things like that. And that other person comes up, and that becomes that competitor. And they have to dominate that individual because it triggered that emotional button of insecurity and that sense of doubt, shame, guilt, inferiority. And so they have to try to manage that narcissistic wound. And you see this, it can, just as I mentioned, in a wide variety of different types of relationships. And because that competition becomes the food that feeds the narcissism, a lot of times they will get into competitions, or in competition, I don't mean like an actual formal like competition, right? Not going to be like a tennis match unless they are amazingly good at tennis. In competition, I don't mean competition.
Okay, y'all. Doc says that a female narcissist does not have common courtesy. She's convinced that the reason for her existence is to make the world complete. Thus, she sees no reason to reciprocate empathy to others. Has that been your experience, brother Terrell?
Yeah, most definitely. She thought she was God's gift to the universe. And like I always say, she's a very pretty young lady. So, she had that working for her. But that just didn't matter to me like as much as it did to her. Because I told her that comes a dime a dozen to me.
Right.
But in her head, she thought that was the alpha and omega of relationships. And I'm like, I don't care how pretty you are. That means nothing to me. And I think that threw her for a loop too, because she's used to that being a big part of her manipulation.
Right.
And that part of it didn't really work on me. It was more of the whole emotional manipulation at work, because she used to try to use her body and things of that nature. And I'm like, that's not phasing me. So she had to up the ante with the emotional part of it. But that's their bread and butter, how they look and what they feel their place in society is. And they feel like if somebody running for president, can't nobody win unless they put in
Right.
So
absolutely, man. Anybody else have anything else we're gonna say on that? Because I'm gonna put the link out now.
Oh yeah. Let me ask you this, Terrell. So with the competition part, so like right now, you're using music to be a form of your release and therapy. And what if like she thought, oh wait, he's exposing me? Are you ever concerned that there's something that she may do, like maybe, I don't know if I would say retaliation, but something to try to mar your reputation in the public's eyes, since she feels like you are a musician and people are going to hear about it? We may not like know who she is, but do you ever have a concern about that?
Not really, because I got this saying that goes, you can't embarrass me because I'm gonna tell you first. So a lot of people know like my character, like people who've known me for a long time, you pretty much gonna get the same consistent answer of how I am and what I am, what I come from, or whatever the case is. So I mean, like I said, I'm more than sure she's already spread this rumor and that rumor. But the thing is, I don't really be caring what other people be thinking. So it's kind of hard to, I guess, use that as a weapon against me. And like I say, she can try and she can spread whatever rumor that she wants to. But the people who really know me, they know what's up. And it's just never been a fear of mine. She can take me to court if she wants to. All it's gonna do is make the song more popular, because they're gonna wonder what song is he talking about. Oh, wow, that's a pretty song. So it really doesn't bother me. So I expect it, but it's not like a fear of mine. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And now, so anybody got a question for Terrell? We can just do a round robin and ask Terrell a question, because I could, man, I got a bunch of them for him. But I'm gonna let y'all ask him some questions. Y'all got any questions for him?
Yeah, Brother John or Sister Annie, if you got questions, you guys can go ahead.
Well, Terrell, man, I just I like your energy, brother. I want to say that first of all, man, and I like your spirit. And what do you think is best for a female that's really struggling with a man, and that's being mentally abused and physically abused? but they love them so much and they can't get out of it. What do you think should be done? I mean, it's so hard. Now, I know me personally, I have learned to just get up and walk away, and because I want peace in my life. But what can you say for a man or a woman when it comes down to that?
Really, I tell people the key is always go back to emotions and logic. You have to learn when dealing with people how to operate outside of your emotions and operate logically. That'll save you so much grief, even like doing business. Like, you know how, like, let's say, okay, I'm an artist or something like that, and, you know, I'll go meet an executive or something like that, and he want to have drinks and all that stuff. Nah, we can do that after we do the business.
Right.
Because what's going to happen is I sit down with you and I have these couple drinks and we laughing and kikiing and all that. Now, when it come down to doing the business,
yeah,
it's gonna be jaded because we done just had this joke and you know, you done told me about your family and this, that, and the third. So now it might influence my decision on doing what's best for me as far as that contract. Because now we done had an emotional bond or whatever. So there might be something in that contract that I don't like. But now because I like you,
just like whatever,
I might let it slide, and that's going to interfere with my business.
I like that.
Yeah, so I always tell people, man, you have to learn how to get a grip on your emotions and be as emotionally intelligent as you are intellectually, because that's going to save you in the long run. You have to learn how to operate outside your emotions and really take a step back and look at that person for what they are, not what you want them to be, because that fantasy will keep you locked in when you're supposed to be checked out.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
For sure.
Good point. Good point. All right, if
Anybody else?
Well, no, I know. With me, sorry. How do you pick your song titles?
My song titles. It really depends on what the song is about. Cause like Superstition is nowhere in the hook, but I mentioned it several times throughout the song. So the title can be simply the vibe of the song. It can be the lesson of the song. So it just always it always depends on how I'm feeling, and then I try to name them things that are not the norm of what everybody names their song. So it kind of goes based off of like how I'm feeling or what message I'm trying to convey using that song. Because I might name it a name that I don't mention at all in the song, but it's the overall feeling and the idea or the story that I'm trying to tell about the song.
And the reason why I ask is because sometimes, like when I write, I tend to, like, the flow of the song tends to be easier for me when the title comes first. So like, say if I hear music that I'll say, oh, that feels like that to me. And I know that, like, with you writing about this experience, and if you mentioned it, I apologize that I didn't hear it, but that, you know, if the song comes first or you have the music and you're trying to write the experience over the track. So I didn't know, like, if that was like something that was helpful in when you would pick your titles on your song.
Yeah, see, me when I write music, the emotion comes first. Even when I pick my beats, if I'm not emotionally drawn to the beat, I ain't gonna lie. I think I told either y'all or somebody else that interviewed me. If the beat doesn't almost make me cry, and that it don't have to be a sadness. It can just be that guitar is just hitting, the bass is hitting, and it sparks that emotion. I won't pick that beat. You know, so that's how I go based off of picking my tracks and picking my song titles, my moods, where I'm gonna put the track, how I'm gonna, you know, build the song, anything. It's all based off of how I feel.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Awesome, thank you. And I did this. I played this little the gaslighting, the famous gaslighting saying. I picked 10 of the top, and I'm gonna say 10 of the top ones. This is not all of them, but I want you to let me know if these sound familiar, if your narc has ever said these things to you, Terrell, and even you, Brother John. Just let me know if you think that you've heard this before from your former female narc. And believe me, gaslighting is definitely a psychological abuse that narcissistic people will do to you. They gaslight you to make it seem like your reality is not real. What you saw wasn't real. What you said wasn't real, or they'll misinterpret it and turn it around and flip it on you. It's like a reverse psychology, and they try to flip it and make you think like you're crazy. All right, Terrell, you ready? Number 1, stop being so insecure.
Yep. Number 1.
How about you, John?
Favorite one.
I've never gotten that, but I know it happens.
Never got that one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Number 2, you're paranoid. You hearing things, you seeing things. That's not what I said. That's not what I did. You paranoid.
Yeah, I have.
Yep.
Yes.
Psychopath was the correct term for 200, Alex.
Right. What about this one? You so emotional. Why you too emotional? Why you so emotional about this situation?
I got that. Yep.
I didn't get that one.
Yep, I have.
You didn't get that one? All right. Okay. Number 4. Stop taking everything so serious.
Got that one.
You got that one?
We've all heard that one before.
All of that.
All right.
Yep.
Number 5. I'm not the problem. You're the problem.
That was one of the last things.
So
right.
so both of you guys, Patrice, let me ask this real quick. Because when you're dealing with a narcissist, and female narcissist has a little more room to get, because that body. Oh man, she looks so good. She smells so good. Got a little more, you know what I mean? A little more hooking to you, man. It's hard to cut her loose, right? But one of the main things that they use is they insult your intelligence on a consistent basis, right? Like we were talking, remember we were talking earlier, Terrell, about how they have this make-believe world, right? They have this make-believe world in their head. They're like the president of the universe, right? And the rest of us are here just kind of like moping around, hoping we get a chance to do something for the princess,
we the
right?
Secret Service. We're the president. We the Secret.
Right. So
right.
my question to you guys. Patrice, let me ask my question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
To you guys
I just want to get through it, and then you can do the questions. Your questions.
All right. Then I'll let you get through it.
I just want them to answer yes or no if they've heard it before. They don't have to go into an elaborate story. I just want a quick yes or no if they've ever been said that by a narc, and then you can go into all the questions you want. All right, number 6. That wasn't my intention.
Yes, I got that. I've gotten that.
All right. Okay, you crazy. You need help. Like for real. Like something wrong with you.
Instead of a Christmas sweater, I'm supposed to have a straight jacket. So yeah.
All right. Number 8. You're remembering things wrong. That's not what I said. That's not what I did. You remembering that all wrong. You got it all wrong.
I got that all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Number 9. Everyone else agrees with me, so it must be you. Everybody agree with me. My flying monkeys and all.
Yeah, I got that a lot, and then every time I said, well, let's go meet the people that agree with you.
Yeah, they ain't want to introduce nobody. I want to pull up. Well, let me see who they.
Yeah.
And number 10, they'll tell you that gaslighting is not real. It's not a real thing. It's not a real word. It doesn't exist. Like, come on, what is that? Gaslight? Oh, that's something made up. Come on, ain't nobody gaslight you. That ain't even real.
I used to be like, you ain't real.
And all the time, why they all the time, why they gaslighting you with the fact that saying gaslight ain't real. That's even gaslight.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
You're making.
Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate y'all playing the gaslighting game with me.
That's a good one, Patrice. The gaslighting game. That's a good one. That's a good one. All right, I got a question for the two brothers that have been with the female narcissist. So we were talking about now for Terrell earlier. You and I were talking about how to get this to work, they have to pull you into their dreamland, right? That you have to willingly walk in there. They can't force you in it. They just coax you into it, and by a lot of times making you think that at some point they're getting ready to turn the corner. They're good at standing at the corner, making you think they're going to turn that corner, but they never go around the corner, right? They always standing right where they stand on a square. So my question is,
let me just say something. The name of that corner is Grace and Mercy. That's what they use, Grace and Mercy.
There you go. Good point, Patrice.
I'm on the
good
point,
point,
Grace
right?
And Mercy.
Good point. That's another thing Terrell brought up earlier, right? Grace and Mercy. Okay, so now that they standing there, right? Now, at what point do you realize, or does the average person, or in you guys' opinion, when do you realize that you yourself, you out of pocket? It's not them, because they gonna do what they gonna do. I'm the one that's out of pocket, because this is how they get down, and I've been down with it. I gotta remove myself from the situation. When do you realize that? Does something major have to happen, or what has to happen for us to realize this?
It all depends, like, because everybody has a different capacity, like, for abuse and different tolerance.
Agreed.
Mine was when I looked back and I couldn't find my way back to where I was. I was like, okay, I got here. I don't know how I got here.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And I don't know how to, navigate out of this. That's when I knew, okay, however far, I don't went too far. Right. I'm tripping because I don't recognize this terrain anymore. This is her stomping grounds.
Right.
I don't recognize none of my surroundings, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, none of that. I'm out of bounds. So once I figured out, okay, well, like, my surroundings didn't make sense, my feelings didn't make sense, my mentality didn't make sense, my spirit didn't make sense.
Ooh.
That's when I was like, okay, I'm too far gone. I done sold my soul. I need to buy it back.
Ooh, yeah.
So once I recognized that and I felt that void, I was like, okay, I don't know how I'm gonna navigate out of this, but I have to. So that was the turning point of, I didn't care what she did at that point. I knew what I needed to do.
Right.
So that was for me. So what
we think.
For me, yeah. I told her I didn't want to be with her. And then when I told her I didn't want to be with her, it was still like, hey, you know what? It might work out if she get her stuff together, because she know I'm not playing. But then the next day when she took my Stormy grill and my TV, that confirmed everything.
Wait. When you found out your TV, when you found out your TV was gone, maybe you say, wait a minute, maybe this won't work.
I was like, this thing is really thrown in the head. She is really thrown. So that kind of confirmed that, like, she has to have all the control.
Correct.
Like, this is it. Whatever I say, that's what goes. And you don't know, I'm right, you wrong. And then she always threw the other country in it, like, just because you live in the Dominican, like, you don't know the Dominican Republic. The Dominican Republic don't have nothing to do with our relationship.
He started talking like you a terrorist or something.
Right. Like I was Taliban or Bin Laden or something. Right?
Oh man.
Let me ask both of you, Terrell and Brother John. Let me ask you this quick question. Did you ever confront your female narcissist letting her know that something was wrong with her, that she was a narc, or just that she needed help or she needed therapy? Or did you ever have a conversation with her at any point in time in your relationship with her, or even maybe after you broke up, and say, hey, you need some help, I would suggest you get therapy? Or even realizing and say, hey, you're a narcissist, you got issues or whatever. Have either one of you ever did that?
Well, I never told her that I thought she was a narcissist, because I didn't find out until after I left, like months after I left. But I did, like, several times. I used to look at her and be like, "What is wrong with you?
What's wrong with you,
Why are
girl?
you doing that? Like, there's no reason for you to be doing that. Like, you need to go to therapy." And the crazy thing is, she agreed that she needed to go to therapy. But the thing is, agreeing that you need therapy and actually going to therapy are two different sides of the spectrum. So that could have been a manipulation tactic in its own. But that was toward the end as well. So that could have set up, whatever foolishness she was doing at the end. But I did tell her, like, bro, something's seriously wrong with you, and you need some help. And she agreed. And I should have left when she agreed, because
they always agree. They just don't do it.
Okay.
I never said it personally, but every time we would drop the baby girl off at the father's house, he would give me a look and be like,
"Oh my God!"
And we was cool. We was cool. I would talk to him and speak to him and everything. And then, like, and I was like, dang, I should have picked up them warning signs. He would be like, take care, brother. He was like,
wow.
Baby
and wasn't nothing right, and wasn't nothing wrong with him. And I was like, and I was always trying, like, every time I pulled, I was like, he seemed like a cool dude. Don't seem like nothing wrong. And then and then the last time I saw him, and I saw him on the street about a month ago, he was like, I told you I was trying
to oh my goodness. I think in those incidents, we have to let people find out for themselves, because I told y'all I had a conversation with my ex-Narcs New Supply, and I told her as much as I could tell her, but she was in it. He was love bombing her big time, and I'm like, girl, and it's literally like that triggered me, because I literally, like, felt sorry for her, because she seemed like she was a nice person. She was a nurse, right? But Terrell, I don't have anything against her. She's the New Supply. I hadn't been with my narc for almost a year. And then she found out, he started texting me again, sending me hearts, trying to bring me back in. And then she calls me. She got my number out his phone. And then I'm talking to her, and I'm like, woo, honey, listen, you don't have to worry about me. You got to worry about all the other women he going to cheat on you with. Like, and we was literally having a conversation. He's like, oh, he loved me. He asked me to marry him. I said, girl, he did the same thing to me too. So I was like telling us certain things. But again, and Brother Leon told me this too. He was like, no, you shouldn't have did it, because it don't matter, because he was love bombing her like crazy. She'll listen to what I'm saying, but she's not going to leave him. She's in it. She's literally stuck in it. So nothing I said would have made a difference. And then at the same time, by me being an empath, I'm trying to help another woman, and saying, I wouldn't want to see her go through this. I know that's what Brother Leon was shaking his head. He was like, no, Patrice, no. And so I was like, dang, I was like really feeling bad. And then she told me her husband had just passed away. She's a nurse. I'm like, honey, you got empath written all over you. And exactly. The violin. And so I was like, it doesn't matter what you tell the New Supply. If you have a conversation with them or run into them or whatever, they got to go through that for themselves. And it's unfortunate, even though she knows that he reaching out to me after he done said, I'm going to marry you, I want to marry you, he's still trying to get back with me. And then I told her, I said, honey, you the New Supply, you're not even the woman that he cheated on me with.
Wow.
Crazy.
But again, stuff like that don't register when you're in it.
Right.
And she's in it. And I get it. And I just say, you know what? I said, look, I wish you well. Good luck. I dodged the bullet. I'm good. You ain't got to worry about this woman right here. But trust me, you got a whole bunch of other women you're gonna have to worry about, because he's going to cheat on you, sweetie. I don't care if that man tell you he's gonna marry you. You just gonna be the new wife supply at home that he know he got all the time, that ain't going nowhere. He gonna cheat back and forth on you and do what he gonna do, and you ain't gonna go nowhere until whatever your enough is. You know, that you take off of him, and he just gonna move on. He's gonna continuously always get and have new supply. Period.
Wait, OG Patrice, may I ask you a question? Yes, please hear this well. I'm asking you because you just told that story, but I'm asking it because it could be something that other people on the receiving end may do or think. Okay, when you were telling the new lady that he's done that with you, and you know, he's going to do it, was some small part of you saying that because it was maybe helping to affirm with you you're not special, because maybe some part of you felt bad because he's now with somebody else? I don't know if I'm asking that well, but like some, you know, no,
I know exactly
what you're saying. Say something to somebody and they be like, well, you ain't that special because he was doing that to me. And I'm not saying you were doing that. I'm just saying like that question, because somebody else that may be going through it, they may be doing it for that motive. And what we are trying to help ourselves and people grow with is being able to do it for you, like the actions, understanding how it's impacting you and why you're doing something. So I'm sorry if that's offensive, because I don't mean it that way.
No. I'm not offended at all, because you're right. Okay. Women do that when they, you know, maybe feeling a little jealous, or, you know, but again, you know, this was out of sight, out of mind. So I hadn't seen or talked to him in almost a year. So I know he with some woman, you know what I mean? I know that he cheated on me with a woman. So I didn't know if he was still with this woman he cheated on me with, or another woman, right? So when she called me, it did take me aback for a minute, because I'm like, I was like, what the hell are you calling me for? You know, and then she told me, she said, well, I got your number out his phone, and I see that he's been sending you hard. So he offered to take you out for your birthday and all of that. And I said, yeah. I said, and you know, you saw what I responded back, right? And she was like, yeah. She says, but you know, my mother and my girlfriend just told me to call you, and I didn't know if you were going to curse me out or whatever. I'm like, why would I curse you out? Because I don't know you. You've done nothing to me, and I haven't seen or been with this man in a minute. Now, I did ask her how long she'd been with him, because that in my head, I would have did the math to find out if she was the supply he cheated on me with, or is she the new supply? And then when she said, well, we've only been together for 3 months, I'm like, oh, hell, he ain't even with the supply. He cheated on me. And that's what I told her. So again, it was nothing against her at all, because she's a woman that didn't know, just like I'm a woman that didn't know how he was. So, but I did say to her that she wasn't special. And I said that in the same breath that I said I wasn't special. And I told her, I says, you're not special, sweetie, just like I wasn't. I thought I was special too when he was love bombing me and making me feel a way. I said, and I'm sure you feel that same way as a woman. I said, but you're not, because I wasn't. I said, I and you are nothing but supply to that man. I said, just like he was cheated on me with another woman that he's not even with. I said, given the chance and the opportunity, because she said, well, I see he was going to take you out for your birthday to dinner on Wednesday or Thursday. She said, that's when I'm going to be out of town. And I said, honey, that's what he did to me. He waited till I went out of town and cheated on me.
That's right. Right.
I say, so given the opportunity, if I would have allowed him to take me to dinner, and then he probably would have tried to take me to bed while you're out of town, I said, that's the same MO that he did to me. I said, so you're not special, honey. I thought I was special. I thought I was too, when the love bombing. Exactly.
Right.
We're not special. We're supplied to them. You know, right. And I said, and I told her, I said, I understand that. I was supplied to him. I was the new supply. Soon as he hit town, he came to town. He was new in town. He was looking for new supply, baby. I said, and just like now, you're the new supply. I said, you're not even the woman he cheated on me with. Right. So imagine between that woman and you, how many other women he's been with.
You know, I'm gonna say this real quick before I run, because I got to get ready for my live. But I appreciate y'all. But you just made me think of something, Sister Patrice. She would always tell me, like, when it would be all the way at the bottom, I'd be like, okay, I'm tired of this. I'm finished with this. She'd be like, well, help me. I need you to help me out. Help me. And I'm like, okay, I'll help you out. And then, like, after a while, about 1 or 2 days, she'll go back to being the same way. Like, okay, like, I need your help, like, to get me right and blah, blah, blah. And if I got a problem, I need your help. And then, and then 2 days later, like, where was you at? Where you going? So anyway, that's I wanted to throw that in there before I left.
Yeah.
Hey, brother,
absolutely.
You about to leave?
That's
if you about to leave, man, I want you to give some last words, man.
I gotta run first, man. Brother Terrell, man, I'm gonna look you up. I'm gonna be looking for your songs and all of that stuff, man. And this is yeah, brother. And you're a part of the family. I've been a part of the family for about 2 years. These people are great people. They go above and beyond, just good spirit, and just good people. So last words, man. I just keep your peace. Just really, focus on the energy, the people that's around you. Nobody's perfect, but at the same time, people can see when you are trying to improve yourself and really trying from the inside, because and after a while you can see through the foolishness. So and the sister, what's the other sister name that's on the panel? I'm sorry.
Sister Annie.
Sister Annie.
It's nice to talk to you as well, sister.
You too.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, Brother John. I'll talk to you soon, brother. Thank you so much for coming.
If you haven't already subscribed to the Dominican Route, get on over there and subscribe to the Dominican Route. One of the things I love about this brother's channel is it's not no fluff and stuff. He gonna tell you the good. He gonna tell you the bad. Don't go here. Don't do this. He gonna tell you the good and the bad. Very balanced brother, man. So go check the brother out. Good dude, man, and does so much for the kids, man. We ain't even got enough time to talk about that, man.
Thank
you,
brother. Y'all take care.
All right, see you later, brother. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you. All right, that's Brother John. I'm gonna pull him down, man. Thank you, Coach. All right, I wanted to spend the next 15 minutes, man, just talking about Terrell's music, how we can get it, what inspired him to do it, and I think Sister Annie already asked him, about how he named some of his songs. But I really want to get into, kind of like just all about the music, man, and just. Oh, okay. Sorry. All right. So let me ask you a question. Terrell. What is it that inspired you in the beginning? Did you already know that you were musically inclined, or did you just something happen one day that's got you going down this road? What is it? How did you even get involved in music?
Man, just from an early age of, I remember when I was little, we all stayed in this big house, my mom, my uncle, grandma, and all that stuff. And me and my mom's room was next to my uncle's room. And he had all the cassettes, the Dr. Dre's, Eazy-E's, even the Marvin Gaye's, all of that stuff. Yeah. And I used to hear that stuff playing through the wall. And I used to go in his room to catch a closer listen. He'd be like, man, get out of my room or whatever. And I was like, I got to get in that room because I like what's going on in that room. And I was probably like 5 years old at the time, maybe like 4 or 5 years old at the time. And it was with me ever since. I just didn't, of course, you don't know what to rap about or whatever at 5 years old. At least I didn't. I kind of grew into my talent or my love for it, because as I got older and started experiencing stuff, I was like, okay, well, I can write about this. I can turn this into music. And it just grew from there. Like, it's always been easier for me to write a song than to, I guess, talk about my feelings or whatever. And I'm working on it. But that's just always been a way for me to express myself. I even, before I actually started writing music, I wrote poetry. So
Oh,
that
okay.
transitioned into music as well. So it just always been an outlet for, different things that I was dealing with. So that's
Okay.
really how I got into it.
All right. So let me ask you this, brother. Like,
Mhm.
okay, so you writing music and you doing music, and it's basically for yourself. You just trying to, it's just an outlet for you, right?
Mhm.
At what point did you decide, hey man, maybe other people can enjoy what I'm putting down too? Let me go mainstream with it. Let me go commercial with it. When did you make that decision and why?
It was probably around, I want to say, middle school. Like they used to have the little rap battles and stuff in middle school or whatever, and I hear a lot of the cats in there, doing their thing or whatever. And then I started out of nowhere because nobody knew I was writing music. It was still kind of a personal thing at that time. I kept it to myself. And then they were up there doing their thing, and then I just started rapping out of nowhere, and everybody looked back like, "You know how to rap?" And then it kind of just grew from there, and I started. A dude had heard me rapping, doing a little battle thing, and he invited me to his house. This I was probably like 15, maybe 16 years old, and he had a studio at his house. He was like, "Man, I heard you over the phone. My cousin had you on speakerphone. It's like, man, you pretty good. I think you need to start recording." And ever since then, I started like doing the whole mixtape thing because I was a rapper at first, of course.
Okay.
I just started recording songs and I'll put them on CDs and then I'll bring them to school and I'll pass them out, around school or whatever. And I got good feedback on it. And then I just did that throughout my whole high school. And then it just kept going once I got a little recognition for it.
Yeah, brother, but where was it at the point where you decided, you know what? Okay, I'm getting recognition from the people, but what made you say, let me try and put my music out there? What was it that made you decide that?
I think it was probably about 2011. I just got out of jail, so I was out
Okay.
there hustling.
Okay.
And I had the opportunity to really sit down with myself and just kind of figure out like, do I want to keep running the streets? Do I want to die out here? Or do I really want to make something of what I got going on?
Right.
And like I said, I sat in there for a year, read the Bible, got right, figured myself out, and I was like, okay, I think I'm really finna do something with this music thing. And that's when I think iTunes and all that stuff was just coming out,
Yeah.
Facebook, all that stuff. I think it was like 2010, 2011, something like that. And when I got out, I reconnected with another engineer and figured out how to put it out online and release it the right way and stuff like that. So that was kind of my turning point to where I got serious as far as doing music, rapping at least. The pop music didn't come till about like 2 years ago because remember
Okay.
I was originally a rapper and then I made that transition after that psychopath started getting on my nerves.
Oh man.
I I didn't feel like rap was a strong enough genre to convey my emotions. Not saying it can't be. I'm being for me. And that's when I started experimenting with different genres of music. Once I started going through my issues with her. And
Wow.
that kind of pushed it to a whole nother level because nobody expected me to make that kind of music.
Right. Wow, man. Wow. Any either one of you other guys, either one of you ladies have a question? Because I got them. I mean, I can stay on top of Terrell if y'all want.
Well, you say you wrote poetry and you do really well with writing music. You ever thought about writing a book?
I
Is that
have.
That's
It's
a good
funny because
question.
huh?
I said that was a good question. That was a very good question.
It's funny because my mom just told me, she's been telling me for a while actually that I need to write a book. So that is on my list of things to do. I just got so much going on at the moment that I haven't got around to it, but it's definitely coming. because she's on my butt about it. Like, she wants me to do that more than the music, actually. Okay. So that's
become an author.
Yeah, she wants me to write.
So
Miles Monroe. I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
Miles
Annie.
Monroe. He said that I think he said that maybe I'm not sure if it was his publicist, but when he was alive, rest in peace. But what he did was he took his sermons and his sermons, they turned them into books. So he had an editor, or someone to turn them into books. So I know that you do a lot of like Instagram posts and things like that. So it could be that like when you just kind of collectively gather those, you can probably, formulate that into at least something to start off with. But I actually like listening to you when you talk or whatever. But I think that you would do well with writing a book.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's definitely coming. I just haven't got around to it yet.
Okay.
I agree. And I think you should, just like Brother Leon wrote it, as a person having narcissistic personality disorder, I think that you could have get a wide audience with the men on your experience of writing a book about female narcissism, because I think it's a space for it, because like I said, men tend to get neglected or overlooked when it comes to you guys type of abuse, whether it's abuse emotionally, physically, mentally, psychologically. And that's what a narcissist female can do. People don't realize that narcissist females are also very physically abusive.
For sure.
I had an auntie that was one. And now that I look back on her in retrospect, and it took everything literally for my uncle to not put his hands on her. He had to do it to defend himself.
Yeah.
But she was always the one that started the fights. And I was like, I was little, of course, seeing this type of toxicity and drama and dysfunction. And I think that even affected me. But like, she was the aggressor.
Yeah.
Always. So there is a space, in my humble opinion, because I see men on these platforms always talking about things about women and stuff that they do, how they've been hurt, how these women are toxic, da 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 da. And a narcissistic woman has all of those traits: toxicity, dysfunction, drama, all of that, right? And can be very abusive in all of those shape forms, and even to a certain extent, even sexual, because they use their sexuality, right? To attach and a draw to men and a draw to the type of men that they are pursuing. So I think that there's absolutely a space for it. And I would absolutely love and support that if you did.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna tap into it, because I think I met another one too. So
oh yeah, let's talk about that. I almost forgot. Let's talk about that. Okay. Why do you think that? Tell us. We want the story. Tell us. Exclusive here on Let's Talk the Better Black Life. Terrell Andretti's part 2, a second female narcissist, possibly, allegedly.
Yeah. And this
I got a song title for you already, man. I had to put her down, man. I had to let her go. I had to let her go, man.
Superstition part 2.
Man,
I don't know. This, like I say, this could be 50% accurate. This could be 50% paranoia, but I'm prepared to go either way. Was looking through my comments on my channel, and I guess I said something about where I was telling the story about where I was at. Katy, which is a city out here in Texas. It's right outside of Houston. And a young lady had commented on there, well, it's funny because I stay in Katy too, and your videos help me, and this, that, and the third. And I'm like, okay, cool. And she comments again, like, maybe we can go out sometime or whatever, not for no therapy session or none of that.
Oh.
So I'm like, so I'm like, okay, let me go.
This is getting better by the minute.
Yes.
I'm like, let me see how she looks. So she looked good or whatever.
Let me see how she look.
Hey, he's just like Leon. He keep it 100, right? Hey, let me see how you look first, girl.
I'm being honest.
Oh, you busted. I can't help you.
Yeah. So don't give me. I thought about it for a couple days because I was like, man, I don't have time for nobody. Daughter getting on my nerves, but mine. And I was like, all right, go see how she looked. Lady's beautiful. So I'm like, okay, give her my number or whatever. We go out on a date. The date's amazing. Have a great time. Still a little anxious or whatever the case is, but I work through it. So we talking and all that. Conversation going great. Got a lot of things in common. And she asked me out on the second date. I'm like, okay, cool. You know, we go out again, have an even better time on the second date. So I'm already like, I don't like this because I'm having too much fun.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
I'm like, having too much fun. What's going on? So,
you know what that's like, brother? Real quick. You know what that's like? Those of us that have children, you know, you sleeping and you sleeping is so quiet. You sleeping so long. You say, nah, what's going on here? I'm sleeping too good. It's too quiet. Something's going on here.
Exactly, because when my daughter's too quiet, I know she got a hostage. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna ask, do you feel like now you're gonna watch out differently and move differently in the beginning, especially because this is a part of the beginning of the dating process, which can also be a part of the love bombing process. So are you gonna keep your spidey senses up, Terrell?
Man, when I say I'm paranoid, I mean paranoid. We have a great time, amazing time. Walking into the car, whatever, being the gentleman that I am, walking into the car, and she asked me, "Can I kiss you?" I'm like, "All right, cool." Mind y'all, this is the first date I went on since my little situation. First date.
Okay.
So it's like, "Can I kiss you?" I'm like, "Yeah, okay, cool." So we do all that. Sparks fly. 4th of July. Guy playing flute in the background. All that good stuff.
Right.
And you know, she was like, "Well, I don't want to." What she said? Well, I don't want to break one of my rules or whatever. I'm about tempted to tell you to come home with me and this and this. You just don't understand. Like what your touch does. I'm not making any of this up. Like what your touch does to me, all that there.
I'm clutching. I'm clutching my imaginary pearls right now.
Yeah, I tell you, Patrice ain't got no sense, man. Come on, Terrell. Come on, just tell the story, man. Patrice ain't got no sense. Come on.
Like, I'm so tempted to take you home and this, that, and the third. And I'm, being respectful. I'm like, I'm not going to make you do anything that you're not ready for. And she's like, okay, let me go ahead and get away from you so I can go gather myself and this, that, and the third. And she gets home and I'm one of them, call me when you get home. Let me know you made it safe. So she calls me and we talk and she like, man, you just don't know how close you was to getting invited back to the house, this, that, and the third. And I'm like, it's all good. We got time for that. So
good answer.
Yeah, because I'm too big to be pushing up on people. So I ain't, So I think she had sent me, she sent me a text message. I forgot what it said. And then I answered. And it was one of them where it needed an answer back to it. She didn't answer. And she ended up texting me the next day and was like, oh, well, we need to talk. I want to talk to you, smiley face and all that. So we get on the phone and she was like, I've been kind of distant because I didn't expect to start feeling these feelings for you so soon. And they're kind of strong and they kind of freaked me out. And I was like, that's cool, but all you gotta do is communicate how you feeling. Right. I understand the space. I'm not finna pressure you. You take your space, but just being grown, it'll be nice to know why you're taking space. Take your space, do what you do, if you got to take space, that's fine. I have no problem with that. But just let me know what's up.
Right.
And she was just saying, my feelings are strong for you. I ain't expected to feel like this. I've been thinking about you the last 2 days, blah, 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 and all that good stuff there. And we get an understanding as far as communication and all that. At least I think it was an understanding. And the next day I asked her out. She wanted to go to the studio or whatever. So I'm like, cool, I'm going to the studio Friday. Do you want to go? Oh, well, I think I think. But she said I have a dentist appointment that same day. If I'm feeling better, I'll let you know or whatever. So me, I'm not a I'll let you know or we'll see type guy. Either you going or you not. Maybe that's bad, but it's just not me. So I just tell her, well, if you got something going on, you can catch me the next time. It's no big deal, no pressure. So she doesn't answer that message. And she goes, I want to say either a day or two, and doesn't say anything. And then she texts me like 11 o'clock at night one night, and she says, hey, babe, did I run you off or did I scare you off? And I said, nah, I just been out here handling my business, working or whatever. And then her last message was, okay, I see you, handle your business. Make sure you have a good day. That was it. I ain't talked to her since.
How long has it been?
Yeah.
That was Friday. It ain't been that long. It's
okay. Yeah, it's Friday, man.
It's just inconsistency.
But
like I
still,
say,
no consistency in communication since then, since Friday.
Yeah, like I haven't talked to her. And like I'm trying to take into account of she has a lot going on in her life right now because she says she's just moving into a new place.
Oh, okay, yeah.
She's been divorced and all of that stuff there.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And she does a lot.
Kids?
No
Terrell,
kids.
how far out is she? Have you had the conversation with her about the divorce? Like, how far is she out of the divorce?
I want to say maybe 6 months. She said, which I know that's super soon.
That's soon for How long was she married? Did she mention?
I think she was married to him for like 6 years, but they was together for like 15.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
That's why now y'all can understand why my antennas are up. And then my thing also is I wasn't bothering nobody.
And you got to remember, and I said this on one of Brother Leon's platforms. You got to know that Narcs are actually watching you guys' platform too, and they will still target you guys. Absolutely will still target you. So you have to be careful for that. The only thing I'm gonna say, because even with her saying, ooh, like she wanted to sleep with you, that was the first date, right?
That was the second.
Okay, the second date. I mean, that's early, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? So
it would have been right on time, but I agree with you.
Well, you a man, of course you're gonna say that.
That's why I'm sitting here I'm scratching my head trying to figure out how did Terrell get out of that one. I don't know what happened, man. I'm trying to figure out how, because the average dude would have fell right into that well. They would have just fell right into that one.
I was trying to be respectful.
I'm just saying from a woman's perspective that even if she's feeling that way about you, she probably shouldn't have verbally said it, because this is the thing. If you meet a person for the first time, male, female, and men know this, a woman pretty much knows if she wants to sleep with you after she's met you, attracted to you, your chemistry, the connection, everything is good. She know it's just in the back of her head. And 9 times out of 10, if she's really a lady, she's not going to tell you that. She may feel it and think it, but she's not going to tell you that. So I'm questioning the fact that after the second date, that she even verbally said that to you out loud. So I would definitely say keep your antennas up. Yeah. I would say it is some red flags a little bit that we would tend to ignore in the beginning. You've been down this road, Terrell. You know what I mean? I would just say just take your time with it. Watch for consistency. Kind of go through the motions as long as you can with her, because a narc cannot hold it very long. You're going to see you're going to see it. If she is a narc, you're going to see those traits come out. So just keep your spidey senses up.
Yeah, because I'm paranoid. Look, when I was having too much fun, I'm like, I ain't supposed to be laughing too much. What you got going on?
I know, and that's a shame, you know, that once you've been burnt and scathed by a narc, it takes you there. You're a little paranoid and you second guessing things, and you like, is this real? Like, is this love bombing? What, like, how would I know the difference? And all of that goes through your head. So I would definitely just say, take your time and you know, and let it flow naturally. Because anything, if she really means what she's saying about being genuine, about being interested in you, she's going to be consistent the same way you are going to be consistent as a man. And it's going to be a genuine thing. You know, it's not going to seem fake or phony, or, you know, like you're saying, sometimes you may not hear from her for 2 or 3 days, and then she'll pop out of nowhere like nothing's wrong. And, oh, you still there type of thing. So just be careful of that.
Now I got a question. I definitely have a question for Terrell. So can we put a pin in that? Because Sister Annie's got to go, but I want to throw some closing remarks out there. So let her do that, and then I got a question for you, Terrell.
What's up?
Okay, I'm gonna have my closing comments directly to you, Terrell. Okay. First, I want you to know that I really appreciate meeting you.
Thank you.
I'm now gonna just be following you all over the place. Your daughter is absolutely beautiful. But what I want to say to you is, I know that it is probably going, like you say, you kind of paranoid or whatever, but I do want you to be able to enjoy the experience of falling in love again, and not being so on guard or like walking on eggshells just because of what you've been through. So I'm praying for a nice, healthy balance between that. Now, I will say this about this particular woman, because you say you are having a good time, right? So, Brother Clarence and OG Patrice know, but it's been a very long time since I've been entertained. And I would say that, especially since, you know, she was divorced and she was with her ex-husband, that sometimes it may be for somebody that hasn't been in a relationship, or the last relationship that they were in, that it was like a long lasting relationship. Sometimes just the clumsiness of like getting back out there. You may, you know, be wanting to tap your foot in and then pull it back out because you're a little bit scared, you know.
And see, I was
maybe exposing her heart too. So she may be dealing with something. So just maybe being fair to maybe what she could be going through. Not saying like totally disregard your feelings, but allow yourself to be loved, because you deserve to be loved up on. And I thank you for everything that you shared. I appreciate how you are able to show that when you go through something like that, that you can bounce back and be just as happy. I appreciate, like Brother Clarence keeps saying, you have an electric smile. You have the most awesome smile that I've seen. Definitely. But I just want you to be happy. I want your music to do well. Like I said, I'm going to keep following you. I'm going to be looking for that book. And that's it. Brother Clarence and OG Patrice, great job. I absolutely love y'all. One thing I want to say about something that John said too, that I want to make sure wasn't overlooked. He mentioned Deion Sanders, right? So like we've been talking a lot about like intimate relationships, but we got to also be on alert with like our friendships that be, you know, narcissist friendships, you know what I'm saying? Because they can kind of drain you and not serve you well also. So we need to make sure that in our whole being that we're watching out for these type of behaviors. But sorry, y'all, I got to jump off, but I appreciate y'all letting me come up. If you need anything, Terrell, let me know. Brother Clarence, if you need something, OG Patrice, let me know. But I'll talk to y'all later, okay?
We need juice.
All right, sis. Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming up here, and I appreciate you saying that to Terrell.
All right, love you, sis. Bye-bye.
All right.
That's something I can't do, man. It's something me as a male I can't do. That's stuff that Patrice and Annie could do. We'll talk to the guys in a way to encourage them. You know what I'm saying? In a way, in a good way. Not a goofy way, but in a good way to promote them doing something positive, man. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Sister Annie for that. Shout out to Patrice for that too as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's just our femininity. That's what we do as women.
Yeah,
It's our job to do that as women, for men, genuinely, to like literally encourage, motivate, inspire, and pour into when it's genuine, right? And it
right.
could be any man, because I consider Terrell, like Terrell is my son is older than Terrell, right? So I'm old enough to be Terrell's mother. So I would talk to Terrell as a mother figure, and that's why you heard me say what I said. Because if my son came to me and said this about a woman, after I know my son has had his heart broken by a narcissistic woman, you know what I'm saying? So I would have said the exact same thing to him. Son, be careful. Keep your antennas up. Good thing you didn't go there and sleep with her immediately right away. Take your time.
Yeah,
Why are you rushing?
that was a good move.
Things of that nature. So absolutely.
And I actually respect her for not doing, because I know, like, in the heat of the moment, sometimes you just like
I get it. And y'all young, her hormones and your hormone. I get it. I
yeah,
was
because I
young
was
once.
working
I
out
get
and
it.
stuff, and I was feeling good, and had that 1 million on. So
See, you know what got it, Terrell? See, I'm gonna tell you what the problem you're gonna have when you out there dating.
what's
That
that?
smile, man. You need to get you a mouth guard, man, so you can cover up that smile. Because once you smile at them, brother, they're gonna fall, they're gonna melt like putty, brother. So
And look, I was teasing the whole night.
And the thing about Terrell has a light about him. The smile is definitely there, but Terrell has a light about him, and I think women pick up on aura and energy from men. And Terrell is like tall. He's a tall man. Most women that like tall men, they like that. I know I do. I like it because I like it makes me feel protected. And if he carries himself in that way, then that's what a lot of women is attracted to, a type of man that makes them feel a certain way. So I'm pretty sure that was that young lady's case too. And she's very vulnerable right now, Terrell. So I want you to keep that in mind. She's fresh out of a divorce, and it was a long-term divorce. So she's in a vulnerable space right now as well. So keep that in mind.
That's why I'm trying to understanding versus malicious. Because honestly, in this situation, like, normally you fired. Like, I ain't got time for it. But because of the conversations and the mutual understanding, at least from surface level that I get, how genuine that she seems to be, and from what she let me in on, I'm like, okay, I can understand why you kind of, timid or hesitant. And like you said, you probably scared yourself. Like, damn, I didn't know it was gonna be, like this, or I didn't know it was gonna have that electric effect, or whatever the case is. So I'm definitely trying to be understanding versus cutthroat like I normally am. So I have to tell her to thank you when I talk to her again. She's on the verge of getting counted.
Okay, so Leon, I got a question for you, but before I do that, let me shout out to Jill. Jill's Chocolate Boutique. Go on over and check out Jill's Chocolate Boutique. Shout out to Jill. Just came out the church house. Okay, now I got a question for you, brother. Mm-hmm. You were talking about the sister that we talking about the same sister right now, and so you asked. So my question is, now supposing, like you said, she haven't got back to you since Friday, is Sunday, right? Now, are you okay? Now, since you just getting started, a lot of times when people just getting started, there's a person is usually, I'm just talking about the current situation, right? Back in the day, you dated one person, you stopped dating that person, then you date another person, then you stop dating that person, but now people have lists, right? They have a roster, right? So are you okay with in the beginning, knowing that this person, had a life before you? Are you okay with them dating other people until you have a commitment from them, or would you like them to just date you only? If they're going to go out with you, they're only going out with you. What's your feelings on that?
As long as there is a understanding and you're honest, and I don't have to find out, because I didn't ask her this, but she told, well, you're the only guy that I'm dealing with because everybody else has been weird. It's been kind of scary stepping back out of here into the dating world. So you're the only guy that I'm dealing with. So if you're honest and tell me, hey, you know, I'm dating you, but I'm also out here pursuing my options, that I have no problem with that. As long as I don't have to find out.
Correct. Okay.
I'm
I got
fine.
you.
Do what you want to do, but don't give me the illusion that, hey, it's just me and you, and then I find out it's him and a few. You know, I don't, because to me that's gonna send me back into it's gonna trigger me, because even when she pulled away, I found myself being triggered
a little bit.
Yeah, I got extremely.
Terrell, let me ask you this: are you still in therapy currently? Yeah. Okay, yes. Good. And listen, I got triggered, right? And I'm back in therapy. I had my first session Thursday, like seriously. So yes, I would say definitely stay in therapy until you feel absolutely confident and strong enough to stand on your own and be able to be like, okay, now I'm ready to take this on because I got everything that I needed to get out of that therapy, and I'm actually I'm actually implemented it in my life, because whatever it is that was still in us that still triggers us, we have to deal with that, right? We got to face that. That's a part of our therapy. So, okay, exactly. Definitely.
Because I found myself that first little pullback, I got mad, and it wasn't so much as because of the pullback. My whole thing is, if I'm minding my business, let me mind my business. Don't come into, you know, whatever I got going on and be like, oh shit, I didn't think this what it was gonna be.
And that's what I was saying. When you have a platform, you really got to be careful, because the women, listen, they vultures. They gonna come at you just like just like the women that have platforms. The men be coming at them all in the DMs, all in all of that stuff. So yeah, just be careful, brother. I told Leon the same thing, because he's going through the same thing. And he is a narcissist, but it's like this conquering thing that women seem to think, well, I can get him. He'll be different with me. You see what I'm saying? So be careful of that. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead and finish what you were saying.
No, I was just saying it took me a couple of days to even decide. Like, I started thinking, okay, did my ex send her? Did she send her up to this? Trying to finish off the job. Is she trying to put my head on her trophy wall, or whatever the case is? And, I was just paranoid the whole time. But then I was like, I got to jump back out there sometime. So let me see what it's like. And then she kind of hit me with the old school thing. Like, I want to have a conversation with you before we meet in person. Okay. And we was on the phone. I think we was on the phone for like 2 hours. So by the time we actually got on the date, it felt like I already know this person. Right. So it helped it flow smooth. So that's when I'm kind of like, I'm like 50-50, but we'll see.
Yeah, man, take it slow, man. You know what I'm saying? Just the fish will still be jumping in the river if you run down to the pond or you walk down there, man. So just take your time. Okay, now Diamond Axe is joined us on the panel, man. I don't know if Diamond got a question. Diamond, do you have a question for our distinguished guest? Distinguished guest.
Hey, Diamond.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, how's everybody doing today?
What's going on, bud?
Good. How you doing? Happy Sunday.
Oh, same to you. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I guess I just wanted to make a comment about something. I think this thing is very interesting, but one of the things I'm really starting to notice more and more about women in particular is they're not really interested in the man in most cases. They're more interested in the chase and the push-pull of a relationship, and that's what kind of leads women into situations with people that are narcissists. Because here's the thing: if you step to a woman correct and you try to give her everything that she wants, she's not going to see that as exciting. She's going to see that she's going to see you as boring, and she's going to see you as a lame, and she's not because you're not giving her any drama. You're not giving her anything to chase behind. You're not giving her any push-pull. And that's where I think the problem with a lot of this stuff lies at is, you know, and don't get me wrong. I think the black woman specifically has been wired to play the victim role. And that's unfortunate because we've been programmed to do certain things. And I think that the problem really comes down to deprogramming the way that we think and rewiring our brains, because black people in general have been programmed to be the victims of every other race. But black women have been programmed to be the victims of black men. And I think that is a core issue that has to be dealt with. And I think sometimes when we look at things, we forget the holistic, you know, viewpoint of that. You know, some black men are programmed to that way too. But I think that's the reason why a lot of sisters end up with bad men, because they kind of look at like they're trying, just like what she was saying, they're trying to conquer a man. They're looking at a man as, you know, I can get him to do what I want to do. I'm better than the rest of these women. I can, you know, whatever I have to offer, whether it's something, you know, sexual or the way that I look or how I am, my personality, I can get him to do what no one else could get him to do. And that's how you end up in situations where you got one dude, he has 10 babies by different women, and they keep going back to him because they all think, well, this time he's going to act straight with me. He's going to take care of my kid, even though he got 5 other kids he hasn't taken care of. So I think we need to talk about the psychology of how our people have been programmed.
Okay, that's a good point. Diamond, you made a good point. So I'm going to ask everybody a question, including yourself, Diamond. I'm going to ask everybody a question. First, I'm going to address something you said. Then I'm going to ask everybody a question. So the first thing I'm going to address is I agree with you that the goals that some of these women have, I won't say all of them, but some of the women have, some of their goals are not in line with their best interests. And so based on those goals being out of alignment with their best interests, they are incompetent at the sexual selection process. So therefore, instead of aligning their goals, instead of aligning their pursuit with their goals, they align their pursuit with their perception. Everybody got that one? Because that one was a quick one, right? All right. So
I would say kind of, sort of.
Instead of aligning their with their true needs and goals, they will align their pursuit with their perception. So perception is money, fame, whatever that they status, what they're looking for, and as far as their perception, and that's not actually what they need in the fullness of what they actually need to be in a relationship. Now, everybody got that. So I agree with you on that. So that is the critical issue, in my opinion. And I'm gonna ask everybody else. That's my critical opinion. Is the reason why so many women have hard times in the dating issue is because of the incompetence in sexual selecting. They don't know what to do, and so they follow the herd in sexual selecting. Oh, he look good, girl. Look at Leon. Leon 6'4". Girl, he got all the muscles, girl. Girl, he look good. Yeah, but have you talked to Leon? Have you talked to Terrell? Have you talked to Terrell? Terrell look good, but have you talked? Does he got a brain in his head? Right? Is he a caring man? Does he have the kind of spirit that you need, that your spirit can connect to? Right? Because
right. Well, let me respond real quick.
Huh?
Oh, my bad. I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
Let me put you on. This brother right here, man. We love this brother, but this brother, man, he don't not know how to mute himself, right? So anyway, our spirits can connect, because when your spirits connect, there is no male, there is no female spirit. The spirits connect. If they're going to connect, they're going to connect because they connect on similar basis, right? They connect. If they don't connect, then they don't connect, right? They're at different levels, or they're what they call unevenly yoked, right? Okay. Now, my question to you guys is, now that's my opinion of why women in particular, guys do it too. Guys are very horrible at sexual selection, but today we talk about women. Why do you guys think that women have such a bad time at finding a person to have a long-lasting relationship with? Why do they have these issues in doing that? In your guys' opinion, what do you think?
Well, I want to answer as a woman, and I know I come up in a different time, so I definitely want to try to be cognizant of that. But from what I'm seeing now with this younger generation, the way society is, the influences on some music, the influence on reality TV, all these things affects how a lot of these young ladies see that, and they try to portray their lives like they are these reality TV stars or these female rappers, and where it's about selling sex and your body and all of these things, and if they hasn't been brought up in a home where they can be home trained, where the mother and the father is possibly in the home, and the mother's showing her a good role model of how to become a wife because she's treating her husband right. We don't see that dynamic a lot of times in the Black family because of the Black nuclear family has been devalued, debunked, and almost damn near destroyed. And a lot of us come from trauma, right? Let's be real about that. A lot of us come from trauma. To answer a part of Dinah's question, and then you see what's created out of that. That is even the reason why narcissistic people are created, right? They are created out of trauma, dysfunction, toxicity, abuse, genetics, and environment. All these components make up and created the monster called narcissistic personality disorder. Because most of them are victims that became victimizers, right? And depending on how the victim compartmentalize what happened to them in their brain, they become the victim that advocate for other victims, or they become the victimizer that go out and create more victims sometimes. It's either those dynamics that we have to look at in our family, and because of so much trauma and we've been through in ourselves and our own experiences, most of those people that are narcissistic were created very young, in they early teen years or younger sometimes. And don't let them have be in a household with a narcissistic parent. They've been abused in that sense. A lot of narcissistic people have had narcissistic parents, male or female, and most of the time sometimes it comes from the woman, unfortunately. But when it's created in the boys, the numbers are going higher, specifically in Black males, unfortunately. And to the point where it's creating these narcissistic people that have sociopath and psychopath violent tendencies. That's why you see them doing what they doing to a lot of these, the exes, the ex-wife, the ex-girlfriend that then had an order of protection out on her, and so forth and so on. It's not, because we need to deal with our trauma. You got other half, one half of narcs that never acknowledge that they narcs. They know something wrong with them. They won't acknowledge it. And the other half that don't think nothing wrong with them. So definitely. We deal with all these different variables in our community specifically that we have not dealt with. And that's why you get all of these different mental illnesses and personality disorders that come out of that. It's because of how we have dealt or had to deal with the trauma, and how we compartmentalize it and how it affects our psyche.
All right. Now let me thank you for that.
Can I make a comment real quick?
Diamond, hold on. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let our guest answer, and then I'm gonna switch back over to you. Okay, so Brother Terrell, how why do you think, in your opinion, that in women in particular, I mean, like I said, men are having the same problem, but today we talk about women. Why do you think women in particular are having such a hard time picking suitable mates for long-term relationships?
From my personal experience, I think it goes back to what I always say: logic and emotion.
Okay.
They are being coached more to give into how they feel based off of being logical. Because what I've learned, the more, I'm not gonna call it chaos because that's a little extreme. But if I can get her to thinking about me all day, every day, whatever, whether it's positive or negative, they're more connected. And like the other brother was saying, if they feel like you just giving everything, like I say, how we went out on 2 days, everything was great. I seemed like the perfect guy, whatever the case is. In her head, she's like, damn, I know he's probably right for me, but he didn't give me much of a fight. He didn't put me through nothing. He didn't cause no turmoil. He's not toxic. He didn't engage my emotions. When logically he, you know, he makes sense. He's a good guy. He's treat me right. We got the same things in common. Logically, it makes sense. Hey, I need to get with this guy. But since I didn't engage her emotions and give her turmoil, she didn't catch me texting another girl. She doesn't see me out with other girls. She doesn't see me out doing this, that, and the third. It doesn't strike her as exciting or whatever. Because I even thought the same thing. Maybe I was too nice to her, and maybe she going back to the ex-husband where she knows she can get that toxic rise or whatever. And, you know, maybe it's another dude that's not being as active with her as me. Maybe that's why I'm not getting the response that I want. That was another reason why I told you, I was like, man, I really don't have time to do that, because you might get a little bit from, you know, I'm not going to say toxicity, but excitement down the line, because we going to bump heads. That's just what it is. But I'm not finna bring that to you out the gate. You know what I'm saying? I'm not finna come with these, because I'm trying to get to know your representative, your 90-day representative, and I'm giving you my 90-day representative or whatever. Right. And, you know, I'm not with all the extracurricular stuff out the gate. So that's why I was like, man, you know, maybe, because I know that's how a lot of modern women think. They, oh, wow, he got to put me through this. He got to put me through that, this, that, and the third. So maybe she went and, you know, started dealing with somebody who's going to put her through all that. And I'm not going to be put on the back burner because of that. Right. Now,
and you need to make sure that she's over her husband too, and over that relationship and marriage. That's a long time to be married with somebody, and people can even be going through a divorce, but if feelings are still there, I'm just saying.
No, I know that's another reason why I was like, I don't know about that, because you showing me too many inconsistencies. Now, like the other one was saying, you could be scared to death, and that's what caused you to pull. I get that. That's why she ain't got fired yet. But
right, that's true. That's true too. Yeah.
The other end is exactly what you're saying. I'm not your experiment. I'm not your emotional punching bag. I'm not your emotional tampon, especially when I wasn't bothering nobody. I gotta keep putting that out there.
You gotta keep putting that out there.
I was just minding my own business.
You came knocking on my door.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I wasn't looking for that. So, you know, I think, like I said, the emotion and logic thing needs to be addressed, and, you know, brought to the forefront. I think that's a big, big thing.
Right.
All right, big
Diamond,
right,
were you trying to say something?
Oh, yeah. I think the reason why this happens is we have to understand there's a difference between sexual selection and relationship selection. Because what people don't understand is a woman or a man can want to have sex with someone, but not want to be in a relationship. And I'm going to tell you something else. Good, decent, solid men take women to bed all the time. But what happens is when she realizes that the toxicity is not there, she's not going to want to be in a relationship with him. She may want to have sex with him still, even if he's muscle bound, if he looks good and he's good in bed. But she'll put him on a friends with benefits basis. But if he's not, especially women that are in their 20s, if he's not providing the dark character traits that she's looking for, if he's not going to make her the victim, then she can't be in a relationship. See, the issue comes down to that for some of these women to be a victim is a flex for them. And if you don't give them that, then they're not going to want to be with you. And that's really what's going on. And we have to understand there's a difference between sexual selection and relationship selection. Because a woman can want to have sex with a man, but not be in a relationship. You can be put.
Wait.
I agree with that, though, Diamond. But you got to think about that woman that you're talking about is a woman that has been indoctrinated, social engineered, and conditioned to be a codependent. She's been that her whole life. She probably saw it from her parents, her mother being treated a certain way, and that's all she know. And then she picks the men that her mother picked, and so on and so on. And it's unfortunate that happens in our community all the time.
Right.
But let me
my response to that real quick.
Wait, Diamond. Let me straighten this out real quick because I got to challenge you on something, right? Okay, so you're saying that there's a difference between sexual selecting and relationship selecting, and I'm going to challenge you by saying this: no matter if you're selecting sexually for a short term or a long term, the sexual selecting process, you have to at some point decide that I'm okay with having sex with this person in a normal male-female relationship. You have to make that decision up front, and the sexual marketplace, which is where most people select a person from, is on the fine print. At some point, sex is going to be on the table, right? At some point, right? It may not like Brother Terrell had it happen on the second date. I don't know how he missed that one, but he dodged that bullet, right? So
I was trying to be respectful.
And that's good, brother, and you should be, and I commend you for that, because that's going to pay off loads for you later. Even if you have to walk away, the fact that you were respectful, excuse me, is going to pay off for you. But I just want to clear this up about sexual selection and the relationship. Yes, you're going to have to decide. Those are two different goal patterns, right? But ultimately, sexual selection is already embedded in the relationship selection. You follow what I'm saying?
Not necessarily. It's not. Well, here's the thing. That's not always the case.
Wait. I'm gonna let you finish, but I'm gonna ask you this question. Do you think a woman is going to try to be in a relationship with somebody she doesn't see herself being able to have sex with?
Absolutely. Let me explain. Let me explain to you.
Okay. Explain to me, brother.
This is what they call the dual mating strategy.
Okay.
Now, the brother Terrell, she may want to marry him, but she may want to have sex with you. So she'll marry him. She'll be in a relationship with him. She'll have enough sex with him to keep him. I'm using it as an example, my brother. You know what I mean? She'll have enough sex with him to keep him quiet, to keep him cool. She may even have a baby to lock in. But in that back, but in that back, but in that back alley or that back hotel, you tearing her up because she wants you sexually, but you didn't have all the qualities to marry her. Because the thing about it is,
Diamond, you're proving my point. You said already she probably will have enough sex with him to keep him on the hook, right? Well, she has to.
Yeah, but she doesn't really want to have sex with him at all. She's only doing it to get his resources.
But I get what he's saying. He's basically saying, I guess, because they got a sexual appetite and then they have a relationship appetite.
Correct.
Two different things. It's not the same thing.
Yeah,
what they said the same thing. So I agree with you. I said I never said they were the same. He was saying that they were. He was clearing up saying that they're not the same thing. Relationship and sex, those two goals are different. And I said I agree with you on that. I definitely agree with you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I get what he's saying. He's saying some women look at guys like, I definitely give him the business, but I know I can't count on him to be a provider and
agreed.
Take care of my kids and whatever. Versus the provider guy, he might have all the resources, but not have the sex appeal that she wants.
Agreed.
Unfortunately, I have both of them, so I'm trying to figure out what the hell going on.
But you got that smile too, brother. That's what's gonna be, man.
And that's man. They should. And that's what I was getting ready to say. I definitely,
brother,
I definitely agree with Diamond on that, because I have had experiences with, not myself, friends that I know that are with a guy because he is the provider, protector, he paying her bills, he doing all this and that, but he don't necessarily satisfy her sexually, and he is not that guy. And she will definitely sleep with another guy to get that sexual gratification. So I absolutely agree, because that guy it's either that guy don't want to be in a relationship with her, he only wants sex too, or he's in a situation already where he can't be in a relationship with her. So she'll accept the sex from that guy, but still keep the main guy because he's the provider, protector, paying the bills, taking care of her and her kids, yada yada yada.
Bingo.
Right? So it's definitely two different ends of the spectrum, bro.
Nah,
I
get you. I get you, Diamond, with that.
I didn't even get a chance to show off yet, though.
All right, but my point, y'all.
Let me make one more comment real quick, because I gotta get off of here real quick. But what I wanted to say to y'all is, number one, I wanted to say I want to thank your podcast for doing what you do, because you're one of the few podcasters that black folks can actually talk with some damn sense without acting like a bunch of ignorant niggas. So I want to thank you for that. Real talk. Real talk. Because some of these other podcasts, these people are very degenerate. But anyways, so something else I think we need to really focus more on is we have to understand that the chase itself is more important to women than sex. The chase of the drama, the going back and forth. And I realized that a couple of days ago. I'm like, damn, it's more important to them than sex. So that's what I mean. These things are different, and it shouldn't be the same thing. They're only having sex with that man because he's satisfying the chase. And the reason why they want the players, the bad boys, narcissists, alphas, because those guys don't want to commit. Those guys make it hard for them to commit. And when they get with those guys, they still cheat. So that just keeps the cycle of drama ongoing. And that's what these women are really after, especially when they're young. Now, when they're old and they've been ran through, they got a whole bunch of kids, then they want a good man to take care of them. Not because they've changed. They have not changed. They only want the good man to take care of them and provide. And it's a chance that those women will still cheat on that man, even when they get older, because they have not changed. Now, some women will get caught up into that mess, and they'll say, okay, I done effed up, I got to change. But usually that happens at a young age. But a lot of women who was older in their 40s, they're bitter. They're talking all that mess, but they know they picked men that were garbage. They were trying to change these men into good men. But here's something else people have to understand. If a man is acting bad and he's not doing the right thing, once he straightens up, she's no longer attracted to him because the chase is over. She feels like she's conquered him, and she will move on to the next challenge. That's what people don't understand. They don't. At the end of the day, they
go ahead. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Oh, real quick, I'll just say to finish up. That's what people don't understand. They don't want the good. They don't want the bad boy to become a good dude. It's the chase that the bad boy is giving them. The emotional, unavailable man is giving these women. And the issue comes down. That's what the issue comes down to. And once that person changes up and becomes a good person to her, she's done with him. It's a wrap for her. He's no longer sexy to her.
So I got to start like Chris Brown.
What? What you
Don't
say,
you
Terrell?
do it. Don't you do it, Terrell.
I say so. I got to start treating her like Chris Brown.
You say you got to start acting like Chris Brown. Please don't do it. Please don't do it. Please, I'm begging you, please.
When y'all see my hair blonde.
I agree. I would agree with that, because I think that the women, the young ladies that I see that are like that are being chased by multiple men. That's why the chase is fun to them. And it's fun when you're young and you're being chased by multiple men and you have all these options. But then when, like you said, what you're going to do when the options run out and you look and you done, had this guy and this guy and this guy. And now, like you said, they done gone on and they done changed and they done got with a woman that is ready to be a wife. And you still out here trying to have them to chase the cat, right? As dogs, dog chase the cat. Y'all get it? Okay.
When they do the Facebook Connect.
Yeah. So
they do the Facebook Connect. Remember when you wanted to go out with me 10 years ago?
and this is why I have conversations with my nieces now while they're still in their 20s and 30s. I say, you're not going to always be 20 and 30, baby. I said, and just how it is out here now with all these young men chasing. I said, don't think you're the only one they chasing. because they're not. I said, and a lot of times when they're ready to settle down and you're not there yet, they're going to bypass you and go on to their next woman that is. So you, at some point as a young woman, especially if you want to be married and want children at some point in your life, you have to start acclimating your life to portray that. And now you're showing them a different type of woman. And if they are not ready, they're going to scatter. And you're going to draw the men that you actually are attracted to the things that you're attracted to and want the things that you want for the most part.
Well, I'm gonna just reiterate my position on the whole sexual selection thing. Like I said, I don't deny that women are gonna do all the stuff that Diamond said and you guys said. I don't deny that. All I'm saying is that sex is a issue that anybody, well, I won't say anybody, most people that's in the sexual marketplace, which is quote unquote the dating market, dating arena, they're gonna have to accept that they're going to have sex with this person at some point. Even if I'm using this person just for the resources, right? I'm really going to be having sex with it. I'm using Clarence for the resource, but I'm really going to be having sex with Terrell, right? Terrell, I'm going to let Terrell do all this stuff. But with Clarence, I'm going to be like, how could you do that? I'm not that kind of girl, right? When Terrell got her bouncing all off the walls, right? So my point is,
you just have no shame, Terrell. No shame.
Right? To me, it's like, how could you ask me to do this? And Terrell's like, I've never done this before, but I'll give it a try. Right? So my point is, I understand that there's going to be, especially in young girls, like you were saying, Patrice, in young girls, they really don't understand the value they possess. And so they exchange their time. They exchange their time for things that a lot of times it's not going to really serve them in the long run, right? A good man, right? Because you spend a lot of time with dudes that have high sexual prowess, but they're not interested in long-term relationships with you. Then on top of that, getting impregnated. And I mean, that's just a cascade of problems, right? So that's all I'm saying is that they have to.
I agree with that, bro.
They have to agree at some point, and so they get into all these problems, right? Like, remember Robin Harris? Well, I just need somebody with some benefits to help me out with Little Larry. If I can get somebody with some benefits to help me with Little Larry, I'll be all right. So they start looking for somebody to help out with Little Larry, right? And so they find somebody, right? And then they say, okay, this is the guy that's gonna help me. But I still got my ex. I still got Terrell on speed dial. I know I can get him. I can do that thing that Terrell like. I know I can do that thing that Terrell like. I know it. I'm gonna get him on over here, right? Right. I understand that women gonna do that, but my point is, y'all. My point is that we gotta help get these young women to understand that there's more to it than just the sexual component. Yeah, that's a component. But there's more to it than that. And so when you out here looking to be with other people, the days when you could just say, well, we just having good sex, those days are pretty much over now. It don't pay to be that way. It pay to be, take a deeper look like Brother Terrell did. Just take a deeper look. Yeah, I know the sex is there because I pretty much understood that going out with someone in today's marketplace, sex is probably going to be on the table at some point. So that ain't really a rush into that. What I really want to do is see if you're the kind of person that I can actually, be in a sexual relationship and you ain't gonna trip. Like, you cool now, we ain't having sex, and then y'all know what I'm talking about. As soon as the sex gets introduced, the person just lose their mind,
y'all
right?
already know that sex changes the dynamic sometimes, right? Especially for a woman who's more emotional, right? She may start out with the intention of casual sex, but be catching feelings, later on down the line. Then a man have to deal with that. So you have to be straightforward and honest with a person in what your angle is, what it is that you're looking for. And if you're looking for one thing and they're looking for another thing, two grown consenting adults need to be honest with each other and say that. Because when you just assume, you take away my choice, you take away my option to say yay or nay if I want to be down with that or not, right? And that's where the problem come in, is that adults are not being honest with each other about what exactly that they're looking for. So it's been, look, y'all, we going on 5 hours. I know Brother Terrell got to go. I want him to have the last word.
Sorry, man. His brother is such a cool dude.
I know he got to come back.
Of
course, he gonna come back and just talk with us about relationships in general, right?
Definitely.
And dating, and
definitely,
being a man that's in his 30s, that's in the dating pool. I would definitely like to hear that from a young man's perspective, right? Because I know I'm older out here and dating, and it's rough in these dating streets. Okay, I'm gonna just say that. Okay, and then after being scathed by a narcissist, I'm really
like, it was easy money, Patrice. I thought it was easy money.
The spidey antennas up. Listen, good quality people in general, whether it's male or female, it's just hard to find.
Definitely.
They just are. And my age, most of them are already married, been married for long times, in long committed relationships already. Definitely. Listen, I can get dressed and be looking good and cute and classy and with a little sex appeal and go to the club and go and sit at a table, and there's other couples at the table, baby. I got the men looking at me like this and the women looking at me like this because they think I want their man. Honey, I don't want your man. I want my own man. Believe that. Trust and believe. But I'm getting a side eye from the women, and the men looking like, mama, like that whole thing. So so I want to have those type of conversations too. But having Terrell come up here as someone that's younger from that generation, right, as much conversation as we hear men talk about, these women out here ain't nothing but thoughts and this and thoughts and this and thoughts and like huh? What you say?
Y'all really saved it. Nah, I say that's why she almost got fired. Y'all really saving her. She owe y'all.
But I'm glad that we're here to give you that other side of the coin, right? To say perhaps she has been scarred. She's fresh out of a divorce. She's, going through her own emotions and her own thinking process. So give the sister the benefit of the doubt, but at the same time, you still have to protect your heart. You still have to protect yourself as a man too, because believe it or not, men get hurt. Men go through these things with women as well. So we want to give you the space and the floor, brother, to close it out. Give us all of your social media platform where we can follow you,
music,
support your music, and what's upcoming for you next. I would love to know that. And also close us out with your fine, famous words of your experience, and what would you tell someone that's either in a relationship with a narc or the warning signs to look for to not get caught up in that? And I yield the floor to you, young man.
Thank you. What I got coming up next, I got a single called Maniac, and it is basically about the projection of being crazy and out of your mind that the narcissist tries to put on you to portray to other people. That's
definitely.
Nice.
They definitely do that.
For sure. That's my next single as far as music goes. And I'm not sure when I'm going to start working on the book, but like I said, that has been in conversation since late last year. So I'm figuring that out. More videos, of course. And as far as telling somebody what to do if they're involved or have dealt with a narcissist, trust the disorder, not your emotions. Your emotions are valid, but they are not always fact. It's like I said, 2 + 2 will always be 4. No matter if you feel one day that it's 6, that doesn't make it 6. It's still going to be 4. So trust your logic and trust the disorder. Not how you feel about the person. Trust the actions that they're displaying to you. And if they match the disorder, please trust that that's what's going on and not what you want to be. Like you said, just guard your heart. If you're getting back out there dating, take your time, analyze this person, make sure you're having thorough conversations with this person. And I tell people, it might seem childish, but test people. When you letting somebody into your circle and into your energy, you have every right to test them to see what kind of BS they may or not be on. So give them a test. And if somebody's pulling away from you or whatever, you pull back too. Don't chase them. You pull back as well. You stay where you're at. You give them the opportunity to meet you wherever they left you. And if they don't come back and meet you, where they left you, you keep going and let them figure it out, because they'll be back sooner or later. They always come back. I ain't met one who haven't.
Yeah,
I agree, brother, and I really so appreciate you for being a part of our Knox series. This is your home whenever you want to come and have conversation about relationships and your experience with dating, being a man of your leisure in its 30s. You're from that younger generation. I would love to continue to have these conversations with you. If you don't mind, I would like to invite you back at some point in time to just talk about dating, being from the younger generation and your experience with
Patrice, we got to invite him back to because the next series we're doing is the poly life series. And I'd love to get a younger man's thoughts on a single guy's thoughts on the poly life series that we're gonna do, because we're gonna get into it, brother.
Because I made a point, Terrell, that what I've seen a lot on in these YouTube streets and on panels with these men wanting to have excuses, they use the poly as the one to have the excuse to have multiple women. So that cannot look like a form of cheating, because it's legit to them in their mind. It's I'm living a poly life, so that's not cheating. But I don't hear them talk about the real aspects of what the poly life really supposed to be about. It's boundaries, it's respect, it's rules, and
definitely
to that game of poly life. I just hear men talking about, I want 2 women, I want 2 wives, and that, and I think that's a bit narcissistic, right? Because that's just an excuse that they want to have to do to cheat live.
That's too much.
So yeah.
All right, let's let Terrell tell us where we can get his music, where we can see him, where we can find him.
I was saying
absolutely.
Yeah, I was saying that's too much to deal with. One woman get on my nerves enough.
Oh, man, anyway. You just don't know, bro. Just don't know. You can have fun riding motorcycles, but more than one woman, it's a lot of extra work. Okay, brother Terrell, where can we find your music, man? Somebody listening want to go find your music and want to go buy it. Where can they go?
Man, they can go everywhere. I'm on YouTube. I'm on iTunes. I'm on Tidal. I'm on Spotify. I'm on iHeartRadio. If you're in London, I'm on BBC Radio. Anywhere you type in my name and I'm gonna come up. So yeah, I'm on all platforms under Terrell Andretti.
Definitely. Okay, man. Any final words, man? We're gonna let you go. I promise you. We're gonna let you go, man, because we know you got stuff to do, brother. And everybody, you can't hide that smile forever from everybody, brother. So
I saw your beautiful daughter. Tell her thank you for letting us borrow her daddy for all that time we took away from her. Tell her we so sorry, and tell her, beautiful angel, thank you for letting us borrow her dad for a little bit.
For sure, I got you.
All right. Any last words, Terrell?
Man, y'all just stay blessed. Take care of yourselves. Trust your gut instinct, and hopefully next time I have a good update from y'all. She ain't got on my damn nerves. So.
Hope so, man. Hope so. All right, this is brother Terrell. Man, you can find his music.
We wish you all the best, young man.
All the best, brother, and you and that baby girl. All right, so this is brother Terrell, man. As y'all praying, man, pray for the brother, man. The brother, we want him to write that book, get us that information out here, and then also, man, just for the success of the brother, man. Good-hearted dude, and just a good dude, man. So we want to support the brother as much as we can, man. So if you can support him, buy his music, buy this, buy that, merch, whatever, go over there and support him, man. I put his channel out there. I think Vaughn put his channel back out there as well. Get over there and get as much information as you can and listen to his music and check the brother out. All right, brother Terrell, we appreciate you, brother. And like you said, you family now. You always welcome to come back anytime. All you got to do is let us know you want to come back, and we will, man, make a way for you, brother. But I definitely want you to come back for that poly series.
Whenever y'all ready, I'm ready.
All right, brother.
All right, brother. Thank you so much, brother. We appreciate you, Terrell. I'm going to pull you down, brother. Appreciate you. All right, that's brother Terrell, man. Oh, man, that's an outstanding cat, man. So what we're going to do now, Patrice?
I'm so proud of him.
before we cut out of here, we're gonna play his song "Superstition" one more time, and then we're gonna get some closing remarks from me and you, and then we're gonna get up out of here. All right, this is Terrell's song, "Superstition." So let me play that right now.
All righty.
I know you probably don't want to hear from me, but you've been on my mind lately, and you know how I am with my dreams, and I had a dream about you yesterday, so I hope that all is well. Take care of yourself if I don't hear from you. Okay, bye.
I be a premonition, torn down by ordinary words. She says I'm gonna get him. I said I'm gonna get you first. Her thing is demolition, tearing down all my barriers. She's got a new addition. I said the more the merrier. I wear my sunglasses at night because my eyes deceive me. I've been moving like a thief all in the night. I hope no one can see me. I've been moving like a raging madman. I've been moving like someone who's lost his mind. When it comes to the girls, I'm the bad man, and my love is forever lost in time. Someone please come quick, see them broke her heart again. And I didn't mean to go this far with her, cause she was just a friend. No, I'm not going back, not this time. I'm a whisper in the wind, so you can stay with him, waste his time, cause this where my love ends. She feeds on superstitions. I am the truth that haunts her mind. I left no need for vengeance. Just tell that girl that she's not mine. My heart is cold and missing. She hates the fact I don't rewind. I'm gone, you should've listened. And I'm not coming back this time. I wear my sunglasses at night because my eyes deceive me. I've been moving like a thief all in the night. I hope no one can see me. I've been moving like a raging madman. I've been moving like someone who's lost his mind. When it comes to the girls, I'm the bad man, and my love is forever lost in time. Someone please come quick, see them broke her heart again. And I didn't mean to go this far with her, cause she was just a friend. No, I'm not going back, not this time. I'm a whisper in the wind, so you can stay with him, waste his time, cause this where my love ends. I beat her superstition, torn down by ordinary words. She runs off demolition. I run off watching her world burn. I've been moving like a raging madman. I've been moving like someone who's lost his mind. When it comes to the girls, I'm the bad man, forever lost in time. Someone please come quick, see them broke her heart again. And I didn't mean to go this far with her, cause she was just a friend. No, I'm not going back, not this time. I'm a whisper in the wind, so you can stay with him, waste his time, cause this where my love ends.
Right. All right.
I like that song, Superstition.
Yeah. It's kind of catchy, ain't it?
Oh, yeah. He said he ain't going back this time. He done. It's a wrap. It's a wrap, Narc. It's a wrap.
As they say in the streets, it's a rizap. All right, girl.
Yes, sir.
Outstanding job on this series you did. Outstanding job.
Absolutely.
I can't even find no way to take the credit from you on these this series. I had to take the credit from you on another series, girl. This was an outstanding job. All right, girl. What do you think?
Awesome. Yeah, another awesome, outstanding show. Brother salute to you. Thank you again for allowing this series to be on your platform. I think that it's definitely important. I think it's definitely a conversation that needs to be had, because when we are wondering why we are in toxic relationships or with toxic people, or why, we can't find people, or we've been, scathed or brokenhearted or whatever by people in our lives. I think that when we know that there was something in the back of our heads wrong with people we've been involved with, and we just couldn't put our finger on it, we couldn't give it a name, now we can. Narcissistic personality disorder. There are millions of people walking around that suffer with that, among other allegedly, among other personality disorder and mental illness. That's just factual in society. And 70% are men, 30% are women, and the numbers are climbing profusely in, unfortunately, our Black men. And we have to realize that as a community and as a culture, when we see these signs and traits in people that we love, that we would do what we can. We can't make them, we can't force them, but we can suggest that they get the help that they need. And if you have been in a relationship with someone that is narcissistic and they have been abused, please realize that you may be triggered or may be suffering from some kind of residuals of abuse from that relationship. You also get you some help. With that being said, bro, thank you. This I think the top of this week we're gonna try to get Brother Leon back, and then we're gonna close.
He's coming back Tuesday, right?
Yeah, and then we're gonna close with our own finalization of the Narcs series this week, and talk about the other side of that coin, when people suffer with narcissistic personality disorder become violent people. Physically violent towards people. So this is a very important series. I'm glad that we had it. This series is going to go down in your YouTube channel history books as definitely something that our community needs to look at, and that hopefully that you got answers, and we also gave you solutions. And please know that if you are or know someone in a narcissistic abusive relationship, just ask them the question: do they love themselves more than they love being abused? And I digress. Thank you, brother.
All right, thank you, sis. Appreciate you. As always, Patrice, a solid performance. All right, I'm gonna bring you down, sis.
Salute to the chat. All right, brother. Love you. Salute to the chat. Thank you, everybody that came up on the panel. We love you guys. Love you more. All right, definitely. Take care now.
All right, sis. All right, I'm gonna pull you down. That's Patrice, man. Shout out to her. She is the executive producer of this series, man. Without her, none of this would have been possible, man. So shout out to Patrice. Appreciate you. Vaughn, if you could put that domestic abuse hotline up again, man. I keep forgetting it, man. You always put that up there for us. So can you throw that up there if you get a chance, Vaughn? Because anybody that's actively getting abused, man, if you out there now and you may look fine, right? You got the G-Wagon, your car is nice, everything is good, the bills are paid, you're sleeping in a warm bed, you got money in the bank, everything is cool, but you just got this person that's mistreating you violently. We're going to talk about that in a little while coming up, but I want to share with you guys that there's a national domestic abuse hotline that you can call. Vaughn, if you got time, he'll find it and put it up there. But if not, there you go. Thank you, Vaughn. Appreciate you. One of the good things about being around good people like Vaughn, man, Vaughn Bryant has these numbers on speed dial. He said post it on my banner. Okay, definitely. Yeah, one of the things is we try to give you guys, like Patrice said, solutions to problems. And I know sometimes somebody might be looking at this on the playback, and they say, "God damn, I'm going through that situation right now. I'm sitting. The dude they talking about is in the next room right there." And the only reason why I got away is because I'm in the bedroom. If he thought that I was walking out the door, he'd be all over me, right? So this is the number you can call. And you can call if you think it's happening to somebody else. All right, so let me tell you a quick story. So one time, my wife had a friend that stayed across the street. Our boys went to school together, right? They went to the same school. Her kids were a little older than my sons, but they went to the same school, right? And so, so this lady was always talking to my wife, and so my wife stopped answering her cell phones because she had got real sick, man. She got sick, and so I was going to work, taking the boys to school, and then coming home, fixing dinner. I was doing everything. I was doing her job plus mine, right? Because she's sick, right? On top of taking care of her, right? Anyway, so the lady across the street hadn't seen my wife in about a week and a half, 2 weeks maybe, right? So she come knocking on my door, right? She knocked on my door. She said, "Hey, where's your wife?" I said, she's in the bedroom. She's not feeling too good, right? The lady was like, "Well, can I talk to her?" I said, "Well, let me see. Let me ask her." And so so she was trying to do everything she could to go past me into my house to go see if my wife was actually in there, right? So I was telling her, "Hey, hold on, wait a minute. She's like, "Oh, okay, well, I'll just wait for her right here." I said, "Yeah, that's what you're gonna do." So I go tell my wife, I said, "So and so across the street, she wants to talk to you, real quick. I think she thinks I did something to you." That's what I'm telling her. I think you probably gonna have to get up and come out here and kind of show her that you're okay. So my wife gets up, staggers into the front and says, "Hey, I'm okay." And so the girl is like, "Are you sure, girl? Are you sure?" She said, so later on, we laughed about it. The girl that from across the street, we laughed about it years later because she said, "Hey, man, I was going to call the cops. I was going to send the cops over here, right?" But hey, I couldn't have been mad at her, right? Because she's looking out for her buddy, right? She's looking out for my wife. I couldn't have been mad at her, right? And so sometimes, man, we see something that might be look a little funny. Just make the call. Just make the call, right? You got a friend or a sister or a brother or a coworker or somebody, man, you see it's just kind of funny. Why you always wearing sunglasses? Oh, no reason, or you got a bruise on your face. What happened? Oh, I fell, they're always falling down or always have, an adult always falling down. I mean, come on, man, unless you got real bad arthritis, why you always falling down? Especially a young, something may be going on there, y'all. So let's pull the trigger and let's make this call. And did you see the number down there? I'm gonna put it on the banner when I get a minute. But definitely, you guys, we gotta look out for our people, man. We gotta start making a call. I know we're like, I don't want to get the man involved in our business. Well, at this point, we got to think about the safety of our people first, right? And if the system can give our people enough safety where they can just give them enough space where they can bring God into the situation, maybe that's what we need to do, man. Maybe that's what we need to do. Is God to help them make the right decisions, right? All right, y'all. What do y'all think about the show? What did y'all think about the show? What did y'all think about Terrell, man? Damn, man, he hit a bigger home run than he did last time, right? That's a good brother, man. That was a good brother, right? Hit a home run, right? But we get into that in the rundown, man. But what y'all think about the show? Did we flow it? Did we do good? Do we need to do some things to change some things around? We need to make some things a little better. Y'all got to tell us, right? Me and Patrice are learning. We learning at this, right? We ain't got it down pat. We just because we do it all the time, don't mean, you guys ever seen baseball players, basketball players, football players? They run the same drills over and over and over and over and over again, right? Because they're trying to improve. They're trying to get better, right? That's what we're doing. We're trying to do this over and over again so we can get better, right? We can't do it without y'all help. Anyway, that's the show today, man. I hope y'all got something out of it, like Patrice said. Hope you guys got something out of it. You guys was able to learn something and just see it from another perspective. We are going to do the next series we're going to do is going to be on the poly lifestyle. Is that an answer? Is that an answer for the ever increasing sexual selecting incompetence that both men and women are faced with in today's sexual marketplace, right? Where in today's sexual marketplace, it's difficult to find one person that has the character to be in a long-term relationship. But now is the answer to not only trying to find one person, but more than one person that might have the character to be in a not only a monogamous relationship, but also be in a polygamous relationship. We're going to talk about that. We're going to dig deep. Where does the polygamous relationship come from? How old is it? How old is polygamy? Where does this situation come from, and why is it? Why did it? Why was it so widespread in the world? We're gonna get into that, y'all. We're gonna answer a lot of those questions. But on Tuesday, we're bringing back Brother Leon. Patrice is gonna make that happen. Bring him back, and we're gonna finally close out the series on Brother Leon on the narcissist from the narcissist position, and we're gonna clear up that any outstanding information on that. What else we gonna do? What else? We're gonna bring Terrell back. Don't think Terrell is gone for good. No. We're gonna bring him back too. Who else? What else we doing? Oh, me and Patrice are going to have a conversation about narcissism, but looking at it from a couple of different angles, right? We're gonna look at it from a couple of different angles, and we're gonna talk about it. Maybe Patrice will say, "Hey, let's bring some people up." Who knows, right? Who knows? But anyway, we got a lot planned out for y'all, man. So stay tuned, stay plugged in, man, because we always like Diamond said, man, we just trying to talk about stuff that people don't want to talk about. Like the next time we talk, we're gonna be talking about violence. We're gonna be talking about violent narcissists, right? Up to now, we've been talking about just the dudes that's been lying, cheating, and mind manipulating, right? Now we're gonna get into the real stuff, the heavy stuff, right? The violence and how to get around that, right? Okay. So anyway, y'all stay tuned, right? Y'all stay tuned. Maybe you got a youngin that you know needs to hear this information. Let them tune in, all right? Or send them the link. Who knows? All right, y'all. So I think the show went well, and hopefully y'all got something out of it. We're gonna do the rundown. We're gonna get up out of here. All right. So starting out with the chat. The chat is where it's at. Shout out to the chat. We had one of our snipers show up, but the other one, I don't know. We got to check into Risa, man. Anybody seen Risa? We got to go and look for Risa, man. I got to send her an email. We see what's happening with her. Hopefully she's okay. She just got busy, which it can happen in all of our lives, right? We can get busy and we can be like, oh yeah, man, you know what? I didn't have time to do this and that, right? Ain't none of us getting paid up here. So we can only see who we can see when we can see them, right? But anyway, we got to send somebody, send pigeons out to look for Risa, see what we can find. But hopefully she's all right. Okay, but the chat is where it's at. The chat's where it's at. You guys did a great job. No knuckleheads in the chat. I just don't think when you got snipers like Risa and M Mills, man, we got snipers like that, man. The trolls just don't want to come over here, man. They don't want to they know they're gonna get blasted right off the roof, man. So they just like, why even bother, right? M Mills might wait until she see the whites of your eyes, but Risa, man, Risa just gonna blast you when she see your eyes, right? Both of them, man. Both of them was quick on the draw, man. So how you gonna get around them two? If you trying to start some trouble, man, you ain't getting around Risa and them Mills, man. Forget it, man. Forget it. But they did a great job. Everybody in the chat did a great job today. Outstanding job, man. Everybody did a great job. Thank you guys for hanging out with us for all this time. Oh my gosh, 5 hours. All right. But the chat is where it's at. Very strong performance from the chat. Very solid. Everybody for hanging out and supporting us. We appreciate y'all, man. We could not do this without the support of you guys in the chat. Okay, let's go to the what am I doing here? Oh, here we go. Let's go to the panel. Let's go to the panel. Let's go to the stage. Who is on the stage today? Well, first we have Sister Annie, right? Excuse me. If you got Terrell up there, I'm coming up there, right? Shout out Sister Annie. Thank you for coming up. As always, and I appreciate you and Patrice because, like I said, some of these brothers, man, they have not lived a life where they was always they had any positive female contacts. You know what I mean? The only female contacts they had that was positive was really basically people that didn't really care about them or anything like that, like a teacher or, you know, somebody at Jack in the Box or something. They really ain't got no people that encouraging them to do better. Now that's one thing I can't do. I can bring them up here, I can talk to them, I can laugh with them, we can talk about some issues as men, but the thing you women bring to the table to encourage them to be men, there's just nothing I can't reproduce that. And so I thank you guys for bringing that to the table, man. And thank you, Sister Annie, man. I remember Sister Annie was like, "Oh no, I'm not gonna talk." I had to tell her, man, no, man, these men need to hear your voice. They need to hear that because you bring a special vibration to the situation where they can say, "Yeah, ma'am, if she with that voice and she with that, that vibration thinks I'm doing something good, then I must be doing something good, right?" If Patrice, same thing. If Patrice, Patrice say, yeah, brother, go ahead and keep doing your thing. See, if she said it, then I must be doing something good. See that I can't reproduce that. So I thank you guys for bringing that and putting that on the table, so we can use that to encourage, to bring the good out of these men that come up here and try to point them, and encourage them to stay on a good path and pursue what they're pursuing, right? All right, but shout out to Sister Annie. She came up here, man. Excuse me, I'm coming up there, right? She came up here, said a little piece, and she said, "Hey, I got to go. It's Sunday. I got to cook Sunday dinner. I got to put Sunday dinner on the stuff." See, I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. Some dude out there, there's a lot of y'all is missing out, man. There's a sister out there that knows how to put food on the table. I'm telling you, man. After a while, yeah, sex is good. I'm gonna tell you, sex is good. But as you get older, somebody who knows how to put a good meal on the table, set the table and put a good meal on that table, and then have it set up to where it's good, it's delicious. On top of that, they know how to present that meal. Plus, they bring good energy. Ain't nothing worse than having to break bread with somebody that you can't stand. You got to eat with somebody that you can't stand, and they can't stand you because they burnt the chicken, right? The macaroni, looks like somebody stepped on it, right? You're like, man, yeah. And you got to act like you like it, because the person won't cook no more if you don't act like you like it. They ain't gonna never cook no more, right? Oh man, that's the terrible, man. So hey, man, when you're looking for a good woman, man, there's a lot of good qualities in a woman. One of which is the fact that she knows how to put a good meal on the table, man. Shout out to that, man. Shout out to the sisters that's doing that on a consistent basis. Shout out to those sisters, man, because that's can't beat that with a baseball bat. Anyway, what do y'all think about Sister Annie's performance today? Very solid as always, man. When she hits the stage, always asks good questions and always is encourages the people that come up here, male or female, that come up here that either telling a story or contributing or whatever. Always encouraging. I like that about Sister Annie, and that's my sister. I love her. All right, very solid performance from Sister Annie. Very solid, very strong as always. What about Brother Terrell, our special guest? Shout out to Brother Terrell, our very special guest, right? It's a good dude, man. Just a good dude, man. Solid brother, man, all the way around, man. And shout out to him for coming out and telling his story, and and giving us his opinions on some other things as well. Just a good dude, man. Go follow him. Go check out his music. Go check out his. He said he got a book coming. Go check out all his stuff. Go check out his videos. Go sub to the brother if you feeling him. Sub to him, right? But he's a good dude, man. Good dude. You listen to the very conscientious young man, very very wise beyond his years, right? Very solid dude. Plus, like I said, man, that dude's gonna. What God should have did? God should have gave him a stick with that smile, man, because that smile is gonna get him in trouble. That's why I'm gonna get him in trouble, man. But hey, man, he's on his own out here, man. So he gotta watch the traffic by itself, right? But shout out to brother Terrell, man. Shout out to him. Good dude, man. Go check out his page. Go check him out. Good dude, man. A lot of good songs. Very solid performance from Terrell. I think this is Terrell's second time around the bend with us, but very solid, very strong performance, man. Good, solid dude, man. He said he about 6'4", 300 something pounds. Now that is solid, right? That is solid. Shout out to Terrell, man. Good dude, man. Who else is on the panel today? OG Patrice is on the panel. What about OG Patrice? What do you think about OG Patrice's performance today? Right? She's out there. She executive produced this whole situation, right? Brought both of these brothers in, Brother Leon and Brother Terrell, right? Shout out to Patrice, man. But what do y'all think about her performance today, right? On it, of course, man. Solid as always. Very, very solid as always. Very solid. Very strong. Very solid, man. So shout out to Patrice for executive producing not only this show, but the past, I think, 3 or 4 shows she has executive produced. So shout out to her. Hopefully Netflix won't come over here and snatch her up. By the way, I don't know if y'all know that the Dominican route used us in a documentary that is going that he's putting out. Netflix is supposedly putting out about his his incident with Deion Sanders. I think Netflix is putting that out. So his incident with Deion Sanders' son. Let me clear that up. So therefore, I think that, and I'm sure somebody's gonna come and want to buy the movie rights to that. So anyway, so I mean, brother, the Dominican route coach John, he's set. He's set. I mean, I'm sure, and he said it before. He would give all the money back if he could just have his body be the way it was before he got attacked by Deion Sanders' son. I think it's Shador. I forgot the name. I forgot the boy's name. The oldest boy, the older boy. And he ain't the oldest boy, but the oldest boy from the last mother. How about that? From the model, right? All right. But where were we at? We were Patrice. Oh, shout out to Patrice. Very solid performance as always. What about Brother John? What about Brother John? Coach John came through. You know, I'm always sending him a link. So, and I understand, right? Because he has his own show, right? Sometimes they conflict. Our times conflict, right? But, you know, he had a little time today, so he came on over. Shout out to Brother John. Coach, appreciate you, man. You know what I mean? So if you guys get a chance, going over to the Dominican route, check him out. He's on right now. If you guys get a chance, go on over there and check him out. But shout out to Coach John. He came over, shared a story of his own, right? And it was and I got to give Rico the credit, man, because Rico called that one from across the street, right? Rico's like, man, you better keep your eyes open on that one. And so and it pretty much turned out like Rico said it would, right? So shout out to Rico. But anyway, Brother John came and shared that story. Didn't have to, right? But he decided to do it anyway because he know he probably could help somebody, man. So shout out to Brother John. Appreciate him. But very solid performance from Brother John. Very solid and strong performance as always. And then, of course, last but not least, Diamond Axe. Diamond Axe came through. He was on the panel. What do y'all think about his performance? Man, very solid as always, right? Diamond is learning, right? Hey, man, when I'm not talking, I gotta mute up, right? Because, you know, Diamond be in Costco, I don't know, man. He be in Lamert Park somewhere, man, where he just, you know, it's all this noise going on, man. But shout out to Diamond. We always catch him running errands, right? But shout out to Diamond, man. He did a very good job. Solid performance as always, man. And, you know, he always says something. And what I like about Diamond is he stands on what he say, man, right? So, you know, I could rattle him a little bit, but he always stands on what he says, man. Shout out to that brother. Very solid dude, man. Very solid dude. Okay, y'all. That's everybody that came on the stage today. That's everybody. That's everything that happened. So meet us back here on Tuesday, probably about 6 o'clock p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 6 o'clock p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're probably going to have Leon back up here for another engaging conversation, man. And, you know, and hopefully you guys, if you got questions, you can ask them. Now, go check out that. If you, like I said, if you know somebody with the with the that's going through domestic violence, Vaughn put the number. So it's there, and so you can always come back here and look at the chat and get that number. All right, y'all, we are out of here, and I will see y'all on the next one. Peace.